Preface to a Grammar of the Arabic Language, in which the rules are illustrated by authorities from the best writers, principally adapted for the service of the Honourable East India Company by John Richardson. Recorded for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Preface to a Grammar of the Arabic Language, in which the rules are illustrated by authorities from the best writers. By John Richardson. Preface. In the 8th, 9th, and succeeding centuries, when the European world was clouded with barbarity and ignorance, when foreign princes and great feudal lords could neither write nor read, the Arabians rivaled the Romans of the Augustan age in erudition and genius, whilst with a more extensive empire, note the great empires of the Mogul, of Persia, of the Turks, of Morocco, besides many other powerful kingdoms, have been founded on the ruins of the wide extended dominions of the Khalifs, which at one time comprehended Arabia, Chaldea, Assyria, Media, Persia, the Khorasan, Samarkand, Bukhara, Kabul, Kandahar, Zablistan, etc., the greatest part of India, many districts along the Oxus or Gihon and the Caspian Sea, Circassia, Georgia, Armenia, Mesopotamia, Syria, Palestine, Cyprus, part of Asia Minor, Egypt, the Mediterranean coasts of Africa, Morocco, Fez, Spain, Sicily, Naples, part of France, etc., etc., in all which countries, if we accept the European states, the Arabic is to this day cultivated with care, as being the language of their religion and their law. End note. They excelled them in magnificence and in the more refined splendour and elegance of life. The Khalifs al-Mahdi, al-Rashid, al-Ma'mun, and other monarchs of the illustrious house of al-Abbas were men of learning, genius, and politeness. Learning and genius were found, therefore, the surest avenues to royal favour. They were of consequence universally cultivated, princes, generals, and viziers being not only munificent patrons of literary merit, but holding themselves a conspicuous rank among writers of the most distinguished class. The Arabian chiefs, with, it must be conceded, an alloy of ferocity, were in general brave, liberal, hospitable, ingenious, penetrating, fond of learning of every species, and carrying to the most singular excess their admiration of poetry and eloquence. With such dispositions and attachments, therefore, it is easy to conceive that their language became naturally an important object of their attention. The dialects of their numerous tribes furnished them with rich minds. From these they freely borrowed, and formed from the whole a language sublime, comprehensive, copious, energetic, delicate, majestic, adapted equally for the softness of love, or the poignancy of satire, for the mournfulness of elegy, or the grandeur of heroics, for the simplest tale, or the boldest effort of rhetoric. In every style of composition, therefore, the books in this language are numerous, and many of them of high intrinsic worth. Their books, however, and their language remain still but imperfectly known in Europe, nor can we ever hope, perhaps, for much advancement in this branch of learning, till the formidable, fancied difficulties of the study are removed, till curiosity is stimulated by a hope of success, till attention is fixed by a conviction of its utility. Among many reasons which may be assigned for our limited knowledge of this language, the first, and perhaps not the least, arises apparently from the perplexing obscurity and unengaging manner of grammarians, who without sufficiently attending to that simplicity and perspicuity which ought ever to be the necessary guides to the uninformed minds of youth, bend their chief efforts to the investigation of unuseful trifles, uninteresting definitions, and polemical subtleties, involving the whole in such obscure terms as to demand often as much time, patience, and penetration to decipher the meaning of the teacher as to acquire the language itself through a less complicated medium. Many of our European editors and commentators, it may also be observed, have been men merely learned in language, with little taste or general science, to direct their learning to proper objects. The books they have published, therefore, have not all been chosen with skill, for whatever motives might invite them to become Arabic editors, instruction or entertainment appears by no means to have been always in view. Chance more than discernment appears often to have selected their publications, and an unnecessary display of learning seems the only point of their ambition. Whilst their Latin versions, without elegance and often without accuracy, possess neither the beauty of an ingenious paraphrase nor the usefulness of a literal translation. With a view to lead the way to a more simple mode of instruction, this grammar has been undertaken. With what success, the candour of those who can judge must determine. The Persian grammar has been the model I have attempted to follow. Note by William Jones, Esquire, barrister at law, author of Poeseos Asiaticae Commentarii, and other learned and ingenious works, from whom, had his superior pursuits and views permitted, the elements of Arabic grammar might have been expected on a far more masterly scale than what is now with great deference submitted to the public. The valuable printed books and manuscripts, with which, long before I entertained the least idea of this publication, that gentleman unasked most politely assisted me, demands my highest acknowledgments, whilst his favourable opinion of the plan is to me a circumstance of the most flattering nature. I consider myself likewise as singularly happy in the approbation of the Reverend Mr. White of Wadham College, Professor of Arabic, and the Reverend Mr. Winstanley of Brazen-Nose College, Oxford, whose extensive learning and solid judgment would stamp a value on works of far more importance. But it becomes at the same time necessary to observe, in justice to these three gentlemen, that the shortness of the time and the distance of situation, making it impossible for me to consult them till the sheets were printed off, whatever mistakes or improprieties may be discovered must be imputed to the author alone. End note. And whilst I have endeavoured to imitate the perspicuity with which the sensible author explains the difficulty of that study, I have pursued his method of illustrating the different rules by authorities from various writers, a method which, at the same time that it instructs, softens the drudgery unavoidable in a beginning study, unites practice with theory, and introduces the learner imperceptibly to some acquaintance with the genius and manner of several respectable Arabian authors. The gentlemen in the service of the Honourable East India Company have been principally in view in the composition of this grammar, convinced from the opinion of many learned and judicious men, as well as from my own less perfect observation, how impossible it was to acquire an accurate idea of the Persian without studying the genius of the Arabic, upon which it so remarkably depends. Note, exclusive of the Arabic sentences, which occur in almost every Persian book, 3/4 perhaps of the component words of this tongue are either adopted or derived from that language, so that it is equally impossible to compile a Persian dictionary without the assistance of the Arabic, as to confine the English language to words of mere Celtic origin, to the exclusion of every derivation from the Greek, Latin, French, and other dialects. On a superficial view, it may be supposed, perhaps, that as the genius of the two languages is so different, a perusal of Arabic grammar can throw no light on that of the Persian. But two things essentially foreign to each other may often have a tendency to the same point, for though astronomy can never teach the practical method of working a ship, yet it is to the highest degree necessary to the safety of navigation. So Arabic grammar, though not absolutely teaching the elements of the Persian, will be found to throw most satisfactory lights on that study, especially by enabling the student to discover the roots of those Arabic words which are so copiously blended with that language, of which being once possessed, and of the mode of forming from them the derivative inflections, he may with ease fix in his memory 20 words perhaps, for one which he could acquire without such assistance. For an example, see page 210. Upon the whole, therefore, I will not hesitate to assert that the reading of Arabic grammar with the least attention will give a gentleman already acquainted in some degree with the Persian a more critical knowledge of that tongue than twice the time directed to any other branch of study. End note. I have attempted to reduce the whole to the simplest principles, by placing what appeared to be of the greatest real importance in the most conspicuous light, and throwing the less consequential into a kind of remoter perspective, in order to avoid crowding the foreground and destroying the effect of the principal figures. As abstract theoretical disquisitions delivered in an obscure Latin idiom, though worthy perhaps of the attention of those who make philological learning the study of life, are by no means calculated for gentlemen whose chief views are necessarily directed to commerce, war, and political government, to whom languages must of consequence be objects merely secondary, and the means of acquisition proportionably the more important, as they tend to promote, without greatly interrupting, their more interesting pursuits. I have given Arabic grammar an English dress. I have endeavored to mark most forcibly the great lines, and to clear the avenues of the underwood and thorns of the study. I have been as literal in the translation as the genius of the languages and my own understanding would permit, and I have been full in those extracts than was absolutely necessary, if considered simply as authorities, from a conviction that this practical mode of accompanying the grammatical rules will be found far more satisfactory than volumes of theory alone, which few minds without infinite labour can either comprehend or retain. And now, having concisely explained the plan I have pursued, nothing further remains to recommend but a moderate degree of perseverance, which I flatter myself will soon convince the student that the difficulties of the language are more artificial than natural, more imaginary than real, and easily to be overcome by industry, attention, and a will to learn. End of preface to A Grammar of the Arabic Language by John Richardson. Recording by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England. Arabic, the Alphabet by E. H. Palmer. Trubner's collection of simplified grammars of the principal Asiatic and European languages, edited by Dr. R. Rost, Librarian of the India Office Library. 1. Hindustani, Persian and Arabic by E. H. Palmer. Recorded for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Arabic alphabet from Simplified Grammar of Hindustani, Persian and Arabic by E.H. Palmer. Second edition. Arabic. The alphabet. The Arabic alphabet is that used with certain modifications for Persian and Hindustani, and is written in the same way from left to right. The letters and Arabic pronunciation are as follows. Name, Alif. Equivalent, A, E, I, O, or U. Pronunciation, this is the spiritus lenis of the Greek, a mere prop to rest an initial vowel on. Name, Ba. Equivalent, B. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Te. Equivalent, T. Pronunciation, a soft dental T like the Italian. Name, The. Equivalent, TH. Pronunciation as in thing. Name, Jim. Equivalent, J. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Ha. Equivalent, H. Pronunciation, an aspirate strongly breathed out from the chest. Name, Kha. Equivalent, KH. Like CH in Welsh or Gaelic, or the German CH as pronounced in Switzerland. Name, Del. Equivalent, D. Pronunciation, a soft dental D as in Italian. Name, Vel. Equivalent, DH. Pronunciation like TH in this. Name, Ra. Equivalent, R. Pronunciation, a distinctly pronounced R. Name, Zain. Equivalent, Z. Pronunciation as Z in English. Name, Sin. Equivalent, S. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Sheen. Equivalent, SH. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Sad. Equivalent, S with a dot under it. Pronunciation, an S pronounced by placing the tongue against the side teeth and slightly opening the mouth. Name, Bod. Equivalent, DH underlined. Pronunciation, a DH pronounced in the same manner as the last. Name, Ta. Equivalent, T with two dots under it. Pronunciation, a T pronounced with the tongue full against the front part of the palate. Name, Wa. Equivalent, D with a dot under it, H. DH or Z pronounced in the same manner as the last. Name, Ain. Equivalent, A with a rough breathing, etc. Pronunciation, a guttural sound only heard in Arabic. It must be learned from a native. Name, Ghain. Equivalent, GH. Pronunciation, a guttural sound, something like the French R, graseye. Name, Fa. Equivalent, F. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Qaf. Equivalent, K with a dot under it. Pronunciation, a very guttural K, like K in thick, only much stronger. Name, Kaf. Equivalent, K. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Lam. Equivalent, L. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Meme. Equivalent, M. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Noon. Equivalent, N. Pronunciation as in English. Before B or F, it is sounded as M. Name, Wow. Equivalent, W. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Ha. Equivalent, H. Pronunciation as in English. Name, Ya. equivalent y, pronunciation as in English. Ha is sometimes written thus, ha with two dots over it, and is then called ha ta. When followed by a vowel, this is pronounced like ta, t, but otherwise it is not pronounced at all. The above are joined to the preceding letter by prefixing a small curve or stroke, and to the following letter by removing the curve with which they all but alif end. Thus, detached initial, medial, and final forms of nun, ya, ha, sad, ain, fa, qaf, kaf, lam, mim, and ha given. Ra, while dal, if deprived of the curve, would become unrecognizable. Hence they do not join to the left. The above letters are all consonants. Vowels. The vowels are fatha, a, pronounced like the a in hat, and dhamma, u, as in bull, both written above the letter, and kasra, I, as in hit, written below the letter. When the vowels are doubled thus, fathatain, dhammatain, kasratain, they are pronounced respectively n, un, and in. This is called tenween, that is, giving the n sound. Combined with alif, waw, and ya, the vowels become a, u, e, ow, pronounced as ow in cow, ay, like I in fine. No word can commence in the Arabic character with a vowel, or if it does, the vowel is introduced by alif. When a syllable begins with a vowel, the mark hamza is used to introduce it. But this hamza, being written above the line, requires a prop. This, in the case of an a, is alif. In the case of u, it is waw, and in the case of I, it is ya. Only that in the initial form, this last is distinguished from the ordinary y by losing its dots. For example, fu'ad, a heart, fa'idah, advantage. Tashdid doubles the letter it is placed over. Sukun shows that the letter it is placed over has no vowel. Two consecutive sukuns cannot come together in one word. Waslah is only used over an initial alif or over the article el, and shows that these are to be elided. Meddah is placed over an initial alif and shows that it should be pronounced long, as ati, coming. If the first letter of a word be a sibilant or liquid, the article el is elided before it, and the consonant itself doubled, as awamun nas, common people, Abdullah, Abdullah, the servant of Allah. Note, final short vowels or tenween are not pronounced before a full stop. End of Arabic alphabet. From Simplified Grammar of Hindustani, Persian and Arabic by E. H. Palmer. Recording by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England. Lessons 1 to 5. From Arabic Simplified, a practical grammar of written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers and reading book, by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani. Read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Arabic Simplified, a practical grammar of written Arabic in 200 lessons, by Arthur T. Upson. Lesson 1. ضرب. 1. What are these signs? They form the Arabic word he struck, which is pronounced ضرب, with the accent on the last syllable. The pronoun he is understood, not written, in the Arabic verb. 2. How is this word built up? Of 3 different consonants and 1 vowel. The vowel corresponds to the letter A. Its sign is fatha and is written above its consonant, which it always follows in pronunciation. It here occurs 3 times. 3. What is the name of this vowel? Fatha, to be pronounced with a roughly aspirated ha, which we have indicated by a dot under it, and which is somewhat like HH or doubly strong H. It is also somewhat like a deep sigh. Be sure you do not run the t and h together, making th. Note, fat is the first syllable and ha the second. 4. What is the power of this fatha? It is like A in bad, and is one of the 3 short vowels. In some countries it is a little heavier, like A in father. In India, more like U in cut. 5. How many consonants are there in this word? 3. Name, bod, power, b. Name, ra, power, r. Name, ba, power, b. 6. What is the approximate sound of the dad? It is like the D in hand and good, only it is stronger, and this we have indicated by a dot under the D. It is an aspirated D, a little like the th in the, but more strongly pronounced by rolling the tongue against the palate. It is so hard that it affects the fatha after it, giving to it almost the sound of o or o. In India it is a hard z, as in Ramazan. 7. Do these 3 consonants always preserve the forms here given? No. Arabic letters change their form with their position in a word, because even printed books are, so to speak, in script character, and most of the letters joined and running on. Dad is always initial dad when it begins a word, that is, when it is an initial letter. Ra is always medial ra when it is within a word, that is, when it is a medial letter. Ba is always isolated ba when it is separated from others, that is, when it is an isolated letter. Note well, when ba at the end of a word can be joined to the previous letter, it takes the final form. The ra is of such a shape that it cannot even join the letter which follows it, so that letter does not have a special final form. 8. What is the order of the consonants in ضرب? Bod, ra, ba, because Arabic, like other Semitic languages, is read from right to left. He struck ضرب. ضرب. 9. Why have we put the first vowel in italic? To show that it has the accent, which is but very slight. 10. What are the dots used for, 1 over dad and 1 over ba'? They are the distinguishing marks of these consonants, which cannot therefore be read without them. In Arabic letter writing, the scribe, when in haste, often obscures the shapes of the individual letters. These can, however, always be identified by means of the dots. Vowels are hardly ever written, except in the two books, Qur'án and Bible, but the dots are indispensable. There are no capitals in Arabic. Self-test, paper 1. 1. What is fatha? Where is it placed? 2. What is its power? Compare your written reply with the section in which the correct answer is to be found. Revise it, and if necessary, learn more thoroughly. Do not send exercises for correction except the replies to test papers, which we have marked to be returned for correction. So in all future lessons. Note well, students must vowel their exercises for the first year. Lesson 2. 1. If the verb form for he struck, ضرب, is ضرب, how can it be changed into she struck? By placing the letter t after it. He struck, ضرب, ضرب. He struck, ضرب. She struck, ضربت, ضربت. She struck, ضربت. 2. But why has the ba' been shortened from isolated ba' to initial ba'? Because ba' is isolated ba' when isolated, and initial ba' is ba' in its initial form. The isolated and final forms are usually elongated ones. 3. What is the new sign, sukun, over the ta'? It is the sukun, and is very occasionally written sukun. 4. What is the use of sukun, pronounced sukun, that is, with the Italian u? It denotes the letter over which it is placed has no vowel, and therefore closes that syllable. 2 sukuns on adjacent letters would not ordinarily be allowed to occur in Arabic. 5. What is this sign, kaf? Its name is kaf, and it represents our letter K, as in keep, but its initial form is initial kaf. 6. We have seen in item 2 above that the separate form for ba' becomes initial ba' as an initial letter. Can the isolated form for ta' be shortened to initial ta' as an initial? Yes, certainly, and several others act similarly. Thus, A. He wrote ketebe, ketebe. He wrote ketebe. B. She wrote ketebet, ketebet. She wrote ketebet. In B we have ta as a final and also as a medial. 7. The short connecting link which unites a medial form to its predecessor should be noticed. We may represent it thus: initial kaf, medial ta, medial ba, final ta. 8. But are not medial ta and ba confusing? No, since ta has 2 dots over it and ba has 1 under it. 9. Is there any English word or name which will give us the pronunciation of ketebe? Yes, take the word Canada. There is a slight stress upon the first syllable, but not enough to make it a long vowel. We do not say Canada, still less Canada, simply Canada. 10. Are other three-letter verbs stressed in the same way? Yes. ضرب is pronounced like Canada. There is, however, one point about the fatha. When it is sounded with such a strong consonant as the dad, that is, that the fatha is sounded like a short O, though we write it A, and thus ضرب is pronounced like ضرب. Do not mix dad with D. Exercise 2A. Read aloud from the right and turn into English. ضرب, ضربت, كتب, كتبت. Exercise 2B. Translate to Arabic from memory. 1. He struck. 2. She struck. 3. He wrote. 4. She wrote. Self-test 2. 1. What is a sukoon and what does it denote? 2. What sign represents a sukoon? 3. Write the names of these letters. Initial dad, isolated ba, isolated ta, medial ra, final kaf, final ba, final ta. 4. What combinations are these? Kaf ba, ba ta, ta ba, kaf ra, kaf ta, ba ra, ba kaf. Note well, after doing exercise 2A from memory, do 2B from memory, and then by comparing the results, it will be seen that one corrects the other. The answers to self-test papers are in the text of the lesson, in the section whose number is given. Exam paper 7 will be sent up for correction. There will be similar exam papers at the end of lessons 13, 20, 25, 30, 40, etc. Lesson 3. Past singular of verb. 1. How did we turn the form for he struck into one meaning she struck? By adding the letter ta to 1. 2. How can we readily turn he struck into thou masculine did strike, thou feminine did strike, I masculine and feminine struck? By adding the same letter ta in each case and by changing the vowels. ضرب, he struck. ضربت, she struck. ضربته, thou strikedst. ضربتي, thou strikedst feminine. ضربت, I struck. Note well, read from right to left. This is essential. Note that the past tense of the Arabic verb may often be represented in English by either the past or the perfect tense. Details in lesson 153. 3. Accent. What is the rule for Arabic accent? The following rules must be memorized just here. A. The Arabic accent falls principally upon the long vowel of the word, namely the letter of prolongation, which will be explained later. Thus, kitab has the accented ta by circumflex, thus ta. If more than one long vowel, the last one receives the greatest accent. The two diphthongs 9-5 are accented like long vowels. B. The fact of the consonant under the sukoon having no vowel causes that consonant to be accented. For example, ضربت is pronounced ضربت, and the student must never say ضربت, because when the final vowel is omitted, he will say, like a newspaper reader aloud, ضربت. C. The shadda is also accented. 845. D. If all the vowels are short, as in كتب, the first one is slightly accented. 4. If we examine forms 3, 4, and 5, we shall find two new features presented. What are they? First, we see kasra, a fatha in shape below the line. Second, we see dhamma, almost a comma in shape above the line. 5. What is this fatha shaped sign written below the line? It is the short vowel I in tin. Its name is kasra. Since it is always placed below the line, it cannot be confused with fatha, a short a, which always stands above the line. 6. What is the sign dhamma placed above the line? It is the short vowel u, called dhamma, and pronounced as in bush. 7. After reminding ourselves that the sukoon has no sound, we can now read the whole of the verb forms which constitute the active voice, past tense singular number of the regular verb. See item 2 above for the forms. Note well, as the vowels of each verb remain constant for each of its persons, singular, we must learn these 5 forms by heart. This is a very important as well as a very easy matter. Take care to accent the proper syllable by noting it in item 2 above. Learn from the right, he struck, etc. 8. What verb is this? Rakiba. It is pronounced rakiba and means he rode or mounted. 9. But why the kasra in the center? Because this verb takes 2 fathas and a kasra. Some verbs take a dhamma as the center vowel for the past tense. Every past tense verb takes fatha as first and last vowel, however. 10. Write out all the singular persons of rakiba. Rakiba. He rode. Rakibat. She rode. Rakibta. Thou didst ride. Rakibati. Thou feminine didst ride. Rakibatu. I rode. 11. In what order are the signs written in exercise 3a? The body of the kaf, then ta, then ba. After that, go back and stroke the headpiece of the ka downwards, then the dots, then add all the vowel marks from right to left. Exercise 3a. Read aloud and transliterate. Note on transliteration, that is, writing Arabic in Roman characters. The student should only transliterate for a short time if really needed. But in translating from English to Arabic, it is essential that he write in the proper Arabic character. A relief nib is the best for this purpose in England, but an Arabic nib, not the native reed, should be used in the Orient. After a few more lessons, he should try to abstain from transliteration altogether, as it is a weak reed to lean upon. He will very soon become accustomed to the Arabic character, and should use nothing else. It is difficult, in Egypt, where these lessons are printed, to obtain sufficient specially marked types with which to transliterate. The only reason for attempting it at all is to partially supply the place of the teacher of pronunciation. If you can get a sheikh with whom to practice reading and dictation, never use anything but the Arabic character. Endnote. And translate, covering 3b. Ketebe, ketebat, كتبت كتبتي كتبت ركبتي ركبت ركب ركبت ركبت ضربتي ضرب ضربت ضربت ضربت. Exercise 3b. Translate to Arabic, covering 3a, then correct. 1. He wrote. 2. She wrote. 3. Thou masculine hast written. 4. Thou feminine hast written. 5. I have written, wrote. 6. Second line, thou feminine hast written. 7. I rode or have ridden. 8. He rode, has ridden. 9. Thou hast ridden, didst ride. 10. She rode, has ridden. 11. Third line, thou feminine did strike. 12. He struck. 13. I struck. 14. Thou masculine did strike. 15. She struck. Self-test 3. 1. What letter concludes all but one of the forms of the past tense, singular of the active voice? 2. Write out the rules for accent. 3. What is the sign for a dhammah? What is it? How is it pronounced? Lesson 4. Interrogative, etc. 1. What is the first letter of the Arabic alphabet? The alif. This generality will be modified in 12.3. 2. What is its form? Alif. This is its form in all cases, except where it is linked to a preceding letter, when its form is medial alif. See point 5 below. In that case, it lengthens the preceding fatha to a long vowel, a. 3. What special use has this alif with a hamza and fatha? It is one of the signs for interrogation, and it then always commences the sentence. The hamza will be explained fully in lesson 13. It is written over the alif, thus alif hamza. He struck. Daraba. Did he strike? Daraba. With the hamza, not otherwise, it may be the initial letter of a word. See 10 below. 4. How can a verb in the past tense be negatived? How can she wrote become she did not write? By putting the negative particle ma before it. 5. What is this negative particle? It is composed of a new letter, mim, joined to an alif without hamza, written from below. See 2 above. This negative is always placed before its verb form. It is used with the past tense in writing, in colloquial with the present also. 6. Give the Arabic for she wrote and she did not write. Katabat, she wrote. Ma katabat, she did not write. 7. We have seen that the interrogative alif hamza can be placed before a positive sentence without disturbing the order of its words. Can it also be placed before a negative sentence without causing any alteration? Yes. Ma katabtu, I have not written. Ama katabtu, have I not written? Ama katabtu, did I not write? 8. What letter looks very much like an alif? The lam or L. Its form when an initial letter is initial lam. 9. How do they differ? The lam can be joined to its following letter as well as its preceding one, whereas an alif can only be joined to its preceding. The lam is always written downwards with a thick stroke. Also, when a final letter, it lengthens its form. Thus in the combination lam 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 we get three possible forms of a lam: initial, medial, and final. But this combination does not occur in any actual word. 10. Give a word containing an alif hamza and a lam. Akala, he ate. Akala. 11. Now a word containing a lam before the alif. La, no or not. This is the negative which is generally used with the present tense, though ma is sometimes so used in the Qur'an, etc. The lam, that is the downstroke, is written first, then the alif is written athwart. Exercise 4a. Read aloud and translate, then correct by 4b. أأكل أما أكلت أأكلت أما أكلت أما ركبت ما ركبت ضربت ما ضربت أما كتبت لا ما كتبت أما أكلت لا ما أكلت. Exercise 4b. Turn into Arabic, correcting by 4a. 1. Has he eaten? 2. Has she not eaten? 3. Hast thou masculine eaten? 4. Hast thou feminine not eaten? 5. Didst thou feminine not ride? 6. I did not ride. 7. Did she strike? 8. Thou masculine didst not strike. 9. Did she not write? 10. No, she did not write. 11. Didst thou feminine not eat? 12. No, I did not eat. Self-test paper 4. 1. Give an Arabic interrogative sign. What is its position? 2. What particles negative Arabic sentences? 3. How does an alif differ from a lam? Lesson 5. Triliteralism. 1. What is one of the chief characteristics of the Semitic group of languages, Hebrew, Arabic, etc.? Triliteralism. This signifies that the words are built up around 3 root letters or radicals. Note, occasionally there are 4 root letters, and the root verb is then called a quadriliteral one. See later, endnote. By prefixing, affixing, and inserting other letters, and by changing the vowels so as to express variations of meaning, all arising out of the idea conveyed by the root letters. This we have seen in the past tense of a verb of active voice. 3.2. 2. What past tense verb form in the active voice always contains these 3 root letters and no other letters? The form for the third person singular masculine. Thus, كتب, he wrote or has written. أكل, he ate or has eaten. 3. And are the nouns also built up from these 3 root letters? Yes, by vowels alone, or by vowels and additional letters, of which alif is a frequent one. This is why we teach the verb before the noun. أكل, he ate. أكل. قتل, he killed. قتل. كتب, he wrote. كتب. أكل, food. أكل. قتال, battle or fighting. قتال. كتاب, a book, a writing. كتاب. كاتب, a writer. كاتب. For the lengthening of this A, see lesson 6. 4. We see here some new signs and letters. What is this new first root letter? It is the letter qaf and represents our Q. This guttural consonant is pronounced with a vowel by contracting the throat. Say kaf first naturally, then with a short a sound and contracted throat like the cawing of a crow. Qaf is pronounced qaf or qaf because the letter qaf is one of those strong letters which alter the sound of the fathah. Compare 210. What is this new sign? Tanween dhamma. It is the short vowel dhamma written double, which can only occur at the end of a word. 6. How is it pronounced? Un, shorter than un, like you in push. 7. But where does the N sound come from? This practice of adding an N sound when the last vowel is thus doubled is called nunation, from the Arabic name for N, noon. Nunation is confined to reading the Qur'án and poetry. It is never pronounced in reading the newspaper or in conversation. Practice naming the word without un. 8. What is this double U sign called? The tanween dhamma, meaning a dhamma with noon sound. It is never used with the definite article, and every word which has it is in the nominative case, as also those having the single dhamma. See 6.6 for the other two cases with tanween. 9. Give another verb containing alif with hamzah. Qara'a, he read. Here it is third radical. 10. Write out the 5 person forms of qara'a. Qara'a, qara'at, qara'ta, qara'tu. Exercise 5a. Read aloud and translate into English. اقرأت أكلت أكل أما قتلت أقتلت قتال كتاب قرأت. Exercise 5b. To Arabic, afterwards correcting by 5a. 1. Hast thou feminine read? 2. I ate, have eaten. 3. Food. 4. Has she not killed? 5. Did I kill? 6. Fighting. 7. A book. 8. She read. Self-test, paper 5. 1. What is the tanween dhamma? 2. How and when is it pronounced? 3. What is nunation and when is it employed? End of lessons 1 to 5 from A Practical Grammar of Written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani, author of Arabic Amplified, etc., editor of Al-Barid al-Misri, and publisher of over 350 Arabic books and pamphlets. Recording by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England. Lessons 6 to 10 from Arabic Simplified, A Practical Grammar of Written Arabic in 200 lessons by Arthur T. Upson. Read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Arabic Simplified, A Practical Grammar of Written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani. Lesson 6. Tanween. 1. Transliterate the Arabic for book, kitabun. 2. Why have we put a mark over the A here? To show it is the long A and not the short one in ketebe. 3. How are we to know when it is long and not short, since it is fatha in each case? The fatha, when followed by a prolonging alif, is always long. Example: gate, babun. But distinguish this from ra'sun, head, in which alif carries hamza sukun and is not long alif. 4. What is a tanween dhamma once more? It is a dhamma, or a short vowel u, written twice, placed over the last letter of a word, as in this word gate and in book. See 1. The name means a dhamma with a noon sound. See 5.3. 5. Are there any other tanweens? Yes. The 2 other short vowels can be used in the same way, that is, doubled over the last letter. Thus we get tanween dhamma, kitabun, tanween fatha, kitaban. Note the added alif here. Tanween kasra, kitabin. 6. Have these 3 tanweens any practical use? Yes. The presence of either of the tanweens denotes that the noun is indefinite. For example, a man, a book. Also, that it is a declinable noun, that is, capable of taking all 3 cases. 1. The tanween dhamma denotes that a noun is the subject of the sentence, the nominative case. 2. The tanween fatha over an alif for a masculine noun denotes that a noun is the direct object of a verb, the accusative case. See 9 below. 3. The tanween kasra denotes the indirect object governed by a preposition, for example. Note well, a single dhamma, fatha, or kasra indicates the nominative, accusative, or genitive case of the definite noun, as the tanween vowel does on the indefinite noun. 7. What is this sign? Jim. It is the letter Jim, which is the English J, but pronounced hard G in Egypt. The initial form of it, initial Jim, is found in man, rajulun, and its final form is final Jim. 8. When will a noun take the tanween dhamma? When it is the subject of a sentence, as man in the sentence a man wrote a letter. Man is in the nominative case. Its form therefore is rajulun. 9. When will a noun take the tanween fatha over an alif? When it is the direct object of the action of a verb, that is, in the accusative case, as for example, a book in the following sentence: a man wrote a book. كتب رجل كتابا. 10. Note well, the order is usually that of the verb first,
but the noun may be placed first for emphasis. The verb is put in the singular when it precedes its subject. Exercise 6a. Read aloud and translate. Correct by 6b. كتبت كتابا. كتبت كتابا. أكتب كتابا؟ ما ضرب رجلا. أكتب رجل كتابا؟ قرأ رجل كتابا. ما قرأت كتابا. أما ضربت رجلا؟ Exercise 6b. To Arabic, afterwards correcting by 6a. 1. I wrote a book. 2. She wrote a book. 3. Has he written a book? 4. He has not struck a man. 5. Did a man write a book? 6. A man read a book. 7. She did not read a book. 8. Didst thou not strike a man? Self-test 6. 1. How can the fatha become a long vowel? 2. What is a tanween fatha, and what letter always accompanies it with the masculine noun? 3. In what case is a noun which has a tanween fatha? Lesson 7. 1. Let us classify the characters met with and a few others. Name: alif, initial alif, medial alif, final alif, separate alif. Power: a. Name: ba', initial ba', medial ba', final ba', separate ba'. Power: b. Name: ta', initial ta', medial ta', final ta', separate ta'. Power: t. Name: jim, initial jim, medial jim, final jim, separate jim. Power: j. Name: ha', initial ha', medial ha', final ha', separate ha'. Power: h. Name: kha', initial kha', medial kha', final kha', separate kha'. Power: kh. Name: ra', initial ra', medial ra', final ra', separate ra'. Power: r. Name: dad, initial dad, medial dad, final dad, separate dad. Power: d. Name: qaf, initial qaf, medial qaf, final qaf, separate qaf. Power: q. Name: kaf, initial kaf, medial kaf, final kaf, separate kaf. Power: k. Name: lam, initial lam, medial lam, final lam, separate lam. Power: l. Name: mim, initial mim, medial mim, final mim, separate mim. Power: ha, or ha, is a heavy H from the back of the mouth. Kha is the CH in loch. It may be practiced with an educated Scotchman. 2. What vowels have we used? A. We have used the only 3 short vowels there are. Fatha with a sound as in patch. Kasra with I sound as in tin. Dhamma with U sound as in bush. B. We have only used one of the 3 long vowels, namely the fatha lengthened by an alif, as in a book, kitab. 3. We have used the only 3 tanweens there are, tanween dhamma, the un sound, tanween fatha, the n sound, note the alif here, tanween kasra, the in sound. 4. The Arabic numerals from 1 to 10 may be easily learnt. Observe that the tens figure is placed to the left of the unit figure as in English. Vocabulary 7. 1. Qitalun, battle or fighting, qitalun. 2. Kitabun, book, kitabun, book. Accusative, kitaban. 3. Akala, to eat, he ate, akala. Malikun, king, malikun. 4. Uklun, food, uklun. Qalamun, pen, qalamun. 5. Qatala, to kill, he killed, qatala. Jamalun, camel, jamalun. 6. Rajulun, a man, rajulun. Rajulan, a man accusative, rajulan. 7. Daraba, to strike, he struck, daraba. 8. Kataba, to write, he wrote, kataba. 9. Rakiba, to ride, he rode, rakiba. 10. Qara'a, to read, he read, qara'a. Exercise 7. A. A test paper to be returned. Translate. 1. He struck a camel. 2. Did she read a book? 3. Hast thou masculine written a book? 4. Thou feminine hast not written a book. 5. Have I not written? 6. A man read a book. 7. Did she kill a man? 8. Didst thou masculine ride? 9. Thou feminine hast struck a man. 10. Have I not eaten? 11. Have you ridden a camel? 12. I have not ridden a camel. B. Practice writing, transliterate and then translate. أكل رجل, قتلت رجلا, ضرب رجل جملا. أقتل رجل رجلا؟ ضربت رجلا؟ أما قرأت كتابا؟ قتل ملك جملا. ركبت جملا؟ أقرأت كتابا؟ Lesson 8. Definite article. 1. Has Arabic an article? Yes, the definite article only, which has no number, gender, or case in itself, because it is a part of the noun to which it is prefixed. It is a particle composed of an alif and a lam. 2. Give an example. Rajulun, a man. Rajulun. Al-rajulu, the man. Al-rajulu. 3. But the article has introduced 3 changes. What are they? First, the tanween dhamma has disappeared. It always does, for it cannot exist with the article prefixed, since the tanween marks the indefinite. Second, the lam has dropped its sound but not its form. Third, it has introduced a new sign, shadda, like a small w only written obliquely. It is the sign of tashdid, called shadda. 4. What is tashdid? It is the act of doubling the pronunciation of the letter over which this sign is placed, whether in a verb or a noun, is called tashdid. but the sign is called a shaddeh. 5. How does this happen? In this way, the shaddeh equals a sukoon plus a vowel, that is, the sukoon of the first of the two letters and the vowel of the second coalesce together. In al-rajulu, the lam of alif lam assimilates itself, first of all to the ra, and then secondly we think of it and pronounce it as ar-rajulu. Finally, the two r's coalesce and we write it al-rajulu, leaving the lam standing in writing but marking the pronunciation by shaddeh. Be sure to grasp this point. 6. Do these three changes always take place when the article is prefixed? Namely, first, the dropping of the tanween, second, the dropping of the sound of the lam, and third, writing of the shaddeh? No, only the first always takes place, whilst the second and third only occur before one half of the Arabic letters. 7. How many letters has the Arabic alphabet? It has 28, so that the doubling shaddeh will be required over 14 of them when prefixing the article. The other 14 have a sukoon upon the lam, thus al-Kitab, the book, al-Kitab. 8. What are the 14 which receive a shaddeh but no sukoon called? Solar letters. The terminating 14 are called lunar letters. Their names will be given later. 9. What solar letters do we already know? Lam, Dad, Ra, Ta. 10. What new word is this? Shamsun. It is the Arabic word for sun and contains 2 new letters and 3 new forms. It gives its name to the solar letters for the curious reason that the first letter of Shams happens to be of that class. 11. What are the first and last letters in Shamsun, sun, Sheen and Seen, of which the full forms are name, scene, initial scene, medial scene, final scene, separate scene, power, s, name, sheen, initial sheen, medial sheen, final sheen, separate sheen, power, sh. 12. What is the middle letter in this word sun? Recapitulate the various forms of the meme. See Lesson 7. Name, meme, initial meme, medial meme, final meme, separate meme, power, 13. Give examples of words containing the meme. Qalamun, a pen, qalamun. Mektebun, an office, study, mektebun. Jemelun, camel, jemelun. 14. Learn the word for head, ra'sun. The hamza is silenced by sukoon, but that does not make the vowel long as in ra. Also learn the verb to break, kasara, he broke. Exercise 8a. Read aloud and translate, covering up the English. 1. Shamsun. 2. Ash-shamsu. 3. Ra'sun. 4. الرأس. 5. الشمس ضربت رجلا. 6. ضربت رأسا. 7. لا ما ضربت رأسا. 8. أكسرت قلما. 9. أكل رجل أكلا. 10. أكسرت القلم. 11. لا ما كسرت القلم. 12. ضرب الرجل رأسا. 13. أكسر الرجل قلما بالمكتب. 14. لا ما كسر القلم. 15. ضرب رجل جملا. Exercise 8b. Translate to Arabic. 1. A sun. 2. The sun. 3. A head. 4. The head. 5. The sun feminine struck a man. 6. Did it feminine strike a head? 7. No, it did not strike a head. 8. Hast thou broken a pen? 9. A man ate food, or an eating, that is, much. 10. Have I broken the pen? 11. No, thou hast not broken the pen. 12. The man struck a head. 13. Did the man break a pen in the office? 14. No, he did not break the pen. 15. A man struck a camel. Self-test 8. 1. What is a shadda? 2. What change invariably accompanies the prefixing of the article to any noun? 3. How is the article prefixed to a word beginning with a solar letter? 4. Where is the tens figure in 12? In what language is there a similar practice? Note well, please observe the following rules. 1. Answer all home exercises in writing. 2. Constantly revise. Lesson 9. 1. How many letters are there in the Arabic alphabet? 28. 2. How many of them are consonants? That is, letters which must be accompanied by a vowel in order to be pronounced. All of them. 3 of them, however, are sometimes used as letters of prolongation. 3. Which are the 3 letters of prolongation? That is, which prolong vowels, making a short vowel into a long one? The first one and the last 2 of the alphabet. Name: alif, initial alif, medial alif, final alif, separate alif. Name: waw, initial waw, medial waw, final waw, separate waw. Name: ya, initial ya, medial ya, final ya, separate ya. 4. Why are these 2 letters, waw and ya, easy ones to remember and to distinguish? Because the waw has practically one form only. Waw, it is like a large dhamma, whilst the ya is the only letter with 2 diacritic points written below it. Pronounce the name waw like ow in house. 5. Are there only 3 vowels in Arabic? There are 2 diphthongs, one being a, formed by fatha and ya, and the other aw, formed by fatha and waw. Thus a, like ai in paid, and aw, like ow in house. A diphthong requires a sukoon over the letter of prolongation. 6. Give examples of these diphthongs. Sayfun, a sword, sayfun, since ya follows the heterogeneous fatha. Thawrun, a bull, thawrun, since waw follows the heterogeneous fatha. 7. Which are the only 3 short vowel sounds possible in Arabic? What letters may they accompany? Fatha, a, may accompany alif to make long a. Dhamma, u, may accompany waw to make long oo. And kasra, I, may accompany ya to make long e. Then there are the 2 diphthongs mentioned. 8. Why are these 3 letters sometimes called letters of prolongation? Because they are used to prolong the sound of the vowel attached to the immediately preceding consonant. 9 examples. Be, while ba. Bu, while boo. Bi, while b. And the 2 diphthongs bay and bow. 10. Do these 3 letters of prolongation lengthen any preceding vowel? No, each prolongs only the vowel that is homogeneous, akin to it. Alif only lengthens, is homogeneous to fatha. Waw only lengthens, is homogeneous to dhamma. Ya only lengthens, is homogeneous to kasra. 11. Learn these words. Rasulun, apostle or messenger. Rasulun. Mursalun, missionary. Mursalun. Li, joined to the next word. To. Li. Bi, by. Bi. Be, by me. Be. Li, to me. Li. Exercise 9a. To English. 1. كتب رجل لي. 2. ركب رسول. 3. كتب مرسل كتابا. 4.
ركب الرسول.
5.
ما ركب الرسول.
6. أكتبت الكتاب بقلم. Exercise 9b. To Arabic. 1. A man wrote to me. 2. An apostle rode. 3. A missionary wrote a book. 4. Did the apostle messenger ride? 5. The apostle messenger did not ride. 6. Didst thou, feminine, write the book with a pen? Lesson 10. Solar and Lunar Letters. 1. Into what 2 equal classes are Arabic letters divided? The solars and the lunars. Revise 8 to 10. 2. Why are they so named? See 8:10. Only because the first letter in Shamsun, sun, happens to be a solar letter, whilst in the other class falls the first letter for moon, qamarun. 3. In what way is the article prefixed to words beginning with a solar letter? The sound of the lam of the el coalesces into the sound of the solar letter. See 8:5. The sun, esh-shamsu. Esh-shamsu, the sun, esh-shamsu. Sun, shamsun. Shamsun, sun, shamsun. 4. How do we prefix the article to words beginning with a lunar letter? By giving the article its full value, that is, the lam takes a sukoon. The moon. al-qamaru, al-qamaru, the moon, al-qamaru, moon, qamarun, qamarun, moon, qamarun. 5. Is there any reason for this different way of prefixing the article to the lunar letter? Yes, the lunar letters are of such a nature, that is to say, they require such a shaping of the channel of utterance that the enunciation of the lam in the article is helpful in readjusting the organs of utterance in preparation for the lunar letters. Thus, al-qamaru is easy, but al-shamsu is never found, while ash-shamsu is easier to pronounce. 6. What is the other reason for this difference in prefixing the article to solars and lunars? That is, what about the lingual solars? The lam is a lingual, and therefore it easily coalesces with its fellow tongue-formed letters. Bod, fod, sheen, seen, etc., and with its allied dental or teeth-formed letters, the, te, etc. Note that this th is the sharp th of the word think or thousand, which is sometimes lisped, making it more like s. The swad is a very strong s, almost like th. It gives a broad sound to its vowel, as wad does. On the other hand, the lingual lam cannot coalesce with lunars, for they consist of gutturals, labials, and palatals, and the shaping of the channel of utterance by throat, lips, and palate forbids such coalescence. 7. What is the new letter in sayf, sword? It is the fa and corresponds to our f. 8. What letter is the fa like in form? Somewhat like the qaf, which however is more curved. Name fa, initial fa, medial fa, final fa, separate fa. Name qaf, initial qaf, medial qaf, final qaf, separate qaf. 9. In how many ways can the letter ya be used? First, as a letter of prolongation following its homogeneous vowel kasra, be, by me, be, li, to me, li. Second, to form a diphthong after a heterogeneous vowel with the ya takes a sukun, sayfun, a sword, sayfun. 10. What is another way in which a ya is used? Third, at the end of a word, if it is preceded by a fatha, it is without dots, and being pronounced exactly like an alif is called alif maqsura, which means shortened alif. To be explained in lesson 17. Ila, to, unto, ila. 11. Learn the verb qatala, he killed, and conjugate it like daraba. Exercise 10a. Transliterate, translate, and read aloud. 1. Ash-shamsu, ash-shamsu, the sun, ash-shamsu. 2. Al-rasulu, al-rasulu, the apostle, al-rasulu. 3. Al-rajulu, al-rajulu, the man, al-rajulu. 4. Al-babu, al-babu, the gate, al-babu. 5. Al-qalamu, al-qalamu, the pen, al-qalamu. 6. Al-waraqu, al-waraqu, the paper, al-waraqu. 7. Al-qitalu, al-qitalu, the fighting, al-qitalu. 8. Al-mursalu, al-mursalu, the missionary, al-mursalu. 9. At-tajiru, at-tajiru, the trader, merchant, at-tajiru. 10. As-sayfu, as-sayfu, the sword, as-sayfu. Note, the accent falls upon the long vowel if one is present. Exercise 10b. Translate the English of exercise 10a to Arabic. Self-test 10 on papers 9 and 10. 1. Which are the letters of prolongation? 2. Why are they so named? 3. What vowels are homogeneous to alif, to waw, and to ya'? 4. Place the article below a word beginning A with a solar and B with a lunar letter. End of lessons 6 to 10 from A Practical Grammar of Written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani. Read by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England. Lessons 11 to 15 from Arabic Simplified, A Practical Grammar of Written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani. Read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. By Arthur T. Upson. Lesson 11. Wasle. 1. What is the Arabic for a youth? Ghulamun. Ghulamun. A youth. Ghulamun. 2. What is this new letter translated by GH? It is ghain, a letter awkward in form and in pronunciation, as it is allied to another of the same form, without its diacritic point. We will give them together. Power, name, ayn. Initial, ayn. Medial, ayn. Final, ayn. Isolated, ayn. Power, or name, ghain. Initial, ghain. Medial, ghain. Final, ghain. Isolated, ghain. 3. What is the sound of the ghain? It represents a gargling sound from the throat, similar to that made by an R roughly and well down in the throat. It must not be connected with the English G, being just a gargle. The ayn can really only be learnt from a Jew or Arab, but you may try to emit a guttural R from the bottom of the throat, while lightly holding the apple of the throat by the fingers. Students within reach of the Orient must diligently practice phonetics with the assistance of an educated native friend. 4. Write in Arabic, a man struck a youth. ضرب رجل غلاما. 5. Why has غُلَامٌ become غُلَامًا? Because it is the direct object of the verb, and so its sign is a tanween fatha, n. See lesson 656. 6. Before we can write the man struck the youth, that is, before we prefix the Arabic article to a word, we must note that ra is a solar and ghain a lunar. We then write the sentence ضرب الرجل الغلام. ضرب الرجل الغلام. The man struck the youth. ضرب الرجل الغلام. 7. Why has غلاما, youth in 4 above, lost its tanween fatha and become al-ghulama? Because the tanween cannot exist with the definite article, since it denotes the indefinite. What is the sign wasla over the alif in 6 above? It is the wasla. That is a sign written above an alif when the alif commences a word only, to show that in that place the alif has no vowel of its own, and that for its pronunciation it takes the last vowel of the preceding word, as in the transliteration of the following exercise 11a. If the commencing el begins a sentence, it is obvious that nothing precedes it. Then it has no wasla, but a simple fatha only. 9. What does the word wasla mean? Wasla is colloquial for waslatun, a word meaning a link, for it links the vowel preceding it to the letter following. This is seen in the exercise. We avoided it in exercise 9a. Exercise 11a. To English. 1. ضرب رجل غلاما. 2. ضرب الرجل الغلام. 3. قتل الثور رجلا. 4. قتل الثور الرجل. 5. قتل الرجل جملا. 6. ما قتل الرجل الجمل. Exercise 11b. To Arabic. 1. A man struck a youth. 2. The man struck the youth. 3. Did the bull kill a man? 4. Did the bull kill the man? 5. The man killed a camel. 6. The man did not kill the camel. Self-test 11. 1. What is a wasla? 2. Give all the 4 forms of the letters ayn and ghain. Lesson 12. Hamza. 1. What is the Arabic for earth? Ardun. Ardun. Earth. Ardun. 2. But what is the new sign? Hamza. The Hamza. 3. What is the use of the Hamza? It is really the first letter of the alphabet. For when we say that alif is the first letter, we mean an alif bearing a hamza. Needless to say, it is a consonant, for Arabic vowel marks are not reckoned as letters. 4. When have we seen that the alif can be used as a vowel? When it is simply a letter of prolongation and stands without a hamza. Thus, a book, kitabun, kitabun, a book, kitabun. 5. But Does not the very fact that a vowel is attached to the letter alif show that the alif there is used as a consonant? And is not the hamza superfluous in that case? Yes, the hamza is superfluous if its object is merely to show that the alif is a consonant. Thus the article el is the same as el, and the hamza, though not written, is to be understood.
It is customary not to write it when beginning a sentence.
6. What does this signify? That every alif with a vowel with fatha or dhamma or kasra is an alif hamza, whether the hamza is given or no. 7. Is the hamza found only with the alif? No, it can accompany the three letters which the Arabs call weak, namely alif, waw, ya, but these letters must be usually within a word, except in the case of an alif which can receive it when beginning a word. 8. Can we then say that the hamza supports these three weak letters? No, it is better to say that the three weak letters are used to support the strong hamza. 9. In what way is the hamza a consonant? It can take a vowel and can play the part of a consonant in shaping, by a movement within the throat, the channel of utterance for the flow of the vowel sound. We may have u, I. 10. Where is the hamza placed? Usually between the vowel sign and its letter, but sometimes when used with a kasra, it can stand over the letter. 11. How can we understand the use of the hamza? By writing a nice house phonetically as a nice house, and an ice house as an ice house, noticing the hiatus or breathing between an and ice. This breath is the consonant hamza. Compare the bad pronunciation of Mr. Owen by uneducated people. They say Mr. Rowan, whereas the educated make a breathing pause and say Mr. Owen. 12. Since the verb generally precedes its subject and the feminine singular ends in sukoon, what happens before the sukoon of the noun, seeing that two sukoons cannot occur together? The sukoon is replaced by a kasra in most cases. Thus, she struck the book, ضربت الكتاب, not ضربت الكتاب. This is distinguishable from second feminine singular by the sukoon, ضربت الكتاب. The preposition min in such a case replaces its sukoon by fatha, but this is exceptional. Thus, min al-rajuli, from the man. Exercise 12a. To English. 1. ضربت الرجل. 2. الشمس ضربت الرجل. 3. كتبت من البيت. 4. ضربت الشمس الكتاب. 5. ضربت الشمس الغلام. 6. أما ضربت الغلام. 7. ما كتبت الكتاب. Exercise 12b. To Arabic. 1. She struck the man. 2. The son, feminine, struck the man. 3. I wrote from the house. 4. The son struck the boot, verb first. 5. Did the son strike the youth? 6. Did she, it, not strike the youth? 7. She did not write the book. Lesson 13, Hamza. 1. Commence by revising lesson 12 on the hamza. 2. Where is it, and where only is it, that the hamza sometimes stands quite alone, without any support from a vowel letter, when it is last in the word, and then it is written in the line of letters? Examples: advent, maji'un, maji'un, advent, maji'un, apart, juz'un, juz'un, apart, juz'un, a thing, shay'un, shay'un, a thing, shay'un, beginning, bad'un, bad'un, beginning, bad'un, the coming, al-maji'u, al-maji'u, the coming, al-maji'u, the part, al-juz'u, al-juz'u, the part, al-juz'u, the thing, al-shay'u, al-shay'u, the thing, al-shay'u, the beginning, al-bad'u, al-bad'u, the beginning, al-bad'u. 3. Can the hamza then take the tanween when it is thus found at the end of a word? Yes, as in the above 4 examples to the left, where it has a tanween dhammah. If these words are used in the accusative case, they take the tanween fathah over the alif, and in the genitive case, tanween kasra. On prefixing the definite article el, this tanween is replaced by the single short vowel, like any other noun, as in the 4 examples on the right. 4. Can the hamza take any one of the 3 short vowels? Yes, we get various results. First, using the alif as a prop, u sound, a sound, and I sound. Second, with waw or ya as a prop, u sound, I sound. Third, after an alif in certain words, such as sohra, desert, sohra, the plural of which is the word sohara, sohara, deserts, sohara. Note the method of writing this hamza. It is not written above the alif, but after it, midway up, because this alif is long, a long vowel. 4th, alone at the end of a word, un sound, in sound, no fathah here. 5. Give other examples of the use of the hamza. Ba'usa, ba'isa, sa'ala, bi'sa, ra'sun, head, ra'sun, akhadha, he took, akhadha. Pronounce these aloud, learning the meanings of 2 only. 6. But why has the medial ya in 4 second and 5 no points? Because it always drops its dots when it becomes a prop for the hamza to sit upon. In fact, the Arabic grammarians call it the seat, kursi, for the hamza. 7. May the hamza and its vowel be followed by a letter of prolongation? Certainly. Here are 2 examples. A. After hamza with dhammah, take waw, mas'ulun, mas'ulun, responsible, mas'ulun. B. After a hamza with kasra, take ya, la'im, base, adjective, la'imun, la'imun, base, la'imun. It may be noted here that adjectives are reckoned as nouns and given tanween. 8. Why did we omit hamza with fathah? We will show this separately. Hamza with fathah is of course written over an alif. Then what will be the homogeneous letter of prolongation? It will be alif. But can I write two alifs together? Yes. Very occasionally, such may be found in special words. But the only thing we are concerned with just now is that we usually write one alif over the other without the hamza sign, or in a few cases with the hamza after this double alif. 9. How is it written and what is it called? It is called a madda, a word which means prolongation. It is written with a slightly curved slope. Thus, alif madda. Examples: al-Qur'án, Quran. Al-Qur'án, al-Qur'án, Quran. Al-Qur'án. Be careful to pronounce it thus: al-Qur'án. He believed. Amana, amana. He believed. Amana. 10. Is the hamza ever marked in English books? Yes, sometimes in Great Britain by a short hyphen, as in the words reinforce, reappear, and in America by the use of the diaeresis. Thus reinforce, reappear. Exercise 13a. To English. 1. آمن بالقرآن. 2. ما آمن بمجيء المسيح. 3. آمن بالله. 4. آمنت بمجيء المسيح. 5. أما آمنت بالمسيح. 6. من البدء. 7. في البدء. 8. الإيمان بالمسيح. 9. هل آمنت بالله؟ 10. جزء من القرآن. 11. ما آمنت بشيء. 12. من البدء آمنت بالمسيح. Note that bi means by or in. In English we say believe in, faith in, by God. Iman billahi, imanun billahi, imanun billahi. Faith in, by God, imanun billahi. Faith in Christ, the Messiah, imanun bil masihi, imanun bil masihi. Faith in Christ, the Messiah, imanun bil masihi. Exercise 13b. To Arabic. 1. He believed in the Qur'an. 2. He did not believe in the advent of Christ. Note that maji' here equals the coming of. The absence of the article will be explained in lesson 19. Endnote. 5. Hast thou not believed in Christ? 6. From the beginning. 7. In the beginning. 8. Faith in Christ. 9. Hast thou feminine believed in God? 10. A section, juz' of the Qur'an. 11. I believed in nothing. Literally, I did not believe in a thing. 12. From the beginning she believed in Christ. Exam paper 13. Send for correction with full address. A. To English. 1. آمنت بالمسيح. 2.
كتب للرسل.
3. رجل لئيم. 4. الغلام اللئيم. 5. أخذت السيف من الرجل. 6. كسر الباب. 5. To Arabic. 1. The son struck the man. 2. She did not write the book. 3. I did not believe in anything. 4. She took the sword from the man. 5. Did you not kill the camel? 6. Faith in God. Lesson 14. Pronominal affixes. 1. How does Arabic differ from English in the use of forms for some personal pronouns? You, me, us, etc. Arabic has pronominal affixes to affix to words to which the pronouns may be united, such as prepositions, nouns, and verbs. 2. Give the 5 singular pronominal affixes for objective case, etc. Third person, him, who, him, who, her, 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 Second person, the masculine, ke, the masculine, ke. The feminine, ki, the feminine, ki. First person, me, masculine and feminine, e, me, masculine and feminine, e. Note well, these affixes must be read from right to left. 3. What new letter is this? The ha, which has the sound of the ordinary English aspirate h. Power, h. Name, ha, initial ha, medial ha, final ha, separate ha. 4. Give examples of the affixes when joined to the preposition to. Li, to me, li, to me, li. To thee, feminine, leki, to thee, feminine, leki. To thee, masculine, leke, to thee, masculine, leke. To her, leha, to her, leha. To him, lahu, to him, lahu. 5. What strikes one as curious here? That the lam only once keeps its kasra, to me, and in the other 4 forms takes a fatha. Note well, read the forms in 4 from right to left, commencing with the 3rd masculine. 6. How are these forms used? To supply the lack of the verb to have in Arabic, li, used as in the following examples, signifies permanent possession. There being no verb, it cannot govern in accusative. A. Lahu akhun, to him there is a brother, that is, he has a brother. Lahu akhun, he has a brother, lahu akhun. B. Laha ukhtun, to her there is a sister, that is, she has a sister. Laha ukhtun, she has a sister. Laha ukhtun. C. Li ummun, to me there is a mother, that is, I have a mother. Li ummun, I have a mother. Li ummun. D. Ali shay'un, have I a thing, that is, have I anything? Ali shay'un, have I anything? Ali shay'un. Note well, the square brackets denote that the words within them are not expressed in English, so in other lessons. 7. Can the lam of possession be prefixed to nouns with alif lam? Yes, but the alif is lost. Lil amiri ummun, the prince has a mother. للأمير أم للأمير أم. The prince has a mother. 8. للأمير مدينة. What case is Medina? It is nominative, not accusative. Why is this? 9. What will turn these sentences into an interrogative form? Either of the interrogative particles e or hel. 10. Mention one particle for making sentences negative. Ma. Compare lesson 4.4. 11. هل للمدينة باب? What case is bab? Why? ألك شيء? What case is شيء? Why? Exercise 14a. To English. 1. أله أخ? 2. هل لي أخ؟ 3. ما لك شيء؟ 4. ألها شيء؟ 5. هل لها أخت؟ 6. أما لي أم؟ 7. هل كتبت الكتابة؟ 8. هل كتبت الكتابة؟ 9. أللأمير أخت؟ 10. هل للمدينة باب؟ Exercise 14b. Translate your English back to Arabic. Lesson 15. Affixes continued. 1. Transliterate the Arabic word sultanun. Sultanun. Its meaning is emperor or king. 2. What two new letters are here introduced? The ta', a strong T, and noon, which has an N sound. The ta' is allied to wa', a strong Z. Name ta', initial ta', medial ta', final ta', separate ta'. Power ta', hard. Name wa', initial wa', medial wa', final wa', separate wa'. Power wa', strong. Name noon, initial noon, medial noon, final noon, separate noon. Power Note well, ta' makes the fatha sound like o in tawny, and wa' is an explosive sound, sometimes transliterated ZHA with a circumflex. It is much heavier than the simple zain. 3. Will not two of the forms of the noon, the initial and the medial, be confused with the initial and medial ba'? No. The diacritic point is above in the case of the noon and beneath in the case of the ba'. Medial ba' and initial ba'. 4. We will now give the plural forms of the pronominal affixes beneath the corresponding singular forms. Singular third person. Him, hu. Plural. Hum. Them, masculine. Hum. Hum. Them. Hum. Singular third person. Ha. Her. Hair, hair, her. Plural, hunna, them, feminine. Hunna, hunna, them, feminine. Hunna. Singular second person. Ke, the, masculine. Ke, the, masculine. Plural, kum, you masculine, kum, kum, you masculine, kum. Singular second person, ki, the feminine. Plural, kunna, you feminine, kunna, kunna, you feminine, kunna. Singular first person, I, me, masculine and feminine. Plural, na, us, na, na, us, na. Note well, read from right to left and learn by heart. 5. What letter is always found in the third person pronominal affixes, both in the singular and in the plural? The ha. See 14.2. Hu, ha, hum, hunna. 6. And what letter is inseparable from the second person pronominal affixes, both singular and plural? The kaf. Ke, ki, kum, kunna. 7. What is the case of these affixes? They are accusative if joined to a verb, and genitive if affixed to a noun or preposition. Examples of accusative: kasartuhu, I broke it. Kasartuhu, kasartuhu, I broke it. Kasartuhu. Darabatha, she struck her. Darabatha, darabatha, she struck her. Darabatha. Examples of genitive: sultanuna, our sultan. Sultanuna, sultanuna, our sultan. Sultanuna. Ma'akum, with you. Ma'akum, ma'akum, with you. Ma'akum. 8. But how is na genitive in sultanuna? Our sultan is the sultan of us. Compare rasuluhu, his apostle, and rasulullahi, the apostle of God, that is, God's apostle. Ismul Malik, the name of the king, that is, the king's name. Abuhu, the father of him, that is, his father. Explained in detail in lesson 19. 9. But where are the nominative pronouns? These are in Arabic the real pronouns, being subjects of sentences, etc. They are given detached, separate words, as nahnu, we, ana, I, etc. Details in lesson 25. 10. Note well, the following words take alif kasra at the commencement of a sentence, but wasla when linked on to a preceding word. That wasla indicates that the preceding vowel is to be linked in pronunciation. Ibnun, son. Ibnun, ibnun, son. Ibnun. Ismun, name. Ismun, ismun, name. Ismun. Ibnatun, daughter. Ibnatun, ibnatun, daughter. Ibnatun. 2. Masculine. Ithnani, ithnani. 2. Masculine. Ithnani. Ithnatani. 2. Feminine. Ithnatani, ithnatani. 2. Feminine. Ithnatani.
Imra'atun,
Woman or wife.
imra'atun, imra'atun,
Woman or wife.
imra'atun.
Note well, in our vocabularies and in many places, but not in full reading exercises, we may drop the grammatical tanween un. We shall also, as soon as possible, dispense with transliteration. 11. Note that ebun, father, has not a wasleh. A missing waw is supplied before the pronominal affix. Abuha, her father. Abuha, abuha, her father. Abuha. Abuke, thy father. Abuke, abuke, thy father. Abuke. 12. Ibnun, when occurring in genealogies as Ahmad son of Zayd son of Umar, omits its alif. Thus, Ahmad ibn Zayd ibn Amr. Exercise 15a. 2 English. 1. أما لهم ابن. 2. لنبن. 3. هل لكن أخت. 4. ألي أخت. 5. لها أب وأم. 6. هل لكم ملك. 7. لهم ملك وأمير. 8. لنا سلطان. 9. اسم الملك. 10. أكلت مع أمها.
11.
أخذها معه. 12. هل ابنك معك? Exercise 15b. 2 Arabic. 1. Have they not a son? Whether not to them a son? 2. We have a son. To us there is a son. 3. Have you, feminine, a sister? 4. Have I a sister? To me is there a sister? 5. Has she? To her there is a father and mother. 6. Have you, masculine, a king? 7. They, masculine, have a king and a prince. 8. We have an emperor. 9. The king's name. 10. She ate with her mother. 11. He took her with him. 12. Is your son with you, feminine? Self-test 15. 1. Write out the singular and plural pronominal affixes. 2. What is the difference between the first letters of ab and ibn? End of lessons 11 to 15 from Arabic Simplified. A practical grammar of written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers, and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani. Read by Abu Jalal.
Lessons 16 to 20 from Arabic Simplified, a practical grammar of written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers, and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani. Recorded for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Arabic Simplified, a practical grammar of written Arabic in 200 lessons by Arthur T. Upson. Lesson 16. Revision of characters. 1. Let us learn the whole alphabet in order. Also vowels, signs, etc. Name. Alif Hamza. Initial alif. Medial alif. Final alif. Detached alif. Transliteration apostrophe. name. Ba', initial ba', medial ba', final ba', detached ba'. Transliteration b. Name. Ta', initial ta', medial ta', final ta', detached ta'. Transliteration t. Tha', initial tha', medial tha', final tha', detached tha'. Transliteration th. Jeem, initial jeem, medial jeem, final jeem, detached jeem. Transliteration j or g. Ha', initial ha', medial ha', final ha', detached ha'. Transliteration h with a dot under it or double h. Kha', initial kha', medial kha', final kha', detached kha'. Transliteration kh. Name. Dal, initial dal, medial dal, final dal, detached dal. Transliteration d. Dhal, initial dhal, medial dhal, final dhal, detached dhal. Transliteration dh. Ra', initial ra', medial ra', final ra', detached ra'. Transliteration r. Zain, initial zain, medial zain, final zain, detached zain. Transliteration z. Seen, initial seen, medial seen, final seen, detached seen. Transliteration s. Sheen, initial sheen, medial sheen, final sheen, detached sheen. Transliteration sh. Sawd, initial sawd, medial sawd, final sawd, detached sawd. Transliteration s with a dot under it or double s. Bod, initial bod, medial bod, final bod, detached bod. Transliteration d with a dot under it or double d. Ba', initial ba', medial ba', final ba', detached ba'. Transliteration t with a dot under it or double t. Wa', initial wa', medial wa', final wa', detached wa'. Transliteration z with a dot under it or zh. Ain, initial ain, medial ain, final ain, detached ain. Transliteration right facing apostrophe. Ghain, ghain, initial ghain, medial ghain, final ghain, detached ghain. Transliteration gh or ghr. Fa', initial fa', medial fa', final fa', detached fa'. Transliteration f. Qaf, initial qaf, medial qaf, final qaf, detached qaf. Transliteration q. Kaf, initial kaf, medial kaf, final kaf, detached kaf. Transliteration k. Lam, initial lam, medial lam, final lam, detached lam. Transliteration l. Meme, initial meme, medial meme, final meme, detached meme. Transliteration m. Noon, initial noon, medial noon, final noon, detached noon. Transliteration n. Ha', initial ha', medial ha', final ha', detached ha'. Transliteration h. Well, initial well, medial well, final well, detached well. Transliteration w. Ya', initial ya', medial ya', final ya', detached ya'. Transliteration y or I. Lam alif, initial lam alif, medial lam alif, final lam alif, detached lam alif. Transliteration L-A with a circumflex. La. 2. Give the vowels and diphthongs. Tanween dhamma, un. Dhamma, u. Long, oo. Tanween fatha, an. Fatha, a. Long, a. Tanween kasra, in. Kasra, i. Long, e. E. Diphthongs a, ow. 3. Other signs. Hamza, full powers of consonant. Madda, one alif written across. Wasla, for linking words. Shadda, for doubling or strengthening. Sukoon, rest or silence, also called jazma. 4. The figures. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 16 17 18 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 مئة وواحد مئة واثنان. 5. Note the curious fact that numbers run from left to right as in English. Compare 1917, 1921. 6. The numerical order and values of the alphabet, that is, the use of the Arabic consonants as figures, will be found at the end of our course. It is withheld from the student at this stage to avoid distracting attention, but those who wish may compare the Hebrew names of the letters forming the subheadings of the 119th Psalm, English Bible, with this order of Arabic characters: Alif, Ba, Jim, Dal, Ha, Waw, Zain, Ha, Ta, Ya. 7. Which are the 6 letters which cannot be joined to the letters following them? Initial, separate alif, medial, final alif. Initial, separate dal, medial, final dal. Initial, separate dhal, medial, final dhal. Initial, separate ra, medial, final ra. Initial, separate zain, medial, final zain. Initial, separate waw, medial, final waw. To these we may add the double letters lam alif, which always has the alif written athwart the lam. La. 8. Vocabulary 16. Memorize carefully. Day. Yawmun. Yawmun. Day. Yawmun. Abode. Darun. Darun. Abode. Darun. Religion or judgment. Dinun. Dinun. Religion or judgment. Dinun. Islam. Al-Islamu. Al-Islamu. Islam. Al-Islamu. Gold. Dhahabun. Dhahabun. Gold. Dhahabun. Peace. Salamun. Salamun. Peace. Salamun. Vizier, that is, minister. Wazirun. Wazirun. Vizier, that is, minister. Wazirun. Egypt. Misru. Misru. Egypt. Misru. Letter, epistle. Risalatun. Risalatun. Letter, epistle. Risalatun. Bread. Khubzun. Khubzun. Bread. Khubzun. Lesson 17. Ta marbuta and alif maqsura. 1. Does this include all forms of the letters? No. There are special forms of 2 letters, which in its final form is written final ha, Now, this letter is generally the sign of the feminine gender and can be affixed to very many of the masculine nouns. Not quite all, because while rajul is man, a separate word, imra'ah, is used for woman. 2. How is it shown that this final ha is the feminine ending? It takes the 2 dots of the ta, thus ibnatun, daughter. But in speaking or in newspaper reading, this tanween is always dropped, as it is only a case ending, and the word is pronounced ibna. Similarly, madinatun, Medina, a city. For example, al-Madina, city where Muhammad was buried. Compare also qabilatun, qabila, a tribe. Note, the common word for girl, also daughter, is bintun, a corruption of the above ibnatun. 3. But is not the T sound sometimes heard? Yes. When the word is the antecedent of the construct state, then the T is sounded. Explained in 1910. The daughter of the judge. Ibnatul Qadi. Ibnatul Qadi. The daughter of the judge. Ibnatul Qadi. The prophet's city. Madinatun Nabi. Madinatun Nabi. The prophet's city. Madinatun Nabi. The tribe of Quraysh. Qabilatu Quraysh. Qabilatu Quraysh. The tribe of Quraysh. Qabilatu Quraysh. The prophet's word. Kalimatun Nabi. Kalimatun Nabi. The prophet's word. Kalimatun Nabi. The prophet's letter, epistle, message. Risalatun Nabi. Risalatun Nabi. The prophet's letter, epistle, message. Risalatun Nabi. The chapter of the cow. Suratul Baqarah. Suratul Baqarah. The chapter of the cow. Suratul Baqarah. 4. How do we distinguish this use of the T from the ordinary ta'? We call this ta' marbuta, which means tied up ta'. 5. What is the other letter that has a distinct form under a special name? The ya', which when written without its dots, does not make the long e. In other words, is not homogeneous to the kasra, but to our surprise, acts as a prolongation of the fatha. 6. But is not that the work of alif? Exactly. So this is a second alif. The first alif can be called alif mamdudah, extended alif. This comes from a root meaning to stretch out. Compare medda from the same root, 1511. The ya without dots is then called alif maqsura, shortened alif, and is only used at the end of nouns. 7. Give examples of alif maqsura. Guidance, hudan, hudan. Guidance, hudan. The guidance, al-huda, al-huda. The guidance, al-huda. Fever, al-humma, al-humma. Fever, al-humma. A youth, lad. Feten, feten. A youth, lad. Feten. When, interrogative. Meta, meta. When, interrogative. Meta. To, towards. Ila, ila. To, towards. Ila. Upon, on. Ala, ala. Upon, on. Ala. 8. What characteristic is common to ta marbuta and alif maqsura? Both are used at the ends of words, and both are invariably preceded by a fatha. 9. Is the fatha sometimes written upright? Yes. This is the mark which shows that an alif of prolongation is to be pronounced, though not written. It is quite common in al-Qur'án, which had not originally the vowels written, to fix the pronunciation. The vowel marks were added later, and the upright fatha shown where the long fatha was to be pronounced in the absence of the alif. It is not now much used. The following are its chief examples. The compassionate one, al-Rahman, al-Rahman. The compassionate one, al-Rahman. The heavens, as-samawat, as-samawat. The heavens, as-samawat. That, those, demonstrative. ذلك, أولئك, ذلك, أولئك. That, those, demonstrative. ذلك, أولئك. This, these, demonstrative. هذا, هؤلاء, هذا, هؤلاء. This, these, demonstrative. هذا, هؤلاء. But he. لكن, لكنه, لكن, لكنه. But he. لكن, لكنه. Life, Quran spelling. حياة, حياة. Life, Quran spelling. حياة. Life, modern spelling. حياة, حياة. Life, modern spelling. حياة. Prayer, Qur'an spelling. صلاة, صلاة. Prayer, Qur'an spelling. صلاة. Prayer, modern spelling. صلاة, صلاة. Prayer, modern spelling. صلاة. Exercise 17a. 1. أنظرت الفتى على الجبل. 2. نعم نظرته. 3. هل أخذ كتابه معه؟ 4. نعم أخذه. ركب جملا. 5. ما اسم ذلك الفتى؟ 6. اسمه زيد بن محمد بن أحمد. 7. ألي هذا الغلام أب وأم؟ 8. نعم له أب وأم وأخ وأخت. Exercise 17b. Did you see the lad on the mountain? 2. Yes, I saw him. 3. Did he take his book with him? 4. Yes, he took it and rode, mounted, a camel. 5. What is that lad's name? 6. His name is Zayd, the son of Muhammad Ahmad. Has this young man a father and mother? 8. Yes, he has a father, mother, brother, and sister. Lesson 18. Dual and plural. 1. Return to the verb forms of the past tense and learn the dual and plural. Singular. He struck. ضرب. She struck. ضربت.
Thou struckest.
Masculine. ضربت.
Thou struckest feminine.
ضربتي. I struck. ضربت. Dual. They two struck. ضربا. They two feminine struck. ضربتا. You two struck. ضربتما. Plural. They struck. ضربوا. They struck feminine. ضربنا. You struck masculine. ضربتم. You struck feminine. ضربتن. We struck. ضربنا. 2. What have we here in these plural and dual forms? 8 new person forms, that is, endings to distinguish the persons included in the verb. namely a, te, they two, tume, you two, u, they masculine, ne, they feminine, tum, you, tunya, you feminine, ne, we masculine and feminine. 3. We observe here that Arabic has 3 numbers, singular for 1, dual for 2, and plural for more than 2. Note that there is no dual for the first person, the plural being used. Write and memorize. Kasira, to break. Kasira, kasira, to break. Kasira, he broke. Kasira, kasira, he broke. Kasira, she broke. Kasirat, kasirat, she broke. Kasirat, thou masculine didst break. Kasarta, kasarta, thou masculine didst break. Kasarta, thou feminine didst break. Kasarti, kasarti, thou feminine didst break. Kasarti, I broke. Kasartu, kasartu, I broke. Kasartu, they too masculine broke. Kasira, kasira, they too masculine broke. Kasira, they too feminine broke. Kasirata, kasirata, they too feminine broke. Kasirata, you two broke. Kasirtuma, kasirtuma, you two broke. Kasirtuma, they masculine broke. Kasaru, kasaru, they masculine broke. Kasaru, they feminine broke. Kasarna, kasarna, they feminine broke. Kasarna, you masculine broke. Kasartum, kasartum, you masculine broke. Kasartum, you feminine broke. Kasartunna, kasartunna, you feminine broke. Kasartunna, we broke. Kasarna, kasarna, we broke. Kasarna. 5. Is the alif at the end of darabu pronounced? No, it is not pronounced. Its only function seems to be to show the absence of any affixed pronoun. For example, when the pronoun her is affixed, as in they struck her, the alif is omitted. Kasaruhu, darabuki, darabuha. Exercise 18a. 1. هل أخذتم سيفكم معكم؟ نعم أخذناه. 2. أضربوا الجمل بالسيف؟ نعم ضربوه وقتلوه. 3. وهل ابنك ذهب معهم؟ نعم ذهب معهم إلى مدينتي. 4. إلى مدينتك؟ نعم إلى مدينتي. 5. ما اسمه؟ اسم ابن أحمد. 6. هل أخذوا خبزا معهم؟ أخذوه وأكلوه. Exercise 18b. 1. Did you, plural, take your sword with you? Yes, we took it. 2. Did they strike the camel with the sword? Yes, they struck it and killed it. 3. And did your son go with them? Yes, he went with them to my town. 4. To your town? Yes, to my town. 5. What is his name? My son's name is Ahmed. 6. Did they take bread with them? They took it and ate it. 2 students. 1. It has come to my knowledge that 1 or 2 students have misunderstood the instructions and are translating from Arabic to English only. This is a very serious error. That is, to discard 1/2 of every exercise, and that the most important half. Please let it be understood that every exercise must be answered in full, both exercise A and exercise B. 2. Note well. Thoroughly master lesson 19, as it deals with a characteristic Arabic idiom of fundamental importance. ATU. Lesson 19. Nouns in construction. 1. What is one of the chief peculiarities of Arabic in common with other Semitic languages? The way in which it places two nouns side by side in order to express such ideas as possession, material, cause, effect, etc. 2. Give an example of this simple juxtaposition so as to express possession. How will the single idea of possession in reference to the two nouns, sword and man, be formed in Arabic? How is the sword of the man written, for instance, in Arabic? Sayfu rajuli, the sword of the man, the man's sword. Sayfu rajuli, sayfu rajuli, the man's sword. Sayfu rajuli. 3. What have we here? Let us examine carefully. Sword alone is sayfun, but the first word has lost its tanween dhammah. Therefore here it is not indefinite, that is, it has become defined. 4. What is said to have happened to this first noun, sword? It is said to be annexed, since it is joined to the second noun, which is called the one annexed to. It cannot stand independently. Alone it expresses nothing completely. It can only be explained as generally requiring, as in this case, our English word of. So the first noun can be translated by the sword of, but we do not write the article. Why not? Because the first noun, sayf, is considered to be sufficiently defined by its juxtaposition to al-rajul, which is then put in the genitive as governed by of. 5. What term is employed to express the dependent state of the first of the two nouns thus linked together, a state which requires the English word of to be supplied to convey the sense of incompleteness entailed by the form of the first noun? The first noun is said to be in the construct state form, or in a state of construction, as it is built into its second noun. 6. Why has rajulin in sayfu rajulin a tanween kasra rajulin and not a tanween dhammah? Because it is in the genitive case, governed by of understood, or it may be said to be in possessive case, a man's sword. 7. A book's name, ismu kitabin, ismu kitabin, a book's name, ismu kitabin. Everything, kullu shay'in, kullu shay'in, everything, kullu shay'in. 8. Some Arabic grammarians give the name oblique case to every noun not directly nominative or accusative, so that they call the genitive case, the dative case, the ablative case, oblique cases. 9. Then how many cases shall we say there are in Arabic? 3 cases. Nominative is the subject of the verb. Accusative is the direct object of a transitive verb. Genitive or oblique is governed by of or other prepositions, etc., or possessive. 10. How do we speak of the two nouns in construction? The first one is the antecedent, and the second the consequent. Note well, the antecedent, in ordinary cases, does not need the definite article. See 4. 11. Does the consequent, more often than not, have the definite article? It may do so, but only if it is already definite before being put into the construct state. In the phrase al-Kitabi, the people of the book, al-Kitab was originally definite. Therefore, its only change, as a consequent, is that it replaces nominative case by oblique case, as shown by the kasra. 12 examples. The people of the house. Ahlul bayti. Ahlul bayti. The people of the house. Ahlul bayti. The man's family. Ahlul rajuli. Ahlul rajuli. The man's family. Ahlul rajuli. The king's children. Awladul maliki. Awladul maliki. The king's children. Awladul maliki. The origin of the universe. Aslul kawni. Aslul kawni. The origin of the universe. Aslul kawni.
13. Suppose the consequent is a proper noun. It will take no article unless it be one of those few names already possessing the article, as al-Hasan. Real Arabic names are often nunated as Muhammadun, then Kitabu Muhammadin. Foreign names not so. Kitabu Ibrahim. Lesson 52.8. Ahlu Misra, the people of Egypt. For a Celtic example, see Bed Gelert, that is Gelert's grave. 14. Does the antecedent always take dhamma? Its vowel depends, of course, upon its case, that is, upon its place in the sentence. They broke the man's pen. Kasaru qalam al-rajuli. They broke the man's pen. Kasaru qalam al-rajuli. The sun struck the man's head. ضربت الشمس رأس الرجل. The sun struck the man's head. ضربت الشمس رأس الرجل. I have seen Mount Hermon. نظرت جبل الشيخ. نظرت جبل الشيخ. I have seen Mount Hermon. نظرت جبل الشيخ. We wrote with your pen. كتبنا بقلمك. كتبنا بقلمك. We wrote with your pen. كتبنا بقلمك. Did the sun strike his head? هل ضربت الشمس رأسه؟ هل ضربت الشمس رأسه؟ Did the sun strike his head? هل ضربت الشمس رأسه؟ King of the kings and Lord of the lords. ملك الملوك ورب الأرباب. ملك الملوك ورب الأرباب. King of the kings and Lord of the lords. ملك الملوك ورب الأرباب. 15. May the consequent of one noun be at the same time the antecedent of another? Certainly. Here are 4 examples. One of the king's children. أحد أولاد الملك. أحد أولاد الملك. One of the king's children. أحد أولاد الملك. I struck one of the king's children. ضربت أحد أولاد الملك. ضربت أحد أولاد الملك. I struck one of the king's children. ضربت أحد أولاد الملك. I wrote to one of the king's children. كتبت إلى أحد أولاد الملك. كتبت إلى أحد أولاد الملك. I wrote to one of the king's children. كتبت إلى أحد أولاد الملك. We went to the house of the tribe's chief. ذهبنا إلى بيت شيخ القبيلة. ذهبنا إلى بيت شيخ القبيلة. We went to the house of the tribe's chief. ذهبنا إلى بيت شيخ القبيلة. 6. What common error must the student avoid? That of thinking English, resulting in the prefixing of the article to the antecedent of a noun in construction. Think not of the name of a man, but of a man's name. Ismu rajulin. Ismu rajulin. A man's name. Ismu rajulin. 17. Note the names of mountains, etc. in Wales, Pennines, etc. In Welsh, E is the same as L. Compare Betosicoid, Bolchidilfan, Penigant, etc. Exercise 19a. 2 English. 1. Yawmuddini. 2. Darul Islami. 3. Ibn Sultani. 4. Sultanu Misra. 5. ذهب الوزير. 6. دين الإسلام. 7. أخذت قلم الوزير. 8. أكلت خبز الملك. 9. لا ما أكلته. 10. رسالة الملك. 11. هل ذهبت إلى دار الإسلام. 12. ذهبت إلى جبل الشيخ. Exercise 19b. 2. Arabic. 1. The Day of Judgment. 2. The Abode of Peace, Dar es Salaam, East Africa. 3. The Emperor's Son. 4. The Sultan of Egypt. 5. The gold of the Vizier, the Vizier's gold. 6. The religion of Islam, Muhammadanism. 7. Hast thou masculine taken the Vizier's pen? 8. Hast thou masculine eaten the king's bread? 9. No, I have not eaten it. 10. The king's letter. 11. Did you go to Dar es Salaam? 12. I went to the Sheikh's mountain, Hermon. Note well, memorize the examples found in this lesson if possible. It is to Arabic what the Pons Asinorum Euclid 1.5 is to geometry. Lesson 20. Exercise in transliteration. A. Arabic to Roman characters. Transliterate exercise 18a. B. Roman characters back to Arabic, correct by A. Examination paper 20. To be answered without assistance and sent up for correction. Give student's name, address, and number. A. Translate to English. 1. آمنت القبيلة بدين الإسلام. آمنت القبيلة بدين الإسلام. 2. ابنة النبي في مدينة القاضي. ابنة النبي في مدينة القاضي. 3. هل لهم سلطان؟ هل لهم سلطان؟ 4. لنا خبز الحياة. لنا خبز الحياة. 5. أنظرت الرجل والغلام. أنظرت الرجل والغلام. 6. أما أكلت الخبز؟ أما أكلت الخبز؟ 7. ألك أخت؟ ألك أخت؟ 8. لهم ملك وأمير. لهم ملك وأمير. 9. هل أهل الكتاب في مصر؟ هل أهل الكتاب في مصر؟ 10. ملك السماوات. ملك السماوات. 11. أكتب الملك رسالة؟ أكتب الملك رسالة؟ 12. هل للملك ابن؟ هل للملك ابن؟ B. Translate to Arabic. 1. He believed in the Qur'an. 2. The people of the scripture are in Dar es Salaam. 3. Has the prince a city? 4. Didst thou write the book with the man's pen? 5. The sun struck a youth. 6. Did she not ride? 7. Did she believe in a book? 8. Have you, plural, any food? 9. Did she write the letter? 10. The day of the judgment. 11.
I believed in God's book from the beginning. 12. I struck off the youth's head with the sword. C. What is a madda and what is a wasla? End of lessons 16 to 20 from Arabic Simplified, a practical grammar of written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani. Read by Abu Jalal. Lessons 21 to 25 from Arabic Simplified, a practical grammar of written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani, recorded for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Lesson 21. Eye, voice and ear exercise. 1. How is the word ilahun pronounced? It is ilahun in reading or ilah in speaking, and means a god or deity. It has a plural form, alihatun, deities. 2. How do we write the god or the deity? El-ilahu, but in speaking omit the final vowel u, and still pronounce the h by aspirating after the upright fatha, like the English word ah when correctly pronounced. That is, ah. 3. How do Muslims write the word Allah? What does it mean? Allah is written alif, lam, lam, shadda above the lam, ha, which is a contraction of el-ilahu. It has a wasla here, but it takes a simple fatha when it begins a sentence. After the alif, the two lams coalesce as shown by the shadda. The word means God, the only deity. 4. How is Allah pronounced? The middle fatha is very broad and is pronounced like aw in awful, and this reacts upon the first fatha also, so we must practice saying Allah, though we still transliterate it A-L-L-A-H. But when the word is preceded by a kasra, as for example from a prefixed preposition, then and only then the word is much lighter and is sounded almost like the short fatha. For example, Alhamdulillah, praise be to God. The lam preposition, meaning to, is prefixed and joined on in the place of the alif wasla, but not separately shown in writing. For the Arabic never writes three lams together. The accent falls upon la, but lightly so. Note well, we omit the last vowel of the sentence to make the pause, like Qur'an readers. Exercise 21a, eye, voice and ear exercise. A. The Arabic order is usually verb before the subject, but occasionally the subject precedes for emphasis. B. Prepositions govern nouns in the oblique case with kasra. C. Now read aloud with careful enunciation and memorize. E. Keep on day after day for 15 minutes at a time,
long after you have passed on to lessons 22 to 30. Memorize, memorize. The secret is read aloud. You must do that. 1. Bismillahi walhamdulillah. Bismillahi walhamdulillah. Bismillahi walhamdulillah. 2. Abdullahi wa Rasulullah. Abdullahi wa Rasulullah. Abdullahi wa Rasulullah. 3. كتب رسول الله رسالة. كتب رسول الله رسالة. كتب رسول الله رسالة. 4. كتب رسول الله رسالة إلى عبد الملك. كتب رسول الله رسالة إلى عبد الملك. كتب رسول الله رسالة إلى عبد الملك. 5. بعث رسول الله رسالة إلى الملك ووزيره. بعث رسول الله رسالة إلى الملك ووزيره. بعث رسول الله رسالة إلى الملك ووزيره. 6. كتب رسول الله رسالة إلى ابن الملك بقلم الوزير. كتب رسول الله رسالة إلى ابن الملك بقلم الوزير. كتب رسول الله رسالة إلى ابن الملك بقلم الوزير. 7. بعث رسول الله كتابا إلى ابن الملكة. بعث رسول الله كتابا إلى ابن الملكة. بعث رسول الله كتابا إلى ابن الملكة. 8. بعثت الملكة كتابا إلى رسول الله. بعثت الملكة كتابا إلى رسول الله. بعثت الملكة كتابا إلى رسول الله. 9. قطع الوزير رأس رسول الملك. قطع الوزير رأس رسول الملك. قطع الوزير رأس رسول الملك. 10. يد الله مع الجماعة. يد الله مع الجماعة. يد الله مع الجماعة. Exercise 21B. Retranslate to the Arabic of 21A. 1. In the name of God and praise to God. 2. The servant, slave of God, Abdullah, and God's apostle. 3. The apostle of God, that is Muhammad, wrote a letter. 4. God's apostle wrote a letter to the king's servant, slave. 5. The apostle of God sent a letter to the king and his vizier, minister. 6. The apostle of God wrote a letter to the king's son with the vizier's pen. 7. The apostle of God sent a book or a writing to the queen's son. 8. The queen sent a book to the apostle of God. 9. The wazir cut off the head of the king's messenger. 10. God's hand is with the company. A tradition commending unity of action. Lesson 22. The model form. 1. For what technical purpose is the form fa'ala used? This root in the order of its letters, fa, ain, lam, supplies model names for the first, second, and third letter of any root, so that we can speak of them technically. Thus, the first root letter of any verb is named its fa', and the second root letter of any verb is named its ayn, and the third root letter of any verb is named its lam. 2. This root in its past tense, singular and plural, must now be memorized perfectly before the student proceeds farther. Singular, he did. Fa'ala, fa'ala, he did. Fa'ala, she did. Fa'alat, fa'alat, she did. Fa'alat. Thou didst, masculine. Fa'alta, fa'alta. Thou didst, masculine. Fa'alta. Thou didst, feminine. Fa'alti, fa'alti. Thou didst, feminine. Fa'alti. I did. Fa'altu, fa'altu. I did. Fa'altu. Dual, they too did. Fa'ala, fa'ala. They too did. Fa'ala. They too, feminine, did. Fa'alata, fa'alata. They too, feminine, did. Fa'alata. You two did. Fa'altuma, fa'altuma. You two did. Fa'altuma. Plural, they, masculine, did. Fa'alu, fa'alu. They, masculine, did. Fa'alu. They, feminine, did. Fa'alna, fa'alna. They, feminine, did. Fa'alna. You, masculine, did. Fa'altum, fa'altum. You, masculine, did. Fa'altum. You, feminine, did. Fa'altunna, fa'altunna. You, feminine, did. Fa'altunna. We did. Fa'alna, fa'alna. We did. Fa'alna. 3. Give the transliteration. Singular, fa'ala, fa'alat, fa'alta, fa'alti, fa'altu. Dual, fa'ala, fa'alata, fa'altuma. Plural, fa'alu, fa'alna, fa'altum, fa'altunna, fa'alna. 4. Explain the constructive use made of the three radicals fa, ayn, lam. They form a basal type root or model for all verbs, etc. We may add some of the servile letters, 49.2, to it, and thus get a form, which we should call in algebra a formula, and upon this form we build our derived words. Thus, for example, we add an alif to the fa of the root, and we get a form fa'ilun, which means one doing, doer, fa'ilun. We then make hundreds of words on this form. See lesson 23. Katibun, a clerk. Katibun, katibun, a clerk. Katibun. And qatilun, a murderer. Qatilun, qatilun, a murderer. Qatilun are both said to be upon the form or measure fa'ilun, because each one inserts an alif after the fa or first radical of its verb. 5. Is the model form used for verbs, etc.? It can be used for all parts of speech. Thus we say that iftakara, to think, iftakara, is conjugation 8 on the form ifta'ala, and we say that jamilun, handsome, is on the form fa'ilun. Vocabulary 22. The man, masculine. El-rajulu, el-rajulu. The man, masculine. El-rajulu. Man, the race. El-insanu, el-insanu. Man, the race. El-insanu. The girls. El-banatu, el-banatu. The girls, el-banatu. The lesson, ad-darsu, ad-darsu. The lesson, ad-darsu. What? Mada, mada. What? ماذا? Why? لماذا? لماذا? Why? لماذا? There is not. ليس. ليس. There is not. ليس. But rather. بل. بل. But rather. بل. Exercise 22A. To English. 1. هل للأمير ابنة؟ 2. نعم له بنت. 3. أله ابن؟ لا ليس له ابن. 4. هل فتحت بنت الأمير الباب؟ 5. لا بل المرأة فتحته. 6. هل فتحوه؟ نعم فتحوه. 8. هل أولاد الشيخ قتلوا ابن الأمير؟ 8. لماذا فعلوا ذلك؟ 9. أين ابنة الأمير؟ 10. ابنته مع أمها. Exercise 22B. To Arabic. 1. Has the prince a daughter? 2. Yes, he has a daughter. 3. Has he a son? No, he has no son. 4. Did the prince's daughter open the door? 5. No, but the woman opened it. 6. Did they open it? Yes, they opened it. 7. Did the sheikh's children kill the prince's son? 8. Why did they do that? 9. Where is the prince's daughter? 10. His daughter is with her mother. Some useful adverbs, etc. Here. هنا. هنا. Here. هنا. There. هناك. هناك. There. هناك. Where? Interrogative. أين. أين. Where? Interrogative. أين. Where? Relative. حيث. حيث. Where? Relative. حيث. How? Interrogative. كيف. كيف. How? Interrogative. كيف. When? Interrogative. متى. متى. When? Interrogative. متى. When? Conjunction. لما. لما. When? Conjunction. لما. Then? Conjunction. ثم. ثم. Then? Conjunction. ثم. Very. Much. جدا. جدا. Very. Much. جدا. Also. Again. أيضا. أيضا. Also. Again. أيضا. Self-test paper 22. 1. What special use is made of the radicals of the root فعل, to do? 2. Write out from memory فعل, singular and plural. 3. Similarly, ضرب. Lesson 23. Nouns of agent and object. 1. How many parts of speech are there in Arabic? 3. The verb al-fi'l, al-fi'l, the verb al-fi'l. The noun al-ism, al-ism, the noun al-ism. The particle al-harf, al-harf, the particle al-harf. 2. What can ism, the Arabic noun, include? It includes the substantive, adjective, numeral, personal, demonstrative, and relative pronoun, and particle. 3. How many classes of particles are there? 2. First, the noun of agent or active participle, pronounced ismul fa'il, ismul fa'il. The noun of agent or active participle, ismul fa'il. Second, the noun of object or passive participle, pronounced ismul maf'ul. Ismul maf'ul. The noun of object or passive participle, ismul maf'ul. 4. Give examples of this active participle or noun of agent. To strike, ضرب. One who strikes, ضارب. ضارب. One who strikes, ضارب. That is a striker. One who does, فاعل. فاعل. One who does, a doer, laborer, فاعل. To write, كتب. One who writes, a writer, clerk, كاتب. كاتب. One who writes, a writer, clerk, كاتب. To dwell, سكن. One who dwells, an inhabitant, ساكن. ساكن. One who dwells, an inhabitant, ساكن.
حضر, to be present.
One who is present. Present, roll call, حاضر. حاضر. One who is present. Present, roll call, حاضر. To be silent, سكت. One silent, silent, adjective, ساكت. ساكت. One silent, silent, adjective, ساكت. 5. Let us analyze the above words. What do we observe? We observe that each noun of agent is formed from the 3 radicals of the simple verb, past tense, third singular masculine, by adding an alif after the fa and placing a kasra under the ayn of the word. Using the form fa'ala, we say, the verb forms its active participle, noun of agent, upon the form fa'il. This last is the word used above, 3, in ismul fa'il. Give examples of the passive participle or noun of object. To kill, قتل. One killed a victim, مقتول. مقتول. One killed a victim, مقتول. To write, كتب. Written a scripture, مكتوب. مكتوب. Written a scripture, مكتوب. To mention, ذكر.
Mentioned, above mentioned.
مذكور. مذكور. Mentioned, above mentioned, مذكور. To chant or pipe, زمر. A thing chanted, a psalm, مزمور. مزمور. A thing chanted, a psalm, مزمور. To find, وجد. Found, present here, موجود. موجود. Found, present here, موجود. To dislike, كره. A thing hated, distasteful, مكروه. مكروه. A thing hated, distasteful, مكروه. To show mercy, رحمة. One shown mercy to, late Mr. مرحوم. مرحوم. One shown mercy to, late Mr. مرحوم. To understand, فهم. A thing understood, understood, مفهوم. مفهوم. A thing understood, understood, مفهوم. To know, علم. That is known, of course, معلوم. معلوم. That is known, of course, معلوم. To be ignorant of, جهل. Which is unknown, unknown, مجهول. مجهول. Which is unknown, unknown, مجهول. To divulge, make public, شهر. Thing notorious, one famous, مشهور. مشهور. Thing notorious, one famous, مشهور. 7. Analyze the above Arabic words in column 3 and deduce any rule for forming the passive participle, that is, the noun of object, ismul maf'ul. To form this participle, which shows the sufferer of the action, place the letter mim with fatha before the radicals of the triliteral verb, third masculine past, and a sukun over the first radical, the fa' of the root, and a waw of prolongation after the second radical. The end of the word takes the tanween dhamma or fatha, etc., just like any other noun. For all participles and all adjectives are nouns in Arabic. 8. Why are these participles given above in a tabular form? In order that the student may rule them thus into his notebook. But the form of rendering, namely one killed, that which is known, etc., need not be copied out. It is only given to show how the meaning is reached from the participle form. Note well, one form to a page or 2 pages. Fill up with other examples as you come across them. Exercise 23A. 1. هل البنات فهمن درسهن؟ 2. نعم الدرس مفهوم جدا. 3. هل كاتب القاضي موجود هنا؟ 4. نعم هو حاضر معنا هنا. 5. هل كاتب ذلك الكتاب مشهور؟ 6. كلا ما علمنا شيئا عنه حياته مجهولة. 7. كتابه جميل جدا ما اسمه؟ اسمه أصل الكون. 8. ماذا كتب عنه؟ كتب عن كل شيء. 9. هل الكتاب مطبوع على ورق؟ 10. معلوم. Exercise 23B. 1. Have the girls understood their lesson? 2. Yes, the lesson is very well understood. 3. Is the judge's clerk present here? 4. Yes, he is present with us here. See 24.6. 5. Is the writer of that book famous? 6. Not at all, or no. We know, have known, nothing about him. His life is unknown. That is, he's a mystery. 7. His book is very fine. What is its name? Its name is The Origin of the Universe. 8. What did he write about? Literally, what? He wrote about it. He wrote about everything. 9. Is the book printed on paper? 10. Of course. Lesson 24. Verb to be. 1. Is there a verb to be in Arabic? Yes. It is called the verb kana. He was. Since all verbs are called by their masculine singular past tense and classified thus. 2. Does the alif of prolongation cause any difficulty? It causes certain permutations or changes. Remember this point. The alif of kana is in the place of the waw. In some persons, the waw disappears. In others, a dhamma shows where it has been, while in the present tense it reappears. An example of what scientists call reversion to type. 3. Now for the past tense of kana. Singular. He was. Kana. Kana. He was. Kana. She was. Kanat. Kanat. She was. Kanat. Thou wast. Masculine. Kunta. Kunta. Thou wast. Masculine. Kunta. Thou wast feminine. Kunti. Kunti. Thou wast feminine. Kunti. I was. Kuntu. Kuntu. I was. Kuntu. Dual. They two were. Kana. Kana. They two were. Masculine. Kana. They two were feminine. Kanata. Kanata. They two were feminine. Kanata. You two were. Kuntuma. Kuntuma. You two were. Kuntuma. Plural. They masculine were. Kanu. Kanu. They masculine were. Kanu. They feminine were. Kunna, kunna. They feminine were. Kunna. You were masculine. Kuntum, kuntum. You were masculine. Kuntum. You were feminine. Kuntunna, kuntunna. You were feminine. Kuntunna. We were. Kunna, kunna. We were. Kunna. 4. How do we explain the second person, etc.? Kunta. This is explained and easily memorized by remembering 2 above. It is only in the third person that the waw is replaced by elif. In the others, we assume the waw to be present and reason thus. Kun. Add the pronoun te and we get kunte. That is 2 sukoons together, which is not pronounced in Arabic. In other words, Arabic does not allow a long vowel before 2 consonants. Take out the waw and we get the same sound, but shortened, and write it kunte, remembering that dhamma is homogeneous to waw. More of this later when we get to the hollow verb, lesson 115. 5. But is the Arabic verb kana used as in English? Not exactly. We do not generally use its present tense. 6. What often takes its place? In Semitic languages, the subject and predicate are written, but the copula is not written. This makes no difficulty, for the student very quickly uses the Oriental form of speech. Example, I am writing. Ana katib. Ana is the separate pronoun I, and katib is the one who is writing, but it can also be read simply writing or writer, while the copula am is not written at all. I am killing or I am a murderer. Ana qatilun. Thou art dwelling or thou art a dweller. Ente sakinun. The man is nice, that is a bonhomme. Al-rajulu tayyibun. The pasha is a good, pious man. Al-basha rajulun salihun. Words not expressed in Arabic are put into square brackets. Those in round brackets are explanatory words. 7. What of the adjective in the last example? The rule of syntax concerning adjectives is the adjective follows its substantive and is of the same gender, number, and case, being defined by el when its substantive is, or receiving tanween if it does. 8. Does the omission of the copula apply to the past tense? No. In Arabic, to the present tense only. In the past, we use kana. 9. Important rule of syntax. When any part of the verb kana is used in a sentence, it causes the predicate, if one is expressed, to take fatha, while the subject retains its dhamma. Examples: the man was honorable. كان الرجل شريفا. The woman was honorable. كانت المرأة شريفة. Thou wast near to the village. كنت قريبا من البلد. I was far off. كنت بعيدا. They had bread, that is, there was bread to them. كان لهم خبز. Note well, bread is subject here, not predicate. 10. The word kalimatun, when it literally means a word, takes a feminine form of the verb. But when it means logos, the word, which is masculine, then it may take the masculine, as in Home Exercise 25C on page 65. Self-test 24. 1. Write out from memory the past tense of kana. 2. What happens to the copula is in Arabic. Vocabulary 24. Jesus, Yasu'u, Yasu'u. Jesus, Yasu'u. Owner, Sahibun, Sahibun. Owner, Sahibun. Generous, Karimun, Karimun. Generous, Karimun. O men, Ya Rijal, Ya Rijal. O men, Ya Rijal. Glory, Mejdun, Mejdun. Glory, Majdun, thanks. Shukrun, shukrun, thanks. Shukrun. Exercise 24a. To English. 1. Al-Malikatu tayyibatun. 2. Allahu karimun. 3. Ad-darsu mafhumun. 4. Al-Katibu ma'lumun. 5. هل صاحب الكتاب مشهور؟ 6. يسوع ابن الله. 7. أين كنتم يا رجال؟ 8. كنا مع رسول الله. 9. المجد لله. 10. الشكر للأمير. Exercise 24b. To Arabic. 1. The queen is good or a good one. 2. God is generous. 3. The lesson is understood. 4. The writer is well known. 5. Is the owner of the book famous? 6. Jesus is the Son of God. 7. Where have you been, O men? 8. We were or have been with God's apostle, messengers. 9. Glory be to God. 10. Thanks to the Prince. Lesson 25. Personal pronouns. 1. What is the Arabic word for a personal pronoun? ضمير. Pronoun ضمير. ضمير. Which forms its plural ضمائر. 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 Remember that all pronouns and adjectives are treated as nouns in Arabic. 2. What is the case of the personal pronouns? They are generally called separate or separable pronouns because they stand alone as separate words. These are nominative case, being subject of the sentence. 3. Give the separate pronouns. 1. I. أنا. أنا. I. أنا. Thou, masculine. Enter. Enter. Thou, masculine. Enter. Thou, feminine. Enti. Enti. Thou, feminine. Enti. He. هو. هو. He. هو. She. هي. هي. She. هي. They. Dual. هما. هما. They. Dual. هما. You. Dual. أنتما. أنتما. You. Dual. أنتما. They, masculine. Hum. Hum. They, masculine. Hum. They, feminine. Hunna. Hunna. They, feminine. Hunna. You, masculine. Entum. Entum. You, masculine. Entum. You, feminine. Entunna. Entunna. You, feminine. Entunna. We. نحن. نحن. We. نحن. 4. Memorize reading the Roman transliteration from left to right. أنا is pronounced أنا, not أنا. Singular pronouns. هو, هي, أنت, أنتِ, أنا. Dual pronouns. هما, أنتما. Plural pronouns. هم, هن, أنتم, أنتن, نحن. 5. How do we express the accusative and genitive cases? By the use of the pronominal affix. See lesson 14 and 18.5. 6. 2 interrogative pronouns may well be learned here. These are men and ma. Each is usually followed by a personal pronoun of suitable number. Revise here 24.6. Example. Who art thou? Men ent. Men ent. Who art thou? Men ent. Who is the writer? Men huwa al-Katib. Men huwa al-Katib. Or Men il-Katib. Men il-Katib. Who is the writer? Men il-Katib. What is thy name? Mesmuka. Mesmuka. What is thy name? Mesmuka. What is the chief purpose of man? ما هي الغاية الإنسان العظمى? ما هي غاية الإنسان العظمى? What is the chief purpose of man? ما هي غاية الإنسان العظمى? What is the origin of the universe? ما هو أصل الكون? ما هو أصل الكون? What is the origin of the universe? ما هو أصل الكون? 7. The word فلان, feminine فلانة, is used as the equivalent of our expression so and so. As an adjective, fulani may be used. Exam paper 25. To be sent up for correction. A. To English. 1. كتابي كان موجودا هنا. أين هو? 2. كنت مع فلان. 3. صاحب القرآن رسول الله. 4. هو رجل جميل or هو جميل. 5. هم رجال الله. 6. سكننا في مدينة النبي. B. To Arabic. 1. She is a good, pious woman. 2. I was near my village. 3. My village is near the town. 4. You are a nice, hail fellow well met, man. 5. Did you know the murderer and the victim? 6. Where is my book? C. Explain the difference between كان الرجل شريفا and كان معنا رجل شريف. Why the difference in the case of sharif? Exercise 25C. Correct at home. في البدء كان الكلمة والكلمة كان عند الله وكان الكلمة الله. هذا كان في البدء عند الله. في البدء كان الكلمة والكلمة كان عند الله وكان الكلمة الله. هذا كان في البدء عند الله. Exercise 25D. Translate to Arabic, St. John 1, 1-2. End of lessons 21 to 25 from Arabic Simplified, a practical grammar of written Arabic in 200 lessons, with exercises, test papers, and reading book by Arthur T. Upson, Abdul Fadi al-Qahirani, read by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England.
Lessons 55 to 57 from A Practical Arabic Course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalier. Read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Part 3. Grammar, Syntax. Exercises. 55th lesson. Simple triliteral verbs. Irregular. The irregular simple triliteral verbs are reduplicated, assimilated, concave, defective, and hamzated verbs. 1. Reduplicated verbs. To pass. U, mawra, mawra. To pass, mawra, for merora. To think, to believe. U, wanne, wanne. To think, to believe. Wanne, for wonene. Reduplicated verbs are those whose last two radicals are alike. He passed, mawra, mawra. He passed, mawra, for mawrara. I passed, mawrartu, mawrartu. I passed, mawrartu. In reduplicated verbs, the contraction of the last two radicals takes place when the third radical, carries a vowel sign. If it carries a sukoon, they are separated. He bites. Ba'ad. Ba'ad. He bites. Ba'ad. 4. Ba'dadu. He flees. Yafirru. Yafirru. He flees. Yafirru. 4. Yafriru. He reckons, counts. Ya'uddu. Ya'uddu. He reckons, counts. Ya'uddu. 4. Ya'dudu. The vowel sign of the first radical of the present tense is that of the first of the two similar radicals, if these radicals were separated. Bite, masculine, adda. Adda. Bite, masculine, adda. Note, for the sake of euphony, the final letter takes fatha instead of sukoon. End note. Flee, masculine, firra. Firra. Flee, masculine, firra. Reckon, masculine, udda. Udda. Reckon, masculine, udda. The imperative takes no initial alif except in second person plural feminine, and the first radical keeps the vowel sign which it has in the corresponding person of the present tense. Conjugation of the reduplicated verb. Note, for the dual and the feminine plural, see the simple regular verb. End note. Past tense. Marartu. Marartu. I passed. Marartu. Note, in colloquial Arabic, marraitu, etc. End note. Mararte. Mararte. Thou passedst. Mararte. Mararti. Mararti. Thou feminine passedst. Mararti. Mawra. Mawra. He passed. Mawra. Mawrat. Mawrat. She passed. Mawrat. Mararna. Mararna. We passed. Mararna. Marartum. Marartum. Ye passed. Marartum. Mawru. Mawru. They passed. Mawru. Present or future tense. Amurru. Amurru. I pass. Amurru. Tamurru. Tamurru. Thou passest. Tamurru. Tamurrina. Tamurrina. Thou passest feminine. Tamurrina. Yamurru. Yamurru. He passes. Yamurru. Tamurru. Tamurru. She passes. Tamurru. Namurru. Namurru. We pass. Namurru. Tamurruna. Tamurruna. You pass. Tamurruna. Yamurruna. Yamurruna. They pass. Yamurruna. Imperative. Murra. Murra. Pass. Murra. Murri. Murri. Pass feminine. Murri. Murru. Murru. You plural pass. Murru. To blame. Them. Them. To blame. Them. To revile. To insult. Sebbe. Sebbe. To revile. To insult. Sebbe. To smell. Shemme. Shemme. To smell. Shemme. To spread. To extend. Medde. Medde. To spread. To extend. Medde. To set in line. Soffe. Soffe. To set in line. Soffe. To sprinkle. To water. Weshe. Weshe. To sprinkle. To water. Weshe. to rejoice, to make glad. Sawra, sawra, to rejoice, to make glad. Sawra. To poison. Samma, samma, to poison. Samma. To put down. Hatta, hatta, to put down. Hatta. To close, to stop up. Sadda, sadda, to close, to stop up. Sadda. To demolish, to pull down. Hadda, hadda, to demolish, to pull down. Hadda. Soon. An qarib, an qarib, soon. An qarib. Near, beside. Bil qurbi min, bil qurbi min, near, beside. Bil qurbi min. Or bijanib, bijanib, near, beside. Bijanib. 56th lesson. Simple triliteral verbs, irregular. 2. Assimilated verbs. To find. Wajada, wajada, to find. Wajada. To dry, to become dry. Yabisa, yabisa, to dry, to become dry. Yabisa. Assimilated verbs are those whose first radical is waw or ya. He awoke. Yaqidha, yaqidha, he awoke. Yaqidha. He awakes. Yaqadu, yaqadu, he awakes. Yaqadu. Awake, singular masculine. Iqad, iqad, awake, singular masculine. Iqad. Verbs whose first radical is ya are conjugated like simple regular verbs. He stopped. Waqafa, waqafa, he stopped. Waqafa. He stops. Yaqifu, yaqifu, he stops. Yaqifu. Stop, singular masculine. Qif, qif, stop, singular masculine. Qif. Verbs whose first radical is waw are conjugated regularly in the past tense. In the present tense and in the imperative mood, they generally drop the waw, especially if the second radical carries kasra in the present tense. To describe. Wasafa, wasafa, to describe. Wasafa. To arrive, to unite. Wasala, wasala, to arrive, to unite. Wasala. To place. Wada'a, wada'a, to place. Wada'a. To be born. Walada, walada, to be born. Walada. To contain. Wasi'a, wasi'a, to contain. Wasi'a. To weigh. Wazana, wazana, to weigh. Wazana. To inherit. Waritha, waritha, to inherit. Waritha. To fall. Waqa'a, waqa'a, to fall. Waqa'a. To promise. Wa'ada, wa'ada, to promise. Wa'ada. To be or to become an orphan. Yatima, yatima, to be or to become an orphan. Yatima. To be necessary. Must, ought. Wajaba ala, wajaba ala, to be necessary, must, ought. Wajaba ala. Instead of. Badalan min, badalan min, instead of. Badalan min. Or iwadan an, iwadan an, instead of. Iwadan an. Unexpectedly. Ala ghafla, ala ghafla, unexpectedly. Ala ghafla. Exercise 56. ماذا ورثت خفتم من خالكم انظر كيف الضباط يصفون الجنود ويعدونهم أهذه الأوضة تسع سريرين هل مررتم أمس بالقرب من دكاكيننا متى تهدون تلك البيوت القديمة أظن أنهم note أن that is used for an before any other word than a verb. End note. سيهدونها عن قريب الكلب عض ابن عمي بالقرب من هذا المكان وزنت الخبز بدلا من أن أزن اللحم ماذا وجدتم في الدرج ضع هذه الكتب في محلها يجب أن ترش البستان كل يوم من يذم هؤلاء الشبان الأذكياء مددت يدي لأقطف وردة ماذا وقع منكم قفي هنا حتى أرجع وصلوا أمس على غفلة وعدني أن يخرج معي. Exercise 57. Why have they pulled down this great palace? Who has poisoned these little dogs? It is I who counted your money. Has not this bread become dry? We shall return soon. Allow plural me to do that tomorrow instead of doing it today. Who will inherit all this wealth? Put singular these dictionaries in the cupboard beside your books. The dogs which I beat have bitten me. I always pass near this place. I think that she arrived yesterday unexpectedly. I gathered a flower in order to smell it. We ought always to speak the truth. These people weighed the corn and the barley instead of weighing the maize and the beans. When did they insult or blame this young man? Has this news made you glad? 57th lesson. Simple triliteral verbs. Irregular. 3. Concave verbs. To say. قال قال. To say. قال. 4. قوله. To sell. باع باع. To sell. باع. 4. بيع. Concave verbs are those whose second radical is alif in place of waw or ya. He said. قال قال. He said. قال. 4. قوله. He says. يقول يقول. He says. يقول. 4. يقول. Say singular masculine. قل قل. Say singular masculine. قل. 4. قول. Concave verbs whose second radical in the present tense carries ضمة are conjugated in all their tenses like قال. He feared. خاف خاف. He feared. خاف. 4. خوف. He fears. يخاف يخاف. He fears. يخاف. 4. يخوف. Fear singular masculine. خوف خوف. Fear singular masculine. خوف. 4. خوف. Concave verbs whose second radical in the present tense carries fatha are conjugated like خاف. He sold. باع باع. He sold. باع. 4. بيع. He sells. يبيع يبيع. He sells. يبيع. 4. يبيع. Sell singular masculine. بيع بيع. Sell singular masculine. بيع. 4. بيع. Concave verbs whose second radical in the present tense carries kasra are conjugated like باع. Note the present tense of concave verbs preceded by the particle lem negative, la, prohibitive, or I, imperative, loses its second radical if the third radical is final. Endnote. Conjugation of concave verbs. قال, past tense. قلت, قلت, I said. قلت, 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 thou saidst, masculine. قلت, قلت, قلتي, قلتي, thou saidst, feminine. قلتي. قال, قال, he said. قال, قالت, قالت, she said. قالت. قلنا, قلنا, we said. قلنا. قلتم, قلتم, ye said. قلتم. قالوا, قالوا, they said. قالوا. خاف, past tense, fear. خفت, خفت, I feared. خفت. خفت, خفت, thou fearedst, masculine. خفت. خفتي, خفتي, thou fearedst, feminine. خفتي. خاف, خاف, he feared. خاف. خافت, خافت, she feared. خافت. خفنا, خفنا, we feared. خفنا. خفتم, خفتم, ye feared. خفتم. خافوا, خافوا, they feared. خافوا. باع, past tense. بعت, بعت, I sold. بعت. بعت, بعت, thou soldest. بعت, thou soldest, feminine. بعتي. باع, باع, he sold. باع. باعت, باعت, she sold. باعت. بعنا, بعنا, we sold. بعنا. بعتم, بعتم, ye sold. بعتم. باعوا, باعوا, they sold. باعوا. Present or future tense. أقول, أقول, I say. أقول. تقول, تقول, thou sayest, masculine. تقول. تقولين, تقولين, thou sayest, feminine. تقولين. يقول, يقول, he says. يقول. تقول, تقول, she says. تقول. نقول, نقول, we say. نقول. تقولون, تقولون, ye say. تقولون. يقولون, يقولون, they say. يقولون. أخاف, أخاف, I fear. أخاف. تخاف, تخاف, thou fearest, masculine. تخاف. تخافين, تخافين, thou fearest, feminine. تخافين. يخاف, يخاف, he fears. يخاف. تخاف, تخاف, she fears. تخاف. نخاف, نخاف, we fear. نخاف. تخافون, تخافون, ye fear. تخافون. يخافون, يخافون, they fear. يخافون. أبيع, أبيع, I sell. أبيع. تبيع, تبيع, thou sellest. تبيع. تبيعين, تبيعين, thou sellest, feminine. تبيعين. يبيع, يبيع, he sells. يبيع. تبيع, تبيع, she sells. تبيع. نبيع, نبيع, we sell. نبيع. تبيعون, تبيعون, ye sell. تبيعون. يبيعون, يبيعون, they sell. يبيعون. End of lessons 55 to 57 of A Practical Arabic Course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalier. Recording by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England. Lessons 58 to 60 of A Practical Arabic Course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalier. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. 58th lesson. Simple triliteral verbs. Irregular. Conjugation of concave verbs. Continued. Imperative. قل قل. Say. قل قولي قولي. Say feminine. قولي قولوا قولوا. You plural say. قولوا. خوف خوف. Fear. خوف. خافي خافي. Fear feminine. خافي. خافوا خافوا. You fear plural. خافوا. بع بع. Sell. بع. بيعي بيعي. Sell feminine. بيعي. بيعوا بيعوا. You sell plural. بيعوا. To obtain. نال نال. To obtain. نال. To die. مات مات. To die. مات. To get up. قام قام. To get up. قام. To sleep. نام نام. To sleep. نام. To hunt. To fish. صاد صاد. To hunt. To fish. صاد. To repent. تاب تاب. To repent. تاب. To lose the way. تاه تاه. To lose the way. تاه. To blame. لام لام. To blame. لام. To become. صار صار. To become. صار. To be. To take place. كان كان. To be. To take place. كان. To return. عاد عاد. To return. عاد. To pass the night. بات بات. To pass the night. بات. To be absent. غاب غاب. To be absent. غاب. To visit. زار زار. To visit. زار. To walk. To go. سار سار. To walk. To go. سار. To belong. To last. طال طال. To belong. To last. طال. To drive a carriage. ساق ساق. To drive a carriage. ساق. Possible. ممكن ممكن. Possible. ممكن. Or من الممكن من الممكن. Possible. من الممكن. Impossible. غير ممكن غير ممكن. Impossible. غير ممكن. Or من المحال من المحال. Impossible. من المحال. 59th lesson. Simple triliteral verbs. Irregular. 4. Defective verbs. To efface. محى محى. To efface. محى. 4. محو. To throw. رمى رمى. To throw. رمى. 4. رمي. To consent. رضي رضي. To consent. رضي. Defective verbs are those whose last radical is an alif replacing waw, alif maqsura replacing ya, or ya. He called, da'a, da'a. He called, da'a. He calls, yad'u, yad'u. He calls, yad'u. I call, singular masculine, ud'u, ud'u. I call, ud'u. Defective verbs whose past tense ends in alif are conjugated like maha. He wept, baka, baka. He wept, baka. He weeps, yabki, yabki. He weeps, yabki. Weep, singular masculine, ibki, ibki. Weep, singular masculine, ibki. Defective verbs in alif maqsura, the second radical of whose past tense carries fatha, are conjugated like rama. He forgot, nasiya, nasiya. He forgot, nasiya. He forgets, yansa, yansa. He forgets, yansa. Forget, singular masculine, insa, insa. Forget, singular masculine, insa. Defective verbs in ya, the second radical of whose past tense carries kasra, are conjugated like radiya. Exercise 58. هل ممكن أن يعود شقيقك من السفر غدا؟ هؤلاء الحمالون ينامون على الأرض. لا تقل هذا الخبز لأولادك. متى تنال الأموال التي ورثتها من جدك؟ زارني صديقي منذ شهر ولم أزره إلى الآن. لماذا بعتم الخواتم الجديدة بدلا من أن تبيعوا القديمة؟ هل ممكن أن يغيب أستاذنا؟ هل ممكن أن يغيب أستاذنا غدا؟ أظن أن ذلك من المحال لأنهم لم يغب أبدا. هل تاب قبل أن يموت؟ كيف تهت أمس ومن أي طريق عدت؟ غير ممكن أن يزورني قبل أن أزوره. هل يخافون أن يقولوا ماذا يعملون؟ Exercise 59. Did you sell your cotton at the market? How did these princes become poor? It is possible that our journey will last 4 weeks. When did your father die? He died 5 months ago. It is impossible for me, note, translate, it is impossible that I, end note, to sleep before midnight. What did you obtain on Sunday? Get up, singular, and go out with me. I absented myself yesterday from school. I walked in these streets during half an hour, then I lost the way. It is not possible, note غير ممكن, end note, for me to absent myself tomorrow. He goes out in the morning before I get out of bed, and returns in the evening before me. Why do you allow, singular, the servant to sleep under your window? It is impossible for him to drive the carriage at this hour. Why are you afraid, singular, to say what you have done? Where did you pass the night? Conjugation of defective verbs. Maha, mahautu, I effaced. Mahautu, mahautu, I effaced. Mahautu. Mahauta, mahauta, thou effacedst. Mahauta. Mahauti, mahauti, thou effacedst feminine. Mahauti. Maha, maha, he effaced. Maha, محت محت she effaced محت محونا محونا we effaced محونا محوتم محوتم ye effaced محوتم محو محو they effaced محو رمى رميت I threw رميت رميت
thou threwest.
رميت رميتي رميتي
Thou threwest feminine.
رميتي رمى رمى he threw رمى رمت رمت she threw رمت رمينا رمينا we threw رمينا رميتم رميتم ye threw رميتم رموا رموا they threw رموا رضي رضيت رضيت I consented رضيت 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 thou consentedst رضيت رضيتي رضيتي thou consentedst feminine رضيتي رضي رضي he consented رضي رضيت رضيت she consented رضيت رضيتم رضيتم ye consented رضيتم رضوا رضوا they consented رضوا present or future tenses امحو امحو I efface امحو تمحو تمحو thou effacest تمحو تمحين تمحين thou effacest feminine تمحين يمحو يمحو he effaces يمحو تمحو تمحو she effaces تمحو نمحو نمحو we efface نمحو تمحون تمحون ye efface تمحون يمحون يمحون they efface يمحون ارمي ارمي I throw ارمي ترمي ترمي thou throwest ترمي ترمين ترمين thou throwest feminine ترمين يرمي يرمي he throws يرمي ترمي ترمي she throws ترمي نرمي نرمي we throw نرمي ترمون ترمون ye throw ترمون يرمون يرمون they throw يرمون أرضى أرضى I consent أرضى ترضى thou consentest ترضى ترضين ترضين thou consentest feminine ترضين يرضى يرضى he consents يرضى ترضى ترضى she consents ترضى نرضى نرضى we consent نرضى ترضون ترضون ye consent ترضون يرضون يرضون they consent يرضون 60th lesson simple triliteral verbs irregular conjugation of defective verbs continued note after the particles lem negative la prohibitive and I imperative the waw alif maqsura and ya disappear in the present tense if they are final. End note. Imperative umhu umhu efface umhu umhi umhi efface feminine umhi umhu umhu you efface plural umhu irmi irmi throw irmi 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 throw feminine irmi irmu irmu you throw plural irmu irda irda be content irda irdai irdai be content feminine irdai irdaw irdaw, you plural be content, irdaw, to run, jara, jara, to run, jara, to walk, masha, masha, to walk, masha, to increase in price, ghala, ghala, to increase in price, ghala, to remain, baqiya, baqiya, to remain, baqiya, to meet, laqiya, laqiya, to meet, laqiya, to read, to follow, tala, tala, to read, to follow, tala, to relate, haka, haka, to relate, haka, to be high, to ascend, ala, ala, to be high, to ascend, ala, to build, bana, bana, to build, bana, to fear, khashiya, khashiya, to fear, khashiya, to be empty, vacant, khala, khala, to be empty, vacant, khala, to forbid, naha an, naha an, to forbid, naha an, to complain, shaka, shaka, to complain, shaka, to pardon, afa an, afa an, to pardon, afa an, to pass, of time, madwa, madwa, to pass, of time, madwa, to grow, nama, nama, to grow, nama, to water, to give, to drink, saqa, saqa, to water, to give, to drink, saqa, much, kathiran, kathiran, much, kathiran, little, qalilan, qalilan, little, qalilan. قل للخادم أن لا يسقى الأشجار كثيرا كيف نسي النجار منشاره ومساميره في الورشة ابقي هنا إلى أن أعود ارمي هذه العصا من يدك مشيت قليلا ولكن تعبت كثيرا لماذا لا تسقينني بهذا الكأس من الذي دعا هذا الرجل أنا الذي دعوته مضى زمن طويل ونحن نشكو من هذا المكان لماذا غلى الخبز هنا امشوا كثيرا وأجروا قليلا متى تخلو هذه المجلات لماذا لا تجري هذه العربات كثيرا تنمو هذه الأشجار قليلا جدا اعفو عنه لأنه معذور. Exercise 61. Why have they called him? They have called him in order to tell him to stay here. Tell us what you did yesterday at the palace. Peter forgets much, but his sister forgets very little. Has he consented to walk with us? Why did she throw those flowers out of the window? Note, min, end note. I walk much and I run little. Efface, singular, these words from your exercise book. Nobody has built here. An hour has passed and my children have not returned. This room has become vacant, but I fear to sleep in it. Forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. They complain much of their house. Have cotton, corn, and vegetables increased much in price? I forbid you to enter here. End of lessons 58 to 60 from a practical Arabic course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalier. Recording by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England. chapters 1 to 2 from Arabic syntax, chiefly selected from the nahw, a treatise on syntax in the original Arabic by Henry Brown Beresford, read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Arabic syntax chiefly selected from the nahw, a treatise on syntax in the original Arabic by Henry Brown Beresford. Chapter 1. Introductory. 1. A phrase, kalam, or proposition, jumla, is a combination of at least two words, the union of which announces an attribute as appertaining to a subject. This connection between the attribute and the subject is termed isnad. 2. The word which expresses the attribute is named musnad, that is, attributed, that by which the predication is made, and the word which expresses the subject is called musnad ilayhi, that is, that to which an attribute is given, that of which something is predicated. 3. A proposition jumla may be nominal, ismiyyah, or verbal, fi'liyyah. In order to understand this distinction, be it observed that it is not necessary to employ a verb to express the relation of subject and attribute. For example, Zaydun qa'im, Zayd is standing. Allahu Ghafur, God is merciful. In these cases, the proposition is nominal. If, on the other hand, the attribute be expressed by a verb, for example, qama Zayd, Zayd stood, mata akhi, my brother is dead, the proposition is verbal. 4. There are also other kinds of propositions, namely conditional and circumstantial propositions. A conditional proposition, jumlatun shartiyyah, is that which announces the attribute as appertaining to the subject under a certain condition. For example, Zaydun in ja'ani akramhu, Zayd, if he come to me, I will honor him. And the circumstantial proposition, jumlatun dharfiyyah, is that which appears to have for an attribute a circumstance of place, which is termed dharf, a vase or container. For example, Zaydun fil masjid, Zayd is in the mosque. 5. The 9 parts of speech are divided into the 3 following classes, namely, Class 1, noun. Ism comprises noun, pronoun, and adjective. Class 2, verb. Fi'l. Class 3, particle. Harf, comprising the article, preposition, adverb, conjunction, and interjection. 6. Nouns, ism, are divided into 2 classes, namely, declinable, mu'rab, and indeclinable, mabni, and the declinable mu'rab noun is again divided into variable, munsaraf, and invariable, ghayru munsarif. Note, the variable munsarif noun comprises all such nouns and adjectives as have 3 different inflections and admit the nasal vowels. The invariable ghayru munsarif noun comprises all such as do not admit the nasal vowels and have only 2 inflections. one peculiar to the nominative and the other common to the genitive and accusative. Note well, in the original treatise under the head of declinable noun, the inflections of the various nouns, sound, defective, singular, plural, etc., are detailed, as also the especial conditions which subject all nouns and adjectives termed invariable غير منصرف to a particular declension, the characteristics of which are the non-admission of the nasal vowels, and the admission of only two inflections, namely the vowel dhammah for the nominative and the vowel fathah for the genitive and accusative. As these details appertain to the inflection part of grammar, the reader is referred to Lumsden or De Sacy, Volume 1, Chapter 3 and 8, pages 397 and the following. Endnote. Chapter 2 on Nominatives, Marfu'at. 7. There are 8 kinds of nominatives, or words that are governed in the nominative case, as follows: 1. Al-Fa'il, the agent. 2. Al-Maf'ulu ma lam yusamma fa'ilahu, the object of action, the agent of which is not named. 3. Al-Mubtada', the inchoative or subject. 4. Al-Khabar, the announcer or predicate. 5. Khabar inna wa akhawatuha, the predicate of the particle inna and its sister particles. 6. Ismu kana wa akhawatuha, the noun of the verb kana and its sister verbs. 7. Ismu ma lal mustashbahatain bil laysa, the noun of the particles ma and la resembling the verb laysa. 8. Khabaru la allati li nafi wal jins, the predicate of the particle la when used to deny the existence of a thing in general. Section 1 on the agent, al-fa'il. 8. The agent is that noun which is connected with the verb that precedes it. The agent ought always be placed after the verb, or the active participle which has the function of a verb. For example, qama Zayd, Zayd arose. Zaydun daribun abuh, Zayd's father is the beater. In these two sentences, the word Zaydun in the first and the word abuhu in the second are respectively the agents of the verb qama and of the active participle daribun. 9. Every verb necessarily requires an apparent or non-apparent agent in the nominative case. For example, ذهب Zayd, Zayd went. Zaydun ذهب, Zayd he went. Note, in this sentence, Zaydun ذهب, Zayd he went, the word Zayd, Zaydun, is no longer the agent. It is the inchoative, and the verb ذهب carries its own agent in itself, namely the pronoun huwa, he understood. This remark also applies to the 3 examples in number 12. Endnote. 10. If the verb be active, it must have an object of action in the accusative case. Example: ضرب زيد عمرا, Zayd beat Amr. 11. If the agent be apparent, the verb will uniformly be in the singular number, in order that there may not be 2 agents for a single verb. For example, ضرب زيد, Zayd beat. ضرب الزيدان, the 2 Zayds beat. ضرب الزيدون, all the Zayds beat. 12. If the agent be understood, مضمر, and in the singular number, the verb will be in the singular, and if in the dual, dual, and if in the plural, plural. Example: Zaydun daraba, Zayd he beat. Az-Zaydani daraba, the two Zayds, the two beat. Az-Zayduna darabu, all the Zayds they beat. 13. If the agent be a real feminine noun, mu'annath haqiqi, that is, of the feminine sex as contradistinguished from the masculine, the verb will be uniformly feminine, provided no word intervene between the verb and the agent. Example: qamat Hind, Hind arose. But if any word intervene, it becomes optional to make the verb masculine or feminine. Example: ضرب اليوم Hind, or ضربت اليوم Hind, Hind one day beat. 14. If the agent be a conventional feminine, mu'annath غير حقيقي, which is purely grammatical, and the verb precede the agent, the verb may be either masculine or feminine. For example: طلعت الشمس, طلع الشمس, the sun arose. But the verb, if it come after, must necessarily be feminine. Example: الشمس طلعت, the sun she arose. 5. The same rule is to be observed in the broken or imperfect plurals. Example: قام الرجال, قامت الرجال, الرجال قامت, the men arose. 16. The agent ought always to precede the object of action when both of them are defective nouns, and the one might be confounded with the other. Example: ضرب موسى عيسى, Moses beat Jesus. But where there is no fear of confusion, the object of action may not incorrectly be put before the agent. Example: أكل الكثرى يحيى, John ate the pears. ضرب زيدا عمرو, Amr beat Zayd. 17. The verb may be correctly suppressed when the meaning of the sentence is sufficiently evident from the context. For example: Zaydun, Zayd, in answer to the question Man ضرب, who struck. 18. Sometimes both verb and agent are suppressed. For example: Na'am, yes, in answer to anyone asking أقام Zayd, is Zayd standing? 19. In the case of a passive verb, the agent is omitted, and the object of action is substituted for it. Section 2. On the object of an action, the agent of which is not named. المفعول ما لم يسمى فاعله. 20. All that has been said above in respect to the agent is equally applicable to the noun or pronoun which serves as a subject to a verb passive, and which is called the object of an action, the agent of which is not named. This subject is regarded in the light of an agent, and is otherwise named the substitute of the agent. قائم مقام الفاعل. Example: ضرب زيد, Zayd was beaten. Supplement to section 1. Of the rules to be observed when one noun serves as agent to more verbs than one, or as agent to one verb, and object of action to another. 21. It sometimes happens that one and the same noun is required to serve as agent to two verbs or more, and again that one and the same noun is required to serve as agent to one verb and as object of action to another. This sort of contest between two parts of speech for the government of the same word is called by Arabian grammarians tanari'u fil amal, contention for government. 22. When two verbs contend for the government of the expressed noun coming after them, that is, when each of the verbs designs to govern such noun, such contest may be of four kinds, as follows. Note well, the essential members of a proposition, namely the subject and the attribute, assume different names according to the place which they occupy in the proposition. Each assumes two different names. For example, the subject is called first the inchoative mubtada', secondly the agent fa'il, and the attribute is called first the announcer khabar, when it corresponds to an inchoative, secondly the verb fi'l, when it is in relation with an agent fa'il. End note. 1. Both require the agent. ضربني وأكرمني زيد. Zayd beat me and honored me. 2. Both require the object of action. ضربت وأكرمت زيد. I beat and I honored Zayd. 3. The first verb requires an agent and the second an object of action. ضربني وأكرمت زيدا. He, that is Zayd, struck me and I honored Zayd. 4. The first verb requires an object of action and the second an agent. ضربت وأكرمني زيد. I beat him, that is Zayd, and Zayd respected me. 23. Be it observed that in the four different species of contest just above enumerated, either the first verb or the second, note, according to De Sacy, it would appear that in the case of two verbs demanding an agent, the preferring the governing power to the first verb, as the school of Kufa do, is the more authorized mode of expression. Grammar Arab, Volume 2, Chapter 27, pages 246 and the following. End note. Or the second may correctly have the governing power. 24. The two great schools of Basra and Kufa are divided on the above points. The school of Basra gave the governing power to the second verb on account of its proximity to the noun, and the school of Kufa prefer the governing power to the first verb by way of preserving its precedence and rightful claim. 25. The rules of the Basra school are as follows. 1. If both verbs require an agent, ضربني وأكرمني زيد. He, Zayd, beat me, and Zayd honored me. ضرباني وأكرمني الزيدان. The two Zayds beat me, and the two Zayds honored me. ضربوني وأكرمني الزيدون. They, the Zayds, beat me, and the Zayds honored me. 2. If one verb requires an agent and the other an object of action, ضربني وأكرمت زيدا. He, Zayd, beat me, and I honored Zayd. ضرباني وأكرمت الزيدين. The two Zayds beat me, and I honored the two Zayds.
ضربوني وأكرمت الزيدين.
They, the Zayds, beat me, and I honored the Zayds. 3. If both verbs require an object of action, and are not of the description termed verbs of the mind, أفعال القلوب, ضربت وأكرمت زيدا. I beat and honored Zayd. ضربت وأكرمت الزيدين. I beat and honored the two Zayds. ضربت وأكرمت الزيدين. I beat and honored the Zayds. 4. If one verb requires an object of action and the other an agent, ضربت وأكرمني زيد. I beat Zayd and Zayd honored me. ضربت وأكرمني الزيدان. I beat the two Zayds and the two Zayds honored me. ضربت وأكرمني الزيدون. I beat the Zayds and the Zayds honored me. 26. When the two verbs are of the description termed verbs of the mind, af'alul qulub, the object of action of the first verb must be expressed, for this reason that the object of action of verbs of the mind cannot correctly be suppressed, nor can the pronoun having reference to the object of action be correctly introduced before the object of action itself. For example, حسبني منطلقا وحسبت زيدا منطلقا. He, Zayd, thought me going, and I thought Zayd going. That is, Zayd thought I was departing, and I thought Zayd was departing. 27. The following are the rules of the Kufa school, who give the governing power to the first verb. 1. If both verbs require an agent, ضربني وأكرمني زيد. Zayd beat me, and he, Zayd, honored me. ضربني وأكرماني الزيدان. The two Zayds beat me, and the two Zayds honored me. ضربني وأكرموني الزيدون. The Zayds beat me, and they, the Zayds, honored me. 2. If one verb requires an object of action and the other an agent, ضربت وأكرمني زيدا. I beat Zayd, and he honored me. ضربت وأكرماني الزيدين. I beat the two Zayds, and the two Zayds honored me. ضربت وأكرموني الزيدين. I beat the Zayds, and they honored me. 3. If both verbs require an object of action and are not verbs of the mind, then either of the following rules obtain, namely, either the object of action is suppressed or a pronoun is introduced, but the latter is the more correct. ضربت وأكرمت زيدا. I beat Zayd, and I honored Zayd. ضربت وأكرمت الزيدين. I beat the two Zayds, and I honored the two Zayds. ضربت وأكرمت الزيدين. I beat all the Zayds, and I honored the Zayds. Or with the pronoun ضربت وأكرمته زيدا. I beat Zayd, and I honored him. ضربت وأكرمتهما الزيدين. I beat the two Zayds, and I honored the two. ضربت وأكرمتهم الزيدين. I beat the Zayds, and I honored them. 4. If one verb require an agent and the other an object of action, ضربني وأكرمت زيد. Zayd beat me, and I honored Zayd. ضربني وأكرمت الزيدان. The two Zayds beat me, and I honored the two Zayds. ضربني وأكرمت الزيدون. The Zayds beat me, and I honored the Zayds. Or with the pronoun ضربني وأكرمته زيد. Zayd beat me, and I honored him. ضربني وأكرمتهما الزيدان. The two Zayds beat me, and I honored the two. ضربني وأكرمتهم الزيدون. The Zayds beat me, and I honored them. 28. When both the verbs are of the kind termed verbs of the mind, af'alul qulub, the object of action must be expressed. حسبني وحسبتهما منطلقين الزيدان منطلقا. The two Zayds thought me going, and I thought the two Zayds going. That is, the two Zayds fancied I was going, and I fancied they were going. Note: the expressing the object of action in this example is necessary for this reason, that both the verb حسبني and حسبتهما demand the object of action منطلقا, and the governing power has been given to the first verb, namely حسبني. If therefore you cut off the word منطلقين and say حسبني وحسبتهما الزيدان منطلقا, the two Zayds thought me going and I thought the two, then the elision of the second object of action of the verbs of the mind takes place, and this is incorrect. And if you introduce a pronoun, it must be either a singular pronoun, as حسبني وحسبتهما إياه الزيدان منطلقا. The two Zayds thought me going, and I thought the two this, and then the second object of action does not correspond with the first object of action, namely the verb huma in the word hasibtuhuma, and this is incorrect. Or you must introduce a dual pronoun, as حسبني وحسبتهما إياهما الزيدان منطلقا, and then a dual pronoun has reference to a word in the singular, namely منطلقا, the word disputed by the two verbs, and this is incorrect. Therefore, whenever the elision of the object of action, as well as the introduction of a pronoun, be incorrect, the object of action must be expressed. End note. Section 3, on the inchoative. Al-Mubtada' and the announcer, al-Khabar. 29. The inchoative or subject and the announcer or predicate are two words construed independently of any grammatical construction. The first is the musnad ilayh, that of which something is predicated, and is called al-Mubtada', the inchoative. The second is the musnad, that by which this predication is made, and is termed al-Khabar, the announcer. Example: Zaydun qa'im, Zayd is standing. Here Zaydun, Zayd, is the inchoative. The government of them is logical. 30. Generally speaking, the inchoative is a definite noun, and the announcer an indefinite one. 31. The inchoative and announcer ought to be in the nominative case. 32. When an indefinite noun is qualified by an epithet, it may correctly be the inchoative. Example: لَعَبْدٌ مُؤْمِنٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن مُشْرِكٍ. The orthodox slave is better than the polytheist. 33. An indefinite noun particularized in another way may correctly be the inchoative. Example: أَرَجُلٌ فِي الدَّارِ أَمْ إِمْرَأَةٌ. Is there a man in the house or a woman? مَا أَحَدٌ خَيْرٌ مِّنْكَ. There is not anyone better than you. شَرٌ أَهْرَ ذَا نَابٍ. Evil causes to bark those having teeth, that is, the dogs. فِي الدَّارِ رَجُلٌ. There is a man in the house. 34. If of two nouns or words one be definite and the other indefinite, make the definite word the inchoative and the indefinite word the announcer. 35. If both nouns be definite, mu'rifah, either the one or the other may be the inchoative. Example: Allahu alihuna. God is our God, or our God is God. Adamu abuna. Adam is our father, or our father is Adam. Muhammadun nabiyyuna. Muhammad is our prophet, or vice versa. 36. In certain cases the inchoative al-Mubtada'. Note: there would appear to be some confusion and difference of opinion amongst grammarians in regard to these terms, al-Mubtada' and al-Khabar. De Sacy states that in the very sentence quoted in number 36, namely مَا قَائِمٌ زَيْد, the word Zaydun is the inchoative and subject, and the word قَائِمٌ the announcer and attribute, preceded by the negative particle ma. Grammatical, Volume 2, number 718. In the last edit, 1831, of De Sacy's Grammatical, the example given varies a little, inasmuch as the words are put in the dual instead of the singular number. مَا قَائِمَانِ الرَّجُلَانِ. The two men are not standing. Grammatical, Volume 2, page 515, number 950. The point, according to De Sacy, appears to turn on the circumstance of the agreement or non-agreement in gender and number of the attribute with the subject, when preceded by a negative or interrogative particle, That is, if they so agree, the subject is the inchoative, and if not, the attribute becomes the inchoative governing the subject, which is then regarded as the agent in the nominative case. End note. Is not regarded as the subject of the proposition, but as the attribute. Example, ma qa'imun Zayd. Zayd is not standing. Qa'imun Zayd, is Zayd standing? In these examples, the inchoative is the attribute صفة, coming after the negative particle ma, and after the interrogative particle 37. Sometimes the announcer khabar is a nominal proposition, jumlatun ismiyyah. Example, Zaydun abuhu qa'im. Zayd, his father, that is, Zayd's father, is standing. In this example, Zaydun is the subject and inchoative, and abuhu qa'im is a complete nominal proposition, number 3, which here performs the function of the predicate or attribute. 38. Sometimes the announcer, khabar, is a verbal proposition, jumlatun fi'liyyah. Number 3. Example, Zaydun qama abuh. Zayd, his father, stood, that is, Zayd's father arose. In this example, Zaydun is the subject and inchoative, having for a predicate the complete verbal proposition qama abuhu, his father arose, composed of a verb and an agent. 39. Sometimes the announcer is a conditional proposition, jumlatun shartiyyah. Number 4. Example, Zaydun in ja'ani akram. Zayd, if he come to me, I will honor him. 40. Sometimes the announcer is a circumstantial proposition, jumlatun dharfiyyah. Number 4. Example, Zaydun khalfaka aw fid dar. Zayd is behind you or in the house. 41. There must necessarily be a pronoun, as in the foregoing examples, having reference to the inchoative, but it may be omitted when the meaning is sufficiently evident from the context. Example, as-samnu munwani bidirham. The oil 2 pounds for a dirham. Al-burru al-kurru bis-sittina dirhaman. The wheat 7,100 pounds for 60 dirhams. 42. Sometimes the announcer precedes the inchoative. Fiddari Zayd. In the house is Zayd. 43. There may correctly be several announcers, akhbar, for a single inchoative. Example, Zaydun alimun aqilun fadilun salih. Zayd is learned, wise, excellent, honorable. Section 4. On the predicate of the particle inna and its sister particles, khabar inna wa akhawatuha. 44. This particle inna and its sister particles anna, ka'anna, lakinna, later, and la'alla are put before the subject and predicate of a proposition, and govern the subject in the accusative and the predicate in the nominative case, and the predicate of inna is the attribute. Example, inna Zaydan qa'im. Indeed, Zayd is standing. 45. The rules enumerated in the foregoing section in regard to the announcer, khabar, or predicate are also applicable to the predicate of these particles. 46. The predicate of inna cannot precede the noun of inna except it be a dharf, that is, a circumstantial term of time or place. Example, inna fid dari Zayd. Truly Zayd is in the house. Section 5. On the noun of the defective verb kana and its sister verbs, ismu kana wa akhawatuha. 47. The verb kana and its defective sister verbs, namely sara, asbaha, amsa, adha, dhalla, bata, ما برح ما فتئ ما زال من فك ما دام ليس govern the inchoative or
مبتدأ
in the nominative case, and it is called the noun of the verb kana and the announcer khabar in the accusative, and it is called the predicate of the verb kana, and the noun of the verb kana is the subject musnad ilayhi of the proposition. Example: kana Zaydun qa'iman, Zayd was standing. 48. The predicates of the verbs may correctly be made to precede their nouns in the order of construction. Example: kana qa'iman Zayd, Zayd was standing. 49. The whole of the above imperfect verbs, with the exception of laysa and those verbs to which ma is prefixed, may themselves be preceded by their predicate. Example: qa'iman kana Zayd, standing was Zayd, and so on of the rest. Section 6. On the noun of the two particles ma and la, which resemble the verb laysa. اسم لا ولا المستشبهتين بليس. 50. These two particles govern their noun, which is the subject musnad ilayhi of the proposition in the nominative case. Example: ما زيد قائما, Zayd is not standing. لا رجل أفضل منك, there is not anyone better than you. The particle la is used with an indefinite nekira noun only. Section 7. On the predicate of the particle la when used to deny the existence of a thing in general. خبر لا لنفي الجنس. 51. The particle la of universal negation governs its predicate, which is the predicate of the proposition in the nominative case. Example: لا رجل قائم, there is no one standing. End of chapters 1 to 2 from Arabic syntax, chiefly selected from the Hidayatun Nahw, a treatise on syntax, in the original Arabic by Henry Brown Beresford, read by Abu Jalal, recorded in Oxford, England.
Al-Ajurrumiyyah by Ibn Ajurrum al-Sinhaji, translated by the Reverend J.J.S. Perrone, recorded for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. 1. Chapter on the sentence. A sentence is a compound expression which adequately conveys our meaning. It consists of three parts: the noun, the verb, and the particle which has a signification. The noun is known by khafd, the inflection of the genitive, by tanween, and by the addition of the article. The particles of khafd are min, ila, an, ala, fi, rubba, ba, kaf, lam, and the particles of adjuration, namely waw, ba, and ta. The verb is known by qad, sa, and sawfa, and the quiescent ta of the feminine gender. The particle is a word to which neither the sign of the noun nor that of the verb applies. 2. Chapter on inflection and its parts. Inflection is the change of the last syllable of words according to the difference of the words which expressly or virtually govern them. The parts of inflection are four: raf', nasb, khafd, and jazm. Note: the terms raf' and nasb applied to nouns denote respectively the nominative and accusative, as khafd does the genitive. When applied to verbs, they refer respectively to the indicative and subjunctive moods, as jazm does to the conditional. See Shear's Grammar, page 213. Endnote. Of these, raf', nasb, and khafd belong to nouns, which are not susceptible of jazm, and of the same, raf', nasb, and jazm are peculiar to verbs, which do not admit khafd. 3. Chapter on the knowledge of the signs of inflection. Raf' has four signs: dhammah, waw, alif, and noon. Dhammah is the sign of raf' in four cases: in the singular of the noun, in the irregular plural, in the regular feminine plural, and in the aorist of the verb. When no addition is made to its termination, waw is the sign of raf' in two cases: in the regular plural masculine, and in the five following words: abuk, akhuk, hamuk, fuk, and dhumal. Alif is the sign of raf' exclusively in the dual of nouns. Noon is the sign of raf' in the aorist of the verb, when there is added to it the pronoun of the dual, or the pronoun of the plural, or the pronoun of the second person feminine singular. Nasb has five signs: fathah, alif, kasra, ya', and the apocope of noon. Fathah is the sign of nasb in three cases: in the singular of the noun, in the irregular plural, and in the aorist of the verb, when nothing is added to its termination, and when it is under the influence of a nasb governing word. Alif is the sign of nasb in the five nouns. For example, ra'ayta abaka wa akhak, and the like. Kasra is the sign of nasb in the regular plural feminine. Ya' is the sign of nasb in the dual and plural. The apocope of noon is the sign of nasb in the verbs whose raf' is determined by noon. Khafd has three signs: kasra, ya', and fathah. Kasra is the sign of khafd in three cases: in the declinable noun singular, in the irregular declinable plural, and in the regular plural feminine. Ya' is the sign of khafd in three cases: in the five nouns, in the dual, and in the plural. Fathah is the sign of khafd in the noun which is indeclinable. Jazm has two signs: sukoon and apocope. Sukoon is the sign of jazm in the aorist of the verb whose termination is regular. Apocope is the sign of jazm in the aorist whose termination is irregular, and in verbs whose raf' is determined by noon. 4. Chapter on the inflected words. The inflected words are of two classes. One class is inflected with vowels, and the other with consonants. Those which are inflected with vowels are of four kinds: the noun singular, the irregular plural, the regular plural feminine, and the aorist of the verb, which has nothing added to its termination. All these words are characterized in raf' by dhammah, in nasb by fathah, in khafd by kasra, and are jazmated with sukoon. To these there are three cases of exceptions: the regular plural feminine, which in nasb has kasra, the indeclinable noun, which in khafd has fathah, and the aorist of the verb, irregular in the last syllable, which is jasmated by the apocopy of the final syllable. Those words which are inflected with consonants are of 4 kinds: the dual, the regular plural masculine, the 5 nouns, and the 5 following verbal forms, namely يفعلان, تفعلان, يفعلون, تفعلون, تفعلين. The dual is characterized in raf by alif, and in khafd and nasb by ya. The regular plural masculine has waw in the nominative and ya in the accusative and genitive. The 5 nouns have waw in the nominative, alif in the accusative, and ya in the genitive. The 5 verbal forms are characterized in raf by noon, and in nasb and jazm by the apocopy of the same letter. 5. Chapter on the verbs. Verbs have 3 tenses: the madi, preterite, the mudari', aorist, and the amr, imperative. ضرب, يضرب, اضرب. The preterite has always a fatha in the last syllable. The imperative always jazm. The aorist is the form which commences with one of the 4 servile letters comprised in the technical word eneitu, and it is always in raf, except when it is influenced by a word governing nasb or jazm. The particles which govern nasb are 10, namely en, len, idhen, kay, lamu kay, and the lam of negation, hatta, and the corresponding particles, that is, those which introduce the apodosis, fa, waw, and aw. The particles which are followed by jazm are 18, namely lem, lemma, alam, alamma, the lam of command and entreaty, la in forbidding and entreating, in, ma, men, mahma, idma, ay, mata, ayyana, ayna, anna, haythuma, kayfama, and idha in poetry. 6. Chapter on the nouns in raf. The nouns in raf are of 7 kinds, namely the agent and the patient whose agent is not named, the subject and its predicate, the subject of kana and the analogous verbs, the predicate of inna and the analogous particles, and the word in apposition with the raf'ated noun, which is of 4 kinds, namely adjective, conjunctive, corroborative, and permutative. 7. Chapter on the agent. The agent is the noun in raf whose action is previously mentioned. It is of 2 kinds, when the agent is expressed and when it is contained in the verb, literally open and concealed. The agent is expressed when one says qama zayd, stetit zayd, etc. It is implied when one says darabtu werberawi. 8. Chapter on the patient whose agent is not named. This is the noun in raf whose agent is not expressed with it. When the verb is in the preterite, the first syllable has dhamma and the penultimate kasra. But when the verb is in the aorist, the first syllable has dhamma and the penultimate fatha. The patient is of 2 kinds, expressed and contained in the verb. It is expressed when one says ضرب زيد, verberatus est zayd, etc. It is implied when one says ضربت, verberatus sum, etc. and the like. 9. Chapter on the subject and predicate. The subject is the noun in raf, the nominative, uninfluenced by any expressly governing words. The predicate is the noun in raf which belongs to the subject. For example, Zaydun qa'im, Zayd est stans, etc. The subject is of 2 kinds, expressed and implied. It is expressed when mention has already been made of it. It is implied in 12 words, namely ana, nahnu, anta, etc., as for instance nahnu qa'imun, ana qa'im, and the like. The predicate is also of two kinds, simple and not simple. It is simple in such expressions as Zaydun qa'im, etc. It is not simple in 4 cases: when it consists of a preposition and the word governed by it, when it is adverbial, when it consists of a verb with its agent, and when it is a subject with its predicate. Thus, Zaydun fid dar, Zayd est in domo, and Zaydun indek, Zayd est apud te, and Zaydun qama abu, Zayd stetit pater eus, and Zaydun jariyatuhu dhahiba, Zayd serwa eus abid. 10. Chapter on the governing words, which exercise an influence on the subject and the predicate. These are of 3 kinds: kana and the analogous verbs, inna and the analogous particles, and wanna and the analogous verbs. As to kana and the analogous verbs, they always have the noun, the subject, in rafa, and the predicate in nasb. They are kana, amsa, etc. 13. And the different tenses of them, as kana, yakuna, kun, and asbaha, yusbih, asbih. Thus, kana Zaydun qa'iman, literally, Zayd est stantem, and the like. As regards inna and the corresponding particles, they have the noun in nasb and the predicate in rafa. They are inna, anna, etc. 6. Thus, inna Zaydan qa'im, literally quod ad Zayd illa est stans. Inna and anna are used to give force to the expression in a way of corroboration. Lakinna in exception, ka'anna in comparison, later in expressing a wish, and la'alla in expressing hope and possibility. Dhanantu and the analogous verbs have the noun and its predicate in nasb, because they are both of them the object of the verb. The verbs of this kind are dhanantu, hasibtu, etc. 10. Thus, dhanantu Zaydan muntaliqan, and so on. 11. Chapter on the adjective. The adjective is a word in apposition with that to which it belongs, whether it be in raf, in nasb, or in khafd, whether it be definite or indefinite. For instance, qama Zaydul la'aqil, etc., etc. It is definite in 5 cases: as personal pronoun, for example, ana and ent; as a proper name, for example, Zayd and Mecca; as demonstrative pronoun, for example, hada, hadihi, ha'u'lláh; as noun with the article, for example, al-rajul, al-ghulam; and every word which is placed in conjunction with any one of these 4. Indefinite is every noun which comprehends a whole species without marking any individual of the species rather than another. Consequently, almost every word which takes the article, as al-rajulu wal-faras. 12. Chapter on the conjunctive word. The particles of conjunction are 10, namely we, fe, thumma, etc., and hatta in some cases. And if by means of them you unite a word to a word in rafa, it is also placed in rafa. If to a word in nasb, it is placed in nasb. If to a word in khafd, it is placed in khafd. If to a word in jazm, it is itself jazmated. Thus, qama Zaydun wa Amr, etc., etc. 13. Chapter on the corroborative. The corroborative is a word in apposition with the corroborated word, like it is in raf, in nasb, or in khafd, and is definite. It occurs in certain words, as an-nafs, etc., and ajma', and the appositives of ajma', namely aqta', etc., etc., as qama zaydun nafsuh, etc. 4. Chapter on the permutative. The permutative occurs when one noun is changed for another, or one verb for another, and it follows it in the whole of its inflections. That is, the word which is substituted is always of the same inflection as the word for which it is substituted. It is of 4 kinds: the change of one thing for another, the change of a part for the whole, the change of the content for the containing, and the change in mistake. Thus you say, Ja'ani Zaydun akhuk. Zayd came to me, I mean thy brother, and I ate the cake, I mean a third part of it, and Zayd, I mean his learning, was useful to me, and I saw Zayd, I mean the horse. In the last instance, one would say al-faras, but makes a mistake and says Zayd instead. 15. Chapter on the nouns in nasb. The words used in nasb, the accusative, are 15 in number, namely the object of the transitive verb, the infinitive, the adverb of time, the adverb of place, the word of circumstance, definition, exception, the noun governed by la, the vocative, the predicate of the verb kana, and the analogous verbs, the noun governed by inna and the analogous particles, the object on account of which a thing is done, the object wherewith, and lastly, the word in apposition with the word in nasb, which is of 4 kinds, namely adjective, conjunctive, corroborative, and permutative. 16. Chapter on the object of the transitive verb. This is the noun in nasb, on which the action of the verb passes. For example, ضربت زيدا, and it is of 2 kinds, expressed and implied. The expressed is something already mentioned. The implied is twofold: connected, that is, joined as an affix to the verb, and unconnected, that is, forming a word by itself. The connected is of 12 forms, as ضربني, etc. The unconnected is also of 12 forms, as إياي, etc. 17. Chapter on the infinitive. The adverb of time is a noun denoting time placed in the accusative with the same meaning as if it were preceded by the preposition fi, thus al-yawm, today, and the like. The adverb of place is a noun denoting locality placed in the accusative with the same meaning as if it were preceded by the preposition fi, as amam, before, and the like. Chapter 19. Chapter on the word of circumstance. The word of circumstance is the noun in nasb, the accusative, which explains something that is uncertain as regards external circumstances. For example, جاء زيد راكبا, Zayd came riding, and the like. The word of circumstance is always indefinite without the article, and stands only at the end of the sentence, but the word to which it belongs is always definite. 20. Chapter on the defining word. The defining word is the noun in nasb, which explains something that is uncertain as regards the essence of a thing, as for instance, تصبب زيد عرقا, etc., etc. It is always indefinite and stands only at the end of a sentence. 21. Chapter on the exception. The particles of exception are 8, namely illa, ghayr, etc. The word accepted by means of illa is in nasb, when the sentence is affirmative and complete. Thus, قام القوم إلا زيدا. The people stood except Zayd. But when the sentence is negative and complete, it may have the permutative or the nasb, according to the rules of exception. Thus, ما قام أحد إلا زيد, or إلا زيدا. And if the sentence be defective, it, the thing accepted, depends upon the governing words, not upon the particle of exception, as for instance, ما قام إلا زيد. There stood not anyone but Zayd. I beat not anyone but Zayd, etc. The sentences are elliptical, the words in brackets not being expressed. The word accepted by ghayr, siwan and sawa' is always in khafd, and the word accepted by khala, ada and hasha may stand either in khafd or in nasb. Thus, قام القوم خلا زيدا, or Zayd, etc. 22. Chapter on the negation la. Know that the negation la nasbates the indefinite word without tanween, when it immediately precedes an indefinite word, and the negation la is not repeated, as la rajulun fid dar, literally non est virum in domo. When it does not immediately precede the indefinite word, it must be followed by the nominative and tanween, and the negation la must be repeated, as non est in domo vir neque femina. When it is repeated, it may or may not exercise its influence. Thus, la rajula fid dari wal imra'ah. Or, if one will, one may say la rajulun and lamra'atun. 23. Chapter on the vocative. The vocative is of 5 kinds. The vocative of the simple proper name, of the indefinite word in a special sense, of the indefinite word in a not special sense, of the word which has another depending upon it, and of the word assimilated to such a word. As regards the simple proper name and the indefinite word used in a special sense, they are always formed with dhamma without tanween, as ya zaydu, ya rajulu. As to the other 3 kinds, they are always in nasb. 24. Chapter on the object on account of which. This is the noun in nasb, which one employs to show the reason why the action takes place, as قام زيد إجلالا لعمر, etc. 25. Chapter on the object wherewith. This is the noun in nasb which one employs to denote the object with which the action is done, as جاء الأمير والجيش. The Amir came with his army, etc. As regards the predicate dependent on kana and the analogous verbs, and the noun governed by inna and the analogous particles, both have been already mentioned in the chapter on the nouns in raf. The word in apposition is similar and has also been mentioned in the same place. 26. Chapter on the nouns in khafd. The nouns khafdated, that is placed in the genitive, are of 3 classes. A noun may be in khafd either as governed by a particle, or as being in construction with another noun, or as being in apposition with another word in khafd. As regards the word in khafd governed by a particle, this takes place after the particles min, ila, an, ala, fi, rubba, bi, ke, li, and the particles of adjuration, namely we, bi, te, and waw in the meaning of rubba, and also with mudh and mundu. As regards the word put in khafd in construction with another noun, we have an instance in such an expression as ghulamu Zayd, the slave of Zayd. This, however, is of two kinds. It is either equivalent to the relation expressed by the particle li, as in the preceding example, or it is equivalent to that expressed by the particle min, as thawbu khaz, a garment made of silk, etc., etc. End of al-Ajurrumiyyah, the Arabic text by Ibn Ajurrum al-Sinhaji, with an English translation by the Reverend J.J.S. Perrone, read by Abu Jalal in Oxford, England.
Book 1, The Mi'at Amil by Abu Bakr Abdul Qahir bin Abdurrahman bin Muhammad al-Jurjani. From the Mi'at Amil and Sharh Mi'at Amil, two elementary treatises on Arabic syntax, translated from the original Arabic, with annotations, philological and explanatory, in the form of a perpetual commentary. The rules exemplified by a series of stories and citations from various Arabian authors, with an appendix containing the original text, by Abraham Lockett. Read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Book 1, The Mi'at Amil by Abdul Qahir al-Jurjani. Translated by Abraham Lockett. Nuskhatu Mi'at Amil. Translation of the Mi'at Amil. Book 1, Part 1 of the 100 Governing Powers. Arabic syntax comprehends 100 governing powers, of which some are lafzi or verbal and some ma'nawi or absolute. Of those termed lafzi or verbal, there are two classes. The first, sama'i, or the prescriptive government. The second, qiyasi, or the analogous, which with two of the ma'nawi or absolute comprise the 100 governing powers. Note, a summary view of the whole Mi'at Amil is here annexed. There are 100 governing powers in Arabic syntax, of which some are verbal and some absolute. The verbal is divided in two classes. The first, prescriptive; the second, analogous. The prescriptive contains 91, the analogous 7, and the absolute 2. In all, 100. The prescriptive is divided into 13 classes. The first class contains 17 prepositions which govern the noun alone in the genitive or relative case. The second class contains 6 particles, govern the noun in the accusative or objective and the predicate in the nominative. The third class contains 2 particles, govern the noun in the nominative and the predicate in the objective case. The fourth class contains 7 particles, govern the noun in the objective case. The fifth class contains 4 particles, prefixed to the aorist tense of verbs. Change the raf'ah of the final letter into nasb. The sixth class contains 5 particles prefixed to the aorist render the final letter quiescent. The seventh class contains 7 words prefixed to the aorist render the final letter quiescent. They possess a conditional or subjunctive meaning, like the particle in. The eighth class contains 4 nouns, govern an indefinite noun in the genitive or relative case, when employed in the tamyiz or noun of specification. The ninth class contains 9 words called verbal nouns, of which 6 govern the objective case and have an imperative meaning, and 3 the nominative and have a preterite signification. The 10th class contains 13 defective verbs, govern the noun in the nominative and predicate in the accusative. The 11th class contains 4 verbs of propinquity, govern the noun in the nominative case. The 12th class contains 4 verbs of praise and censure, govern generic nouns with the definite article in the nominative case. The 13th class contains 7 verbs of doubt and certainty, govern a double accusative or 2 nouns in the objective case, the second explaining or announcing something regarding the first. The analogous governors are 7 and are as follows. First, a verb whether active or neuter. Second, a derivative adjective. Third, a participle active. Fourth, a participle passive. Fifth, an infinitive. Sixth, a noun governing another in the genitive case. Seventh, an ism tam. The absolute is of 2 sorts. First, the nominative absolute. Second, the aorist. Endnote. The sema'i or prescriptive government is divided into 13 classes. Class first. تُجَّرُ الْإِسْمَ فَقَطْ. The first class contain 17 particles or prepositions which govern the noun alone in the genitive or relative case, namely ba, min, an, ila, fi, lam, rubba, ala, kaf, mudh, منذ, حتى, واو القسم, تاء القسم, حاشا, خلا, عدا. Examples. Note, the above particles admit of various significations. The following are most usual. Bi signifies occasionally with, from, by, in, etc. Min, from. An, from, etc. Ila, to, until, even to. Fi, in. Li, appropriation, possession, an oath. Rubba, some, a few. Ala, upon, above. Ka, similitude, as, like. Mudh and mundhu, since, from. Hatta, even to, as far as. Waw and ta are both particles of swearing. Hasha, khala, and ada are nearly synonymous and signify besides, except, etc. For a more particular explication of their various senses, see commentary. Endnote. Marartu bi Zayd. I went near and past Zayd. Sirtu min al-Basrati ila al-Kufah. I travelled from Basra to Kufa. رميت السهم عن القوس. I shot the arrow from the bow. زيد في الدار. Zayd is in the house. المال لزيد. The property is Zayd's or belongs to Zayd. رب رجل لقيته. I visited a few men. زيد على السطح. Zayd is on the terrace or platform of the house. زيد كالأسد. Zayd is like a lion. ما رأيته مذ ومنذ يوم الجمعة. I did not see him since Friday. أكلت السمكة حتى رأسها. I ate the fish even to the head. That is, the head inclusive. والله لأفعلن كذا. تالله لأفعلن كذا. By God, I will certainly do so. جاءني القوم حاشا زيد. The tribe all came to me except Zayd. رأيت القوم خلا زيد. I saw all the tribe except Zayd. مررت بالقوم عدا زيد. I passed by all the tribe except Zayd. Class second. النوع الثاني حروف تنصب الاسم وترفع الخبر. The second class contains 6 particles that govern the noun in the accusative or objective case, and the predicate of the proposition in the nominative, namely inna, anna, ka'anna, lakinna, layta, la'alla. Examples. Note: the following are the usual significations of the above 6 particles. Inna, certainly, verily, truly. Anna, the same. Ka'anna, like, as if. Lakinna, but, nevertheless, etc. Layta and la'alla are used in the sense of supplication or wishing. The distinction between them is this, that the former is used indifferently to express a wish, whether possible or impossible of attainment, while the latter is restricted in its application to the first. It may be translated, perhaps, it may be. End note. Inna Zaydan qa'im. Certainly Zayd is a stander. Balaghani anna Zaydan muntaliq. It reached me, or it was known to me, that Zayd was certainly a goer. Ka'anna Zaydan asad. As if Zayd were a lion. قام زيد لكن عمرا جالس. Zayd stood, but Amr is a sitter. ليت الشباب عائد. Would to God that youth was a returner. لعل عمرا خارج. I hoped, or perhaps, Amr is a goer out. Class third. النوع الثالث حرفان ترفعان الاسم وتنصبان الخبر وهما ما ولا المشبهتان بليس. The third class contains 2 particles that govern the noun in the nominative case and the predicate in the accusative or objective, namely ma and la, resembling the imperfect verb laysa. Examples. Note: ma and la are synonymous negative particles. and are distinguished in their application thus: ma precedes either a definite or indefinite noun, la an indefinite only. Endnote: ma Zaydun fadilan, Zayd is not a learned man. La rajulun afdala mink, there is no man more learned than thou. Class 4th. النوع الرابع حروف تنصب الاسم فقط. The fourth class contains 7 particles that govern the noun alone in the objective case, namely الواو, إلا, يا, أيا, هيا, أي, همزة المفتوحة. Examples. Note, the objective particle wow or wow governing the accusative case always means with. Illa has an acceptive signification. Ya, aya, haya, ay, and hamzatul maftuha are vocative particles, of which the first is used indifferently whether the object is distant or near, the second and third when the object is distant, the fourth and fifth when the object is near. Endnote: استوى الماء والخشبة, the water was equal with the wood. جاءني القوم إلا زيدا, all the tribe came to me except Zayd. يا عبد الله, هيا عبد الله, أي عبد الله, عبد الله, O servant of God. Class 5th. النوع الخامس حروف تنصب الفعل المضارع. The fifth class contains 4 particles, which, being prefixed to the aorist of verbs, change rafa of the final letter into nasb, namely en, len, kay, idhan. Examples. Note, the particle en is here called en masdariyyah because it gives the verb to which it is prefixed the sense of the infinitive. Len restricts the verb to the future time in a confirmed negative sense. Kay means cause or motive. Idhan synonymous with then, at that time, and restricts the verb to the future time. Endnote: كرهت أن تضرب, I disliked or had an aversion to your beating, or to this, that thou shouldst beat. لن تفعل, thou never will do or act. جئتك كي تعطيني حقي, I came to you that you might grant me my right. أسلمت إذن تدخل الجنة, I embraced the Muslim faith. Answer: then you will enter heaven. Class 6th. النوع السادس حروف تجزم الفعل المضارع. The sixth class contains 5 particles, which being prefixed to the aorist tense of verbs, render the final letter quiescent, namely in, lem, lemma, lamul amr, la'un nahy. Examples. Note, the particle in is synonymous with if. Lem and lemma are negative particles distinguished in their application thus: lem is used to denote a simple, lemma an absolute negative, importing that the action was never performed at any past period of time. Examples. Lem yadrib, he did not beat. Lemma yadrib, he never did beat. For an explication of the particles in class the 7th, see the commentary. Endnote. In takrimni ukrimk. If you honor me or respect me, I will respect you. Lam yadrib Zayd. Lamma yadrib Zayd. Zayd did not strike. Liyadrib Zayd. Let him, Zayd, strike. La tadrib Zaydan. Do not strike Zayd.
Class 7th.
النوع السابع أسماء تجزم لفعل المضارع على معنى إن. The 7th class contains 9 words, which, prefixed to the aorist, render the final letter quiescent. They possess a conditional or hypothetical signification, like the particle in, namely من, ما, متى, مهما, أي, أينما, أن, حيثما, إذما. Examples: من يكرمني أكرمه. He who honors me, I will honor him. ما تصنع أصنع. Whatever you make, I will make. متى تذهب أذهب. Whenever you go, I will go. مهما تكن أكن. Wherever you are,
there will I be.
أيهم تضرب أضرب. Whomsoever you strike, I will strike. أينما تجلس
أجلس.
أن تقعد أقعد. Wherever you sit, I will sit. حيثما تذهب أذهب. Wherever you go, I will go. إذ ما تفعل أفعل. At the time or when you do it, I will do it. Class 8th. النوع الثامن أسماء تنصب على التمييز اسم النكرة. The 8th class contains 4 nouns, which govern a general or indefinite noun in the objective case, being the tamyiz or noun of specification. Note, the word tamyiz signifies literally separation, segregation, and is applied in Arabic grammar to denote the second of 2 substantive nouns when employed for the purpose of explaining some uncertainty supposed to exist in the preceding noun to which it is imputed. The cardinal number أحد عشر, 11 for instance, as exemplified in the text, is the mere name of a certain species of quantity, and therefore incapable of conveying to the mind any other idea than a certain aggregate of units. There came to me 11. 11 what? Men, horses, or dogs? Some word is evidently required to expel the obscurity, or, in other words, to separate some specific object from the mass of possibles in order to give a determinate character to the sentence. This word the Arabian grammarians have therefore with analogical propriety termed the tamyiz, or, as it may be rendered in English, the noun of specification. Kada and ka'ayyin are synonymous. The latter, however, is sometimes used interrogatively. Endnote. The first of these is ashar, 10, when compounded with ahad, 1, ithnain, 2, etc., as far as 99. Examples: جاءني أحد عشر رجلا. There came to me 11 men. The second is kam, how many, as كم رجلا عندك, how many men are with, literally near you. The third is كذا, some, as كذا درهما عندك, you have got some money, dirhams. The fourth is كأي, some or how many, as كأي رجلا عندك, how many men are with you. Class 9th. النوع التاسع كلمات تسمى اسماء الأفعال بعضها ترفع وبعضها تنصب. The 9th class contains 9 words termed asma'u af'al, or verbal nouns, namely nouns having a verbal signification. Of these, 6 have an imperative sense and govern the noun in the accusative or objective case, namely رويدة, بلها, دونك, عليك, حيهل, ها. Examples: رويدة زيدا أي أمهل زيدا, release or permit Zayd to go for a little. بلها زيدا أي دع زيدا, leave Zayd at liberty, that is, let him do as he pleases. دونك زيدا أي خذ زيدا, seize Zayd. عليك زيدا أي ألزم زيدا, be sure you continue by Zayd, namely, do not let Zayd go till you have gained your object. حيهل زيدا أي ائت زيدا, come to Zayd. ها زيدا أي خذ زيدا, take or seize Zayd. The remaining 3 have a preterite signification and govern the noun in the nominative, namely هيهات, شتان, سرعان. Examples: هيهات زيد أي بعد زيد, Zayd was distant. شتان زيد وعمر أي اقترق زيد وعمر, Zayd and Amr mutually separated. سرعان زيد أي سرع زيد, Zayd hastened or made haste. Class 10th. النوع العاشر أفعال ناقصة ترفع الاسم وتنصب الخبر. The 10th class contains 13 words termed أفعال ناقصة, or defective verbs, which govern the noun in the nominative and the predicate in the objective case, namely كان, صار, أصبح, أمسى, أضحى, ظل, بات, ما برح, ما فتئ, ما زال, ما إن غك, ما دام, ليس. Examples: كان زيد قائما, Zayd was standing. صار الفقير غنيا, the poor man became rich. أصبح زيد عالما, in the morning Zayd was sagacious or intelligent. أمسى زيد قاريا, in the evening Zayd was reading. أضحى زيد مسارفا, in the forenoon Zayd was traveling. ظل زيد صائما, in or during the day Zayd was a faster. بات زيد نائما, in or through the whole night Zayd was sleeping, that is, he passed the whole night in sleep. ما برح زيد عالما, Zayd did not desist from being learned, namely, he was always learned. ما فتئ زيد قائما, Zayd did not leave off or was always standing. ما زال زيد عالما. Zayd did not cease from or was always learned. من غك بكر عاقلا. Bakr did not fail to be or was always wise. اجلس ما دام زيد جالسا. Sit as long as Zayd sits. ليس زيد قائما. Zayd is not standing. Class 11th. النوع الحادي عشر أفعال المقاربة ترفع اسما واحدا. The 11th class contains 4 words termed أفعال مقاربة, or verbs of propinquity, which govern the noun in the nominative, namely عسى, كاد, كرب, أوشك. Examples. Note, there is a distinction in the meaning and application of the above 4 verbs of propinquity, which shall be noticed in the proper place. End note. عسى زيد أن يخرج. كاد زيد أن يخرج. كرب زيد أن يخرج. أوشك زيد يجتبيء. Zayd hastened his coming out, or Zayd was near coming out, or Zayd was about to come out. Class 12th. النوع الثاني عشر أفعال المدح والذم ترفع اسم الجنس المعرف باللام. The 12th class contains 4 words termed أفعال المدح والذم, or verbs of praise and censure, which govern generic nouns made definite by the article al in the nominative case, namely نعمة, بئس, ساء, حبذا. Examples. نعم الرجل زيد. Zayd is a good man. بئس الرجل عمرو. Amr is a bad man. ساء الرجل بكر. Bakr is a vicious or bad man. حبذا الرجل زيد. Zayd is a good man. Class 13th. النوع الثالث عشر أفعال الشك واليقين تدخل على اسمين ثانيهما عبارة عن الأول. The 13th class contains 7 words termed أفعال الشك واليقين, or verbs of doubt and certainty, which govern a double accusative, or 2 nouns in the objective case, the second having some descriptive or explicative reference to the first, namely حسبت, ظننت, خلت, رأيت, علمت, وجدت, زعمت. Examples. حسبت زيدا فاضلا. I conceived or looked upon Zayd as learned. ظننت بكرا نائما. I considered or imagined Bakr sleeping. خلت خالدا قائما. I imagined Khalid standing. رأيت زيدا عاقلا. I saw that Zayd was intelligent or wise. علمت زيدا أمينا. I knew that Zayd was trustworthy. وجدت البيت رهينا. I found the house mortgaged. زعمت الشيطان شكورا. I supposed Satan a thanksgiver. Of the analogous government. القياسية منها 7 عوامل. The class termed qiyasi, or analogous, has 7 governors and consists of the following parts of speech, namely الفعل على الإطلاق, a verb universally, الصفة المشبهة, a derivative adjective or adjective noun, اسم الفاعل, a participle active, اسم المفعول, a participle passive, المصدر, an infinitive. Al-ismul mudaf, a noun governing another in the genitive or relative case. Al-ismu tam, a perfect or completive noun, namely a noun terminating either in tanween or what is considered as a substitute for the tanween, namely the noon of the dual or plural number, or a noun followed by another in the genitive case, in all which cases it requires the tamyiz, or noun of specification. Note: the government of the above parts of speech will be exemplified in the second book. Endnote. Of the absolute government. Al-ma'nawiyyatu minha adadan. The term ma'nawi, or absolute, has two peculiarities of regimen. Of these, the first requires, in the absence of any verbal governor, the subject and predicate in the nominative case. The second is the aorist tense of a verb, which, in the absence of certain governing particles, receives the vowel dhammah, or, in other words, the final letter of the tense is marked marfu'. End of the Mi'at Amil. At the conclusion of the first book, it may not be unnecessary to offer a few general observations on the nature, divisions, and peculiar distinctions of the 100 governing powers, a clear and comprehensive conception of which will tend to facilitate, in a considerable degree, the future progress of the student. The subject of the Mi'at Amil is grammatical regimen or government, and is defined to be that part of syntax which regulates the dependency of words and the alterations which one occasions in another. This is divided into two general classes or divisions. The first, termed verbal, or the relative or dependent government, in contradiction to the second, which flows from the sense and is therefore properly absolute or independent. In the verbal or relative, the word governed necessarily depends on, or is influenced by, some other word in construction. The absolute is totally independent of all such influence, having the intrinsic power of assuming a certain grammatical character or indication of case, which in the Arabic language is invariably nominative. For it must be remembered that in this language there is a state in which nouns are found to exist before they are distinguished by any marks of annexation or indications of case, such for instance as the word Zayd, deprived of the tanween, which is considered the primary or radical form of the noun, and must necessarily be connected with some other word in construction before it can assume any grammatical character indicative of case. The nominative, therefore, which always denotes a certain specific relation, is distinguished by a termination or mark of inflection, significant and peculiar to itself, superscribed over the final letter of the noun in its radical form, as qama Zaydun, Zayd stood. Under the first species of government, namely the verbal or relative, are included two distinct classes, or the prescriptive and analogous. Of these, the first relates to a certain specific number of words, the government of which is settled and authorized by long usage and custom, while the latter is restricted to the government of a certain class of words, in which you reason by analogy from one to another, and consequently determine their influence in speech to be everywhere regular and uniform. The second form of government, which has been translated absolute or independent, is of a twofold nature. The first governing the subject and predicate, the second the aorist tense of a verb, which is said to resemble in sundry particulars a noun, and, in the absence of any verbal governor, assumes the vowel dhammah, namely, the final letter of the tense is marked marfu'. These peculiarities of regimen have been variously accounted for by grammarians, and shall be noticed in their proper place. The government in both instances is said to flow from the sense, and to be totally independent of any other word in construction, and seems therefore to resemble that case in the Greek language which certain grammarians have termed the nominative absolute. The above remarks will perhaps be sufficient to convey a general idea of Arabic government. For a more minute and particular analysis of the subject, together with the various significations and peculiarities of the 100 governing powers, the reader is referred to the commentary on this book. End of Book 1, the Mi'at Amil by al-Qahir al-Jurjani, translated by Abraham Lockett, read by Abu Jalal. An Arabian tale illustrating the particles of the fourth class. From the Mi'at Amil and Mi'at Amil, two elementary treatises on Arabic syntax, translated from the original Arabic with annotations philological and explanatory in the form of a perpetual commentary, by al-Qahir Ibn Ajurrum al-Jurjani, translated by Abraham Lockett. Read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. هذا تسجيل لليبريفوكس. كل تسجيلات ليبريفوكس في مجال العام. لمزيد من المعلومات أو للمشاركة زور الموقع LibriVox.org. The various particles in the fourth class are illustrated in the following Arabian tale. حكاية. قيل إن بعض الأدباء مر ذات يوم من الأيام على نحوي يدرس في دارة له، وبين يديه صبي يقرأ في النحو، فوقف بأزاء بابه ليسمع قراءة الصبي، فسمعه يقول: يا سيدي، إذا قلت خرج الناس إلا زيدا، وقيل لي لأي سبب لم يخرج زيد فما أقول؟ فقال الشيخ: قل إنه مشتغل بضرب عمرو. وقال الصبي: أحسنت، فإذا قلت قام القوم إلا حمارا، لأي علة لم يقم الحمار فما أقول؟ فقال الشيخ: قل إنه مشتغل بأكل العلف. قال الصبي: أحسنت، فإذا قلت جاء الأمير والجيش، وقيل لي ما الذي جاء بالأمير وجيشه فما أقول؟ فقال الشيخ: قل إنهم جاءوا بحكم هذا الشيخ لضربي. فصرخ الصبي ونادى: يا أمة محمد، أدركوني، أي أخي، أغث أخاك، أي يا أبتي، الواحة الواحة، هيا قومي العجل العجل فإن الشيخ قد جن ولذا أمر بضربي. ثم ولى هاربا، فضحك الأديب منهما ومضى لشأنه. Story. A man of learning went one day to the house of a grammarian, who happened at the time to have a boy before him reading syntax. The learned man stopped at the door to hear the boy read, and heard him say to his master, "O sir, when I say, all the people went out but Zayd, and am asked, why did not Zayd go out also? What answer shall I give?" "Say," replied the master, "that he was busy beating Amr." "Very well," said the boy, "but when I say, the tribe rose up all but the ass, and am asked, why did not the ass rise up too? What should I answer?"
"Answer," said the pedant, "that he was busy eating grass."
"Good," said the boy, "and when I say, the general came along with the army, and am asked, what brought the general along with the army? What should I say?"
"Say," said the schoolmaster, "they are come by order of this gentleman at the door to flog me."
On hearing which the boy uttered a shriek, exclaiming, "Protect me, O followers of Muhammad! O father, O brother, O people, hasten, hasten to my assistance, for this man at the door is certainly mad, and has given orders to have me beaten."
And out he ran. The man laughed heartily at both of them, and went about his business. End of An Arabian Tale Illustrating the Particles of the Fourth Class, from the Mi'at Amil and Mi'at Amil by Abdul Qahir Ibn Abdurrahman al-Jurjani, translated by Abraham Lockett. Recording by Abu Jalal. A story illustrating the particles of the first class, from the Mi'at Amil and Mi'at Amil, two elementary treatises on Arabic syntax, translated from the original Arabic with annotations philological and explanatory in the form of a perpetual commentary, by Abdul Qahir Ibn Abdurrahman al-Jurjani, translated by Abraham Lockett. Read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. هذا تسجيل لليبريفوكس. كل تسجيلات ليبريفوكس في مجال العام. لمزيد من المعلومات أو للمشاركة زور الموقع LibriVox.org. The particles of the fifth class are illustrated in the following story. حكاية. قال بعض الغصلاء: دخلت يوما على صديق لي وكان مغنيا حاذقا، فقلت له: جئتك الآن كي تسمعني ما يفرج همي، فإني أصبحت اليوم مكروبا، وما لدفعي اللهم علاج سوى الغناء، وأحب أن تغني ببيتين مطربين. فقال: سمعا وطاعة، ثم ترنم بهذين البيتين: لما رحلتم عقود الصبر حليتم، وفي صميم الحشا والقلب حليتم، ما ضركم لو لمر العيش حليتم، عندي حرام وعند الغير حليتم. قال: فطربت وزال عني،
الهم الذي كان مستوليا على فؤادي. فقلت له: هل يوجد في هذه البلدة من يضاحيك في الغناء؟ قال: ما أظن ولن ترى من يعرف الغناء في هذه المدينة مثلي. ثم خرجت من مكانه وقلت له: أنا آتيك غدا بين الصلاتين إن شاء الله تعالى. فقال: إذن أسمعك ما يسر به بالك. فلما كان وقت المساء جاءني بعض الأحباء فأخبرني أن السلطان أمر بقتل المغني. فقلت: ما العلة في ذلك؟ قال: إن نبتة السلطان سمعت غناءه اليوم فاضطربت ضربا شديدا وكادت أن تلقي من أعلى القصر، فوثب إليها أبوها وأدخلها غرفة وقفل الباب عليها ثم أمر بقتله. فحين سمعت الخبر هربت بعد خرج الناس من عندي. فحين سمعت الخبر هربت بعد أن خرج الناس من عندي خوفا على نفسي من القتل إذ كانت القضية مني. Story. I called one day, said a learned man, upon a friend of mine who was an excellent singer, and said to him: I am come to you that you may enliven me with a song, for I have been annoyed this morning, and know no remedy so effectual in dispelling care. I beg therefore that you will oblige me with a couple of good verses. He answered with great pleasure, and sung the following: Thy flight the knots of patience hath unwound. Note, the verb حليتم in the original is used in 4 different senses. In the first it means to open, in the second to enter, in the third to sweeten, and in the fourth to be lawful. End note. Yet in my soul thy form is firmly bound. What were thy wrong love's bitter to allay, with sweets from me withheld, on others cast away. I was delighted, says the narrator, with his harmony, and found myself relieved from the affliction that weighed upon my heart, and asked him: Do you think any other person in this city can be found a match for you in singing? No, said he, I do not think there is, nor will you ever find it in any such. I then took my leave of him, saying: I will call upon you tomorrow, please God, between the noon and evening prayers. Then, said he, I will sing you something that will please you. One of my friends called upon me in the evening, and informed me that the king had ordered the songster to be put to death. On what account? I asked. Because, replied he, the king's daughter heard him singing today, and was so enchanted with his voice that she was nearly throwing herself down from the top of the palace in ecstasy. The king ran and drew her in from the window, and having locked the door, ordered the musician to be put to death. On hearing this, said the learned man, I made my escape as soon as the people left me, fearing I might experience the same fate myself, I being in fact the cause of his singing. End of an Arabian tale illustrating the particles in the 5th class, from the Mi'at Amil and Mi'at Amil by al-Jurjani, translated by Abraham Lockett, read by Abu Jalal.
The Lord's Prayer in Arabic, from the Gospel of Matthew. الصلاة الربية
لعيسى المسيح من إنجيل متى. Translated by Van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. هذا تسجيل لليبريفوكس. كل تسجيلات ليبريفوكس في مجال العام. لمزيد من المعلومات أو للمشاركة زوروا الموقع librivox.org. الصلاة الربية. فصلوا أنتم هكذا. أبانا الذي في السماوات ليتقدس اسمك ليأتي ملكوتك لتكن مشيئتك كما في السماء كذلك على الأرض. خبزنا كفافنا أعطنا اليوم واغفر لنا ذنوبنا كما نغفر نحن أيضا للمذنبين إلينا ولا تدخلنا في تجربة لكن نجنا من الشرير لأن لك الملك والقوة والمجد إلى الأبد. آمين. فإنه إن غفرتم للناس زلاتهم يغفر لكم أيضا أبوكم السماوي وإن لم تغفروا للناس زلاتهم لا يغفر لكم أبوكم أيضا زلاتكم. End of the Lord's Prayer in Arabic from the Gospel of Matthew, translated by Van Dyke. Recording by Abu Jalal. نهاية التسجيل. Surah al-Fatiha, the opening surah of the Qur'an. From Arabic reading lessons consisting of easy extracts from the best authors, together with a vocabulary of all the words occurring in the text. Also some explanatory annotations, etc. by Duncan Forbes. Read in the original Arabic for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. هذا تسجيل لليبريفوكس. كل تسجيلات ليبريفوكس في مجال العام. لمزيد من المعلومات أو للمشاركة زوروا الموقع librivox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. سورة الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. 1. The chapter entitled The Opening Prayer. Note in Arabic, al-Fatihat. This chapter is a prayer and held in great veneration by the Mohammedans, who give it several other honorable titles, as the chapter of prayer, of praise, of thanksgiving, of treasure, etc. They esteem it as the quintessence of the whole Qur'an, and often repeat it in their devotions, both public and private, as the Christians do the Lord's Prayer. End note. Revealed at Mecca. In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. Praise be to God, the Lord of all creatures. Note, the original words are Rabbil Alameen, which literally signifies Lord of the worlds. But Alameen in this and other places in the Qur'an properly means the three species of rational creatures, men, genii, and angels. End note. The most merciful, the King of the Day of Judgment. Thee do we worship, and of Thee do we beg assistance. Direct us in the right way, in the way of those to whom Thou hast been gracious, not of those against whom Thou art incensed, nor of those who go astray. End of Suratul Fatiha, the chapter entitled The Opening Prayer. From Arabic Reading Lessons, easy extracts from the best authors, together with the vocabulary of all the words occurring in the text, also some explanatory annotations by Duncan Forbes. Read by Abu Jalal. Nihayatut Tasjeel. Surahs 87 to 114, the 60th Hizb of the Qur'an. Read in the original Arabic. Read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. هذا تسجيل لليبريفوكس. كل تسجيلات ليبريفوكس في مجال العام. لمزيد من المعلومات أو للمشاركة زوروا الموقع librivox.org. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. سورة الأعلى. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سبح اسم ربك الأعلى الذي خلق فسوى والذي قدر فهدى والذي أخرج المرعى فجعله غثاء أحوى سنقرئك فلا تنسى إلا ما شاء الله إنه يعلم الجهر وما يخفى ونيسرك لليسرى فذكر إن نفعت الذكرى سيذكر من يخشى ويتجنبها الأشقى الذي يصلى النار الكبرى ثم لا يموت فيها ولا يحيا قد أفلح من تزكى وذكر اسم ربه فصلى بل تؤثرون الحياة الدنيا والآخرة خير وأبقى إن هذا لفي الصحف الأولى صحف إبراهيم وموسى. سورة الغاشية. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هل أتاك حديث الغاشية وجوه يومئذ خاشعة عاملة ناصبة تصلى نارا حامية تسقى من عين آنية ليس لهم طعام إلا من ضريع لا يسمن ولا يغني من جوع وجوه يومئذ ناعمة لسعيها راضية في جنة عالية لا تسمع فيها لاغية فيها عين جارية فيها سرر مرفوعة وأكواب موضوعة ونمارق مصفوفة وزرابي مبثوثة أفلا ينظرون إلى الإبل كيف خلقت وإلى السماء كيف رفعت وإلى الجبال كيف نصبت وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت فذكر إنما أنت مذكر لست عليهم بمسيطر إلا من تولى وكفر فيعذبه الله العذاب الأكبر إن إلينا إيابهم ثم إن علينا حسابهم. سورة الفجر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والفجر وليال عشر والشفع والوتر والليل إذا يصر هل في ذلك قسم لذي حجر ألم تر كيف فعل ربك بعاد إرم ذات العماد التي لم يخلق مثلها في البلاد وثمود الذين جابوا الصخر بالواد وفرعون ذي الأوتاد الذين طغوا في البلاد فأكثروا فيها الفساد فصب عليهم ربك صوت عذاب إن ربك لبالمرصاد فأما الإنسان إذا ما ابتلاه ربه فأكرمه ونعمه فيقول ربي أكرمن وأما إذا ما ابتلاه فقدر عليه رزقه فيقول ربي أهانن كلا بل لا تكرمون اليتيم ولا تحاضون على طعام المسكين وتأكلون التراث أكلا لما وتحبون المال حبا جما كلا إذا دكت الأرض دكا دكا وجاء ربك والملك صفا صفا وجيء يومئذ بجهنم يومئذ يتذكر الإنسان وأنى له الذكرى يقول يا ليتني قدمت لحياتي فيومئذ لا يعذب عذابه أحد ولا يوثق وثاقه أحد يا أيتها النفس المطمئنة
ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية فادخلي في عبادي وادخلي جنتي.
سورة البلد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
لا أقسم بهذا البلد
وأنت حل بهذا البلد ووالد وما ولد لقد خلقنا الإنسان في كبد أيحسب أن لن يقدر عليه أحد يقول أهلكت مالا لبدا أيحسب أن لم يره أحد ألم نجعل له عينين ولسانا وشفتين وهديناه النجدين. أو طعام في يوم ذي مسغبة فلاقتحم العقبة وما أدراك ما العقبة فك رقبة. أو طعام في يوم ذي مسغبة يتيما ذا مقربة أو مسكينا متربة ثم كان من الذين آمنوا وتوصوا بالصبر وتوصوا بالمرحمة أولئك أصحاب الميمنة. والذين كفروا بآياتنا هم أصحاب المشأمة عليهم نار مؤصدة.
سورة الشمس.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
والشمس وضحاها والقمر إذا تلاها والنهار إذا جلاها والليل إذا يغشاها والسماء وما بذاها والأرض وما طحاها ونفس وما سواها فلهمها فجورها وتقواها قد أفلح من زكاها وقد خاب من دساها كذب ثمود بطغواها إذا انبعث أشقاها فقال لهم رسول الله ناقة الله وسقياها فكذبوه فعقروها فدمدم عليهم ربهم بذنبهم فسواها ولا يخاف عقباها. سورة الليل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والليل إذا يغشى والنهار إذا تجلى وما خلق الذكر والأنثى إن سعيكم لشتى فأما من أعطى واتقى وصدق بالحسنى فسنيسره لليسرى وأما من بخل واستغنى وكذب بالحسنى فسنيسره للعسرى وما يغني عنه ماله إذا تردى إن علينا للهدى وإن لنا للآخرة والأولى فأنذرتكم نارا تلظى لا يصلاها إلا الأشقى
الذي كذب وتولى وسيجنبها الأتقى الذي يؤتي ماله يتزكى وما لأحد عنده من نعمة تجزى إلا ابتغاء وجه ربه الأعلى ولسوف يرضى. سورة الضحى. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والضحى والليل إذا سجى ما ودعك ربك وما قلى ولآخرة خير لك من الأولى ولسوف يعطيك ربك فترضى. ألم يجدك يتيما فآوى ووجدك ضالا فهدى ووجدك عائلا فأغنى فأما اليتيم فلا تقهر وأما السائل فلا تنهر وأما بنعمة ربك فحدث. سورة الشرح. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. سورة التين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والتين والزيتون وطور سنين وهذا البلد الأمين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فلهم أجر غير ممنون فما يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين. سورة العلق. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أرآه استغنى إن إلى ربك الرجعى أرأيت الذي ينهى عبدا إذا صلى أرأيت إن كان على الهدى أو أمر بالتقوى أرأيت إن كذب وتولى ألم يعلم بأن الله يراه كلا لئن لم ينته لنسفعا بالناصية ناصية كاذبة خاطئة فليدع ناديه سندع الزبانية كلا لا تطعه واسجد واقترب. سورة القدر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر ليلة القدر خير من 1000 شهر تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر سلام هي حتى مطلع الفجر. سورة البينة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لم يكن الذين كفروا من أهل الكتاب والمشركين منفكين حتى تأتيهم البينة رسول من الله يتلو صحفا مطهرة فيها كتب قيمة وما تفرق الذين أوتوا الكتاب إلا من بعد ما جاءتهم البينة وما أمروا إلا ليعبدوا الله مخلصين له الدين حنفاء ويقيموا الصلاة ويؤتوا الزكاة وذلك دين القيمة. إن الذين كفروا من أهل الكتاب والمشركين في نار جهنم خالدين فيها أولئك هم شر البرية. إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات أولئك هم خير البرية جزاؤهم عند ربهم جنات عدن تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها أبدا رضي الله عنهم ورضوا عنه ذلك لمن خشي ربه. سورة الزلزلة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا زلزلت الأرض زلزالها وأخرجت الأرض أثقالها وقال الإنسان ما لها يومئذ تحدث أخبارها بأن ربك أوحى لها يومئذ يصدر الناس أشتاتا ليروا أعمالهم فمن يعمل مثقال ذرة خيرا يره ومن يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يره. سورة العاديات. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعاديات ضبحا فالمريات قدحا فالمغيرات صبحا فأثرن به نقعا فوسطن به جمعا إن الإنسان لربه لكنود وإنه على ذلك لشهيد وإنه لحب الخير لشديد أفلا يعلم إذا بعثر ما في القبور وحصل ما في الصدور إن ربهم بهم يومئذ لخبير. سورة القارعة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. القارعة. ما القارعة؟ وما أدراك ما القارعة يوم يكون الناس كالفراش المبثوث وتكون الجبال كالعهن المنفوش فأما من ثقلت موازينه فهو في عيشة راضية وأما من خفت موازينه فأمه هاوية وما أدراك ما هي نار حامية. سورة التكاثر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألهاكم التكاثر حتى زرتم المقابر كلا سوف تعلمون ثم كلا سوف تعلمون كلا لو تعلمون علم اليقين لترون الجحيم ثم لترونها عين اليقين ثم لتسألن يومئذ عن النعيم. سورة العصر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتوصوا بالحق وتوصوا بالصبر. سورة الهمزة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ويل لكل همزة لمزة الذي جمع مالا وعدده يحسب أن ماله أخلده كلا لينبذن في الحطمة وما أدراك ما الحطمة نار الله الموقدة التي تطلع على الأفئدة إنها عليهم مؤصدة. سورة الفيل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألم تر كيف فعل ربك بأصحاب الفيل ألم يجعل كيدهم في تضليل وأرسل عليهم طيرا أبابيل ترميهم بحجارة من سجيل فجعلهم كعصف مأكول. سورة قريش. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لإلاف قريش إلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وأمانهم من خوف. سورة الماعون. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أرأيت الذي يكذب بالدين فذلك الذي يدوع اليتيم ولا يحض على طعام المسكين فويل للمصلين الذين هم عن صلاتهم ساهون الذين هم يراءون ويمنعون الماعون. سورة الكوثر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر. سورة الكافرون. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل يا أيتها الكافرون لا أعبد ما تعبدون ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد ولا أنا عابد ما عبدتم ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد لكم دينكم ولي دين. سورة النصر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. سورة المسد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تبت يدا أبي لهب وتب ما أغنى عنه ماله وما كسب سيصلى نارا ذات لهب وامرأته حمالة الحطب في جيدها حبل من مسد. سورة الإخلاص. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. سورة الفلق. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد. سورة الناس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس. End of Surahs 87 to 114 from the Qur'an, the 60th Hizb of the Qur'an, read in the original Arabic by Abu Jalal, dedicated to Jalalullah. Nihayatut Tasjeel. Suratul Kitab, from the Qayyumul Asma', revealed by Sayyid Ali Muhammad Ash-Shirazi, the Bab, read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. هذا تسجيل لليبرفوكس. كل تسجيلات ليبرفوكس في مجل العام. لمزيد من المعلومات أو للمشاركة زوروا الموقع librivox.org. سورة الكتاب لحضرة الأعلى سيد علي محمد الشيرازي. الباب. سورة الكتاب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ما تعبدون من دونه إلا أسماء سميتموها أنتم وآباؤكم ما أنزل الله بها من سلطان إن الحكم إلا لله أمر ألا تعبدوا إلا إياه ذلك الدين القيم ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. كاف هاء ياء عين صاد. يا ملأ الأنوار فاسمعوا ندائي من شهر الحرام هذا شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن إني أنا الله لا إله إلا أنا إن الله قد أوحى إلي في ليلة القدر ما من نفس يخطر على قلبه حرفا من هذا الكتاب أو ينطق على شفته بالحق الخالص في هذا الشهر الأكبر وفي الشهرين العظمين من قبله إلا وقد أوجبت رمضان له ليعلم إن الله هو الحق وكلمته هي السر الأعظم وهو الله قد كان على كل شيء قديرا فاقرؤوا ما تيسر من هذا القرآن بكرة وأصيلا ورتلوا هذا الكتاب بإذن الله القديم على لحن ذلك الطير المغني في جو العماء ترتيلا وإن هذا الذكر لمن شاء اتخذ إلى الله ربه على سبل السوي سبيلا وما من نفس قد حكم بغير ما أنزل الله في كتابه الفرقان وهذا الكتاب إلا وقد كان عند الله من أهل الكفر مكتوبا وإنا نحن قد حكمنا على الكافر جزاء حكمه في جهنم نارا على الحق بالحق شديدا ومن بدل من الفرقان وهذا الكتاب حرفا على غير حرفهما فقد كفر بالله ربه ولن يقبل الله من عمله من شيء وقد كان مأواه النار على الحكم الكتاب محتوما وإن الذين يكتمون بعضا من حرف هذا الكتاب فيأكلون النار وفي يوم القيامة قد أعد الله لهم في قعر التابوت بالعدل الأعظم عذابا شديدا وإن الله قد كتب عليكم ألا تمسوا هذا الكتاب الأعظم إلا بطهر الأكبر فإن الله قد حرمه على الكافرين جميعا ومن يحكم بغير ما أنزل الله في كتابه فقد كان عند الله في قطب النار محشورا فاطمأنوا بما قد أبه الله لكم في كتابه فإنكم لا تعملون من علم الكتاب إلا بعضا من الحرف مقطوعا يا أيها المؤمنون إذا سمعتم كتاب الله فانصتوا وقد كان ذلك الحكم في الكتاب من عند الله مقضيا ولن تجدوا لسنتنا على الحق بالحق تبديلا يا أيها المؤمنون لا تمسوا الكتاب في القرطاس إلا بعد الطهارة فاتقوا الله يا عباد الله لتكونن بفضل الله في الكتاب من حول نقطة النار مكتوبا وإن هذا الكتاب يهدي للتي هي أقوم على الحق ولا يزيد الظالمين بالحق على الحق الأكبر إلا خسارا يا عباد الرحمن اتقوا الله من تحريق الكتاب حرفا مما قد أنزل الله فيه بالحق على غير الحرف فإن الله قد أحكم لفاعله في الكتاب نارا كبيرا وإن الله قد جعل في كتابكم هذا في مواضع الأحرف وقفا على حد الكتاب معلوما وإن من المواضع في هذا الكتاب قد قدر الله فيه السكون والإدغام على سبل المقام مما قد أحكم الله في الكتاب من أذن الباب مقضيا يا أيها المؤمنون فرتلوا آيات الله في ذلك الكتاب على سبيل الفصحاء من أهل الحجاز على الحق بالحق الحزين ترتيلا واقرأوا كما أنزل الله فيكم على الحق بالحق من لسان الباب محمودا وخذوا حكم التأويل من عند عبدنا الأكبر إن كنتم بالله وبآياته على الحق بالحق من لسان الباب أمينا واقرأوا ما تسير من هذا الكتاب وقدموا لأنفسكم أجره فإن الله لا يضيع أجر العاملين ولو علموا على شيء من الحق بالحق قليلا وأقرضوا الله في القراءة من هذا الكتاب على حب الباب واستغفروا الله في آناء الليل وأطراف النهار فسوف يوفى الله حقكم ما لا تحيطون به علما وإن الله على كل شيء قدير يا معشر الجن والأنس إن استطعتم فاتبعوا نور الله الأكبر تأتوا بمثل ما آمن المؤمنون به وإلا فقد كفرت أنفسكم بالله ربكم وقد كنتم عن غير الحق في شفاق الذي قد كان في أم الكتاب بعيدا فإن لم تفعلوا ولن تفعلوا بعد ما توقن نفوسكم ويفعلون كبراؤكم ويرفع الله آيات قدرته من ذلك الباب على أهل الأرض والسماوات عظيما يا أيها المؤمنون ألم يكفيكم هذا الكتاب حجة من عند الله عليكم فكيف تؤمنون بمحمد بالغيب على كتابه تالله الحق لو اجتمع أهل الأرض والسماء على أن يأتوا بمثل بعض من حرفه لو يستطيعوا ولو كنا نمدهم بسبعة من مثلهم أفغير الله كان على كل شيء قديرا يا ملأ الأنوار اسمعوا ندائي من نقطة الباب إني أنا الله الذي لا إله إلا أنا فاقرأوا من ذلك الكتاب الأكبر ما استطعتم فإني قد حكمت القلم بأن يكتب على اللوح الحفيظ لتاله حرفا على حق ملك الأكبر في الفردوس الأعظم فيها من الآلاء أشجار قد أثمرت بإذن الله الحق إذا أكلت نفس منها لتجد لذة الخلد وثمرتها وذلك فضل الله الأكبر للتالين كتابه وإن الله هو العلي وكان الله على كل شيء شهيدا. يا كلمة الأكبر فاستمع نداء من الناطق في نفسك إني أنا الله الذي لا إله إلا أنا قل إني أنا البيت الحرام والشهر الحق في كتاب الله 10 العاشور من الشهر الحرام فما من نفس قد عظم شهر الله وكتابه الذي كان في حق بالحق الأكبر ويتلو فيه حرفا من حروفه الأعظم إلا وقد صلى الرحمن وملائكته وأولو العلم من خلفه إلا ذلك فضل الله المستشهر في السطر الأول قد أعد الله للمخلصين منكم بالحق وقد كان الحكم في الكتاب موجودا. يا أهل المحو اسمعوا ندائي من نقطة الصحو من هذا الفتى العربي الذي قد تنطق في طور السيناء بإذن الله على موسى فقد كانت التوراة من عند الله بالحق عليه نازله وقد كان الأمر في الكتاب عظيما وأشار بأيدينا إلى عيسى قد تنزلت الإنجيل من السماء في عصره على نفسه ثم قد أرفعه الله إلى السماء للبقاء إلى يوم الموعود للسر المكشف عن الصحيفة المختومة في دكة القضاء من المسجد الحرام من لسان حجة الله الحق في سر الذكر من لدى محمد النبي العربي رطبا طريقا على القلم الطري وقد كان السر في ذلك اليوم عند الباب مكتوبا يا قرة العين قل إني قد قرأت بإذن الله كل السطور من تلك الصحيفة المختومة في يوم الذي قد كتبها جدي محمد بأيديه وإني ما علمت وما حكمت إلا بما رقم قمت فيها على الخط الخط القائم في نقطة النار ما هي إلا سر سطرة من ذلك الكلمة الأكبر وإن الله هو الحق لا إله إلا هو وهو الله كان عليا كبيرا يا ملأ الأنوار فاستمعوا نداء الله من نقطة النار الله لأن لا إله إلا هو قد حرمت في طور السيناء مداد السوداء في هذا الباب الثناء وقد أوحيت إلا القلم ألا تكتب في مقام العبودية ذلك الكتاب وكل ما قد أجرى الله من قلم المداد من لدى الباب إلا على الألواح المقطعة المهذبة المذبهة البيضاء بالمداد الصفراء من الذهب الخالصة الحمراء وإن الله هو الغني وهو الله كان على كل شيء قديرا يا قرة العين قل للمؤمنين الذين لا يستطيعون بالمداد الذهب أن يكتبوا بالمداد البيضاء أو الحمراء وإن لم يجدوا بعد الجد الأكبر فبالمداد الخضراء بعد الصفراء وإن الله قد أحب المؤمنين ما أحب لذكره وإن الله مولاكم قد كان بما تعلمون خبيرا وإنا قد أنزلنا إليك مع الكتاب تلك الصحيفة المكنونة ليتلو الناس في آناء الليل وأطراف النهار دعواته وليعلموا من مقاماته العالية سبل عبوديتهم لله في سبيل هذا الباب الأكبر وقد كان حجة بذلك من الله للذكر الأكبر فاحفظ من هذا الباب جنة الفردوس بالحق الأكبر اعملوا على الحق فسوف ترون أعمالكم عند الله مولاكم الحق مخزونا محفوظا وإذا قرئ القرآن فانصتوا لله ربكم واذكروه في أنفسكم ولها مؤجلا دون الجهر من القول لتكونوا في كتاب الحق من أهل الباب مكتوبا وإنا نحن قد نزلنا الكتاب هذا سرا من القرآن حول السر المستسر المسطر فوق السر فما من نفس قد ظن أن حرفا منه حرف القرآن إلا وقد كفر بالله وإن الله قد أنجز له بقدرته القديم على ذكره البديع على الحق بالحق بديعا يا عباد الله ألم أعهد إليكم ألا تدعوا الله بآرائكم بأسماء أنفسكم التي ما أنزل الله بها في كتابه من سلطان وإن الحكم من الله عليكم ألا تعبدوا إلا إياه في سبيل من هذا الباب مخلصا لله ذلك دين قوي عند ربك ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون من علم الكتاب إلا حرفا قليلا يا أهل السجن لا تفرقوا بين الناس وبين أنفسكم بأهوائكم المؤتفكة من الشيطان فوربكم الرحمن إن ذكر الله الأكبر لحق عند الله وإن الشيطان قد كان لكم عدوا مبينا. End of Surah al-Kitab from the Qayyumul Asma' revealed by Sayyid Ali Muhammad the Bab, recorded by Abu Jalal. This recording is dedicated to Jalalullah. Nihayatut Tasjeel. Verses 1 to 19 from al-Kitábu'l Aqdas in the original Arabic by Bahá'u'lláh, read for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. هذا تسجيل لليبرفوكس. كل تسجيلات ليبرفوكس في مجل العام. لمزيد من المعلومات أو للمشاركة زوروا الموقع LibriVox.org. الكتاب الأقدس لحضرة بهاء الله باسمه الحاكم على ما كان وما يكون. إن أول ما كتب الله على العباد عرفان مشرق وحيه ومطلع أمره الذي كان مقام نفسه في عالم الأمر والخلق. من فاز به قد فاز بكل الخير والذي منع إنه من أهل الضلال ولو يأتي بكل الأعمال. إذا فزتم بهذا المقام الأسنى والأفق الأعلى ينبغي لكل نفس أن يتبع ما أمر به من لدى المقصود لأنهما معا لا يقبل أحدهما دون الآخر. هذا ما حكم به مطلع الإلهام. إن الذين أوتوا بصائر من الله
يرون حدود الله السبب الأعظم لنظم العالم وحفظ الأمم، والذي غفل إنه من همج رعاع. إنا أمرناكم بكسر حدودات النفس والهوى، لا ما رقم من القلم الأعلى، إنه لروح الحيوان لمن في الإمكان. قد ماجت بحور الحكمة والبيان بما حاجت نسمة الرحمن. اغتنموا يا أولي الألباب، إن الذين نكثوا عهد الله في أوامره ونكثوا على أعقابهم أولئك من أهل الضلال لدى الغني المتعال. يا ملأ الأرض اعلموا أن أوامر سرج عناية بين عبادي ومفاتيح رحمتي لبريتي، كذلك نزل الأمر من سماء مشية ربكم مالك الأديان. لو يجد أحد حلاوة البيان الذي ظهر من فم مشية الرحمن لينفق ما عنده ولو يكون خزائن الأرض كلها، ليثبت أمرا من أوامره المشرقة من أفق العناية والألطاف. قل من حدودي يمر عرف قميصي وبها تنصب أعلم النصر على القنن والأتلال. قد تكلم لسان قدرتي في جبروت عظمتي مخاطبا لبريتي أن اعملوا حدودي حبا لجمالي. طوبى لحبيب وجد عرف المحبوب من هذه الكلمة التي فاحت منها نفحات الفضل على شأن لا توصف بالأذكار. لعمري من شرب رحيق الإنصاف من آياد الألطاف، إنه يطوف حول أوامري المشرقة من أفق الإبداع. لا تحسبن أنا نزلنا لكم الأحكام بل فتحنا ختم الرحيق المختوم
يقوم بأصابع القدرة والاقتدار يشهد بذلك ما نزل من قلم الوحي تفكروا يا أولي الأفكار قد كتب عليكم الصلاة 9 ركعات لله منزل الآيات حين الزوال وفي البكور والآصال وعفونا عدة أخرى أمرا في كتاب الله إنه لهو الأمر المقتدر المختار وإذا أردتم الصلاة ولوا وجوهكم شطر الأقدس المقام المقدس الذي جعله الله مطاف الملأ الأعلى ومقبل أهل مدائن البقاء ومصدر الأمر لمن في الأرضين والسماوات وعند غروب شمس الحقيقة والتبيان المقر الذي قدرناه لكم إنه لهو العزيز العلام كل شيء تحقق بأمره المبرم إذا أشرقت من أفق البيان شمس الأحكام لكل أن يتبعوها ولو بأمر تنفطر عنه سماوات أفئدة الأديان إنه يفعل ما يشاء ولا يسأل عما شاء وما حكم به المحبوب إنه لمحبوب ومالك الاختراع إن الذي وجد عرف الرحمن وعرف مطلع هذا البيان إنه يستقبل بعينيه السهام لإثبات الأحكام بين الأنام طوبى لمن أقبل وفاز بفصل الخطاب قد فصلنا الصلاة في ورقة أخرى طوبى لمن عمل بما أمر به من لدن مالك رقاب قد نزلت في صلاة الميت 6 تكبيرات من الله منزل الآيات والذي عنده علم القراءة له أن يقرأ ما نزل قبلها وإلا عفى الله عنه إنه لهو العزيز الغفار. لا يبطل الشعر صلاتكم ولا ما منع عن الروح مثل العظام وغيرها. البسوا السمور كما تلبسون الخز والسنجاب وما دونهما إنهما نهي في الفرقان ولكن اشتبه على العلماء إنه لهو العزيز العلام. قد فرض عليكم الصلاة والصوم من أول البلوغ أمرا من لدى الله ربكم ورب آبائكم الأولين. من كان في نفسه ضعف من المرض أو الهرم عفى الله عنه فضلا من عنده إنه لهو الغفور الكريم. قد أذن الله لكم السجود على كل شيء طاهر ورفعنا عنه حكم الحد في الكتاب إن الله يعلم وأنتم لا تعلمون. من لم يجد الماء يذكر 5 مرات بسم الله الأطهر ثم يشرع في العمل هذا ما حكم به مولى العالمين. والبلدان التي طالت فيها الليالي والأيام فليصلوا بالساعات والمشاخص التي منها تحددت الأوقات إنه لهو المبين الحكيم. قد عفونا عنكم صلاة الآيات إذا ظهرت اذكروا الله بالعظمة والاقتدار إنه هو السميع البصير. قل العظمة لله رب ما يرى وما لا يرى رب العالمين. كتب عليكم الصلاة فرادا قد رفع حكم الجماعة إلا في صلاة الميت إنه هو الآمر الحكيم. قد عفى الله عن النساء حينما يجدن الدم صوم والصلاة ولهن أن يتوضأن ويسبحن 95 مرة من زوال إلى زوال سبحان الله ذي الطلعة والجمال. هذا ما قدر في الكتاب إن أنتم من العالمين. ولكم ولهن في الأسفار إذا نزلتم واسترحتم المقام الآمن مكان كل صلاة سجدة واحدة واذكر فيها سبحان الله ذي العظمة والإجلال والموهبة والإفضال والذي عجز يقول سبحان الله إنه يكفيه بالحق إنه لهو الكافي الباقي الغفور الرحيم وبعد إتمام السجود لكم ولهن أن تقعدوا على هيكل التوحيد وتقول 18 مرة سبحان الله ذي الملك والملكوت كذلك يبين الله سبل الحق والهدى وإنها انتهت إلى سبيل واحد وهو هذا الصراط المستقيم أشكروا الله بهذا الفضل العظيم أحمد الله بهذه الموهبة التي أحاطت السماوات والأراضين اذكروا الله بهذه الرحمة التي سبقت العالمين قل قد جعل الله مفتاح الكنز حب المكنون لو أنتم تعرفون لولا المفتاح لكان مكنونا في أزل الآزال لو أنتم توقنون قل هذا المطلع الوحي ومشرق الإشراق الذي به أشرقت الآفاق لو أنتم تعلمون إن هذا لهو القضاء المثبت وبه ثبت كل قضاء محتوم يا قلم الأعلى قل يا ملأ الإنشاء قد كتبنا عليكم الصيام أياما معدودات وجعلنا النيروز عيدا لكم بعد إكمالها كذلك أضاءت شمس البيان من أفق الكتاب من لدن مالك المبدأ والمآب وجعلوا الأيام الزائدة عن الشهور قبل شهر الصيام إنا جعلناها مظاهر الهاء بين الليالي والأيام لذا ما تحددت بحدود السنة والشهور ينبغي لأهل البهاء أن يطعموا فيها أنفسهم وذوي القربى ثم الفقراء والمساكين ويهللن ويكبرن ويسبحن ويمجدن ربهم بالفرح والانبساط وإذا تمت أيام الأعطاء قبل الإمساك فليدخلن في الصيام كذلك حكم مولى الأنام ليس على المسافر والمريض والحامل والمرضع من حرج عفى الله عنهم فضلا من عنده إنه لهو العزيز الوهاب هذه حدود الله التي رقمت من القلم الأعلى في الزبر والألواح تمسكوا بأوامر الله وأحكامه ولا تكونوا من الذين أخذوا أصول أنفسهم ونبذوا أصول الله وراءهم بما اتبعوا الظنون والأوهام كفوا أنفسكم عن الأكل والشرب من الطلوع إلى الأفول إياكم أن يمنعكم الهوى عن هذا الفضل الذي قدر في الكتاب قد كتب لمن دان بالله الديان أن يغسل في كل يوم يديه ثم وجهه ويقعد مقبلا إلى الله ويذكر 95 مرة الله أبهى كذلك حكم فاطر السماء إذ استوى على أعرش الأسماء بالعظمة والاقتدار كذلك توضأ للصلاة أمرا من الله الواحد المختار قد حرم عليكم القتل والزنا ثم الغيبة والافتراء اجتنبوا عما نهيتم عنه في الصحائف والألواح. End of verses 1 to 19 from al-Kitábu'l Aqdas, revealed by Bahá'u'lláh, read in the original Arabic by Abu Jalal. This recording is dedicated to Jalalullah. Nihayatut Tasjeel. The medium obligatory prayer, as-Salatul Wusta, revealed by Bahá'u'lláh, read in the original Arabic by Abu Jalal, for the Arabic Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. هذا تسجيل لليبريفوكس. كل تسجيلات ليبريفوكس في مجال العام. لمزيد من المعلومات أو للمشاركة زوروا الموقع librivox.org. الصلاة الوسطى. ومن أراد أن يصلي له أن يغسل يديه، وفي حين الغسل يقول: إلهي قوي يدي لتأخذ كتابك باستقامة لا تمنعها جنود العالم، ثم احفظها عن التصرف فيما لم يدخل في ملكها، إنك أنت المقتدر القدير. وفي حين غسل الوجه يقول: أي رب وجهت وجهي إليك، نوره بأنوار وجهك، ثم احفظه عن التوجه إلى غيرك. وبعد له أن يقوم متوجها إلى القبلة ويقول: شهد الله أنه لا إله إلا هو، له الأمر والخلق، قد أظهر مشرق الظهور، ومكلم الطور الذي به أنار الأفق الأعلى، ونطقت سدرة المنتهى، وارتفع النداء بين الأرض والسماء، قد أتى المالك، الملك والملكوت والعزة والجبروت لله مولى الورى، ومالك العرش والثرى. ثم يركع ويقول: سبحانك عن ذكري وذكر دوني ووصف من في السماوات والأراضين. ثم يقوم للقنوت ويقول: يا إلهي لا تخيب من تشبث بأنامل الرجاء بأذيال رحمتك وفضلك يا أرحم الراحمين. ثم يقعد ويقول: أشهد بوحدانيتك وفردانيتك، وبأنك أنت الله لا إله إلا أنت، قد أظهرت أمرك ووفيت بعهدك، وفتحت باب فضلك على من في السماوات والأرضين. والصلاة والسلام والتكبير والبهاء على أولئك الذين ما منعتهم شؤونات الخلق عن الإقبال إليك، وانفقوا ما عندهم رجاء ما عندك، إنك أنت الغفور الكريم. Bahá'u'lláh. End of the medium obligatory prayer by Bahá'u'lláh, read in the original Arabic by Abu Jalal. Nihayatut Tasjeel.